We'll start with this. Sources said that to TMZ that Gisele Bündchen has reportedly welcomed her first baby with her boyfriend and former jiu-jitsu instructor, Joaquim Valenti. The supermodel previously opened up about her new relationship to the New York Times, saying, "This is the first time I am seeing someone that was a friend of mine first," adding that it's very different, it's very honest, and it's very transparent. When news of her pregnancy broke in October of last year, a source had told Us Weekly that she had informed her ex-husband Tom Brady beforehand out of respect, noting she wanted to give him that courtesy and knew that their kids would tell him either way.
How many times in your dating life did you progress from friendship into dating? It happened a couple of times for me.
I don't know if it ever happened. It was that was a bridge I was afraid to cross.
Yeah, because you could end up losing the friend.
Yeah. Though Brady was reportedly shocked at first, the source added he knows Gisele's a great mom and was destined to be a mom, so everybody's happy. Jed Wallace, owner of the public relation firm Street Relations, has now sued Blake Lively for defamation.
Oh, my God.
Oh, what is happening here?
This comes after she claimed that the PR firm had launched a, quote, digital army against the actress as part of the ongoing legal feud between her and Justin Baldoni. Wallace is suing Lively for defamation, claiming that he had, quote, nothing to do with the alleged smear campaign against her and suffered millions in reputational harm. Wallace's involvement was allegedly shown with text messages from Baldoni's other publicist, obtained by Lively's attorneys, referencing Jed and his role in shaping the online chatter during the feud. So Jed Wallace is the guy that owns this place. So Lively's legal team dismissed the lawsuit as transparent retaliation and part of a broader campaign to silence her. Jed's lawsuit seeks damages of at least $6 million and a declaration clearing Wallace of liability on top of that.
That just keeps adding on.
Mm-hmm. All right, so here's the follow-up. We didn't really get a chance to touch on this on the air, but Howie Mandel has publicly apologized to Bill Burr and Billy Corrigan on the Howie Mandel Does Stuff podcast after stirring up some controversy last month. He said, and I'll explain what happened. He said, "I feel horrible, and I'm sorry, Bill. I'm sorry, Billy. I only tried to do something good." The controversy started when Mandel surprised Bill Burr with Billy Corrigan on an episode referencing a past claim that Burr might be Corrigan's half-brother. So Burr was unimpressed. He called Mandel all the names in the book. Reflecting on the backlash, Mandel admitted, the truth of the matter is, if he feels bad, I feel bad. Despite his attempts to reach out, Mandel said that Burr has left him out in the cold. So Bill Burr was on the podcast, and while on there, Howie Mandel brought in, unknown to him, Billy Corrigan and said, "Hey, you two guys might be brothers." There was a rumor because Billy Corrigan had told Howie this, I think, in confidence, and now he brought it out on the show without discussing it with Bill Burr in advance, and Bill didn't like being blindsided.
No, didn't like it at all. In fact, when you called him all the names in the book, he did it on the podcast. It wasn't, in private.
Bill was being a bit of a dick on that.
You know what, though? He deserves to. I thought it was okay.
I get it,
too. You can't do that to somebody.
I mean, listen, whether it was true or not, as Bill said, it drummed up like a bad time in his life.
Yeah,
talk
to me about if we're going to go back into my childhood about some touchy stuff, you better talk to me about it first.
Yeah. And he's always talked about, as he did in his autobiography, Bill Burr, about how estranged and horrible the relationship with his dad was.
Yeah, so Burr had pressed Billy during their first meeting about why he felt the need to spread this theory, and Corrigan defended himself, saying that it was Howie Mandel that insisted he share this story on air after he told the host about it privately. So... yeah, I know what Howie was going for.
Yeah.
He thought this would be actually a really cool, quote-unquote, reunion of sorts or moment to have on the air, but he didn't think about how that might affect Bill Burr and how horribly he felt about it.
And
you don't know
his
how
relationship with his dad.
Yeah, Burr calls him on the fact that you were looking for a stunt. Even if you had a bit of good intention here, it was still a stunt for his podcast.
They had never even met before, Bill Burr and Billy Corrigan. I mean, at least introduce the guys before you go on air with it.
And I just think you don't know how somebody else is going to feel or take something, whether it's, going into his childhood or whatever it is. You can't surprise someone like that.
Yeah, exactly. So
By the way,
he's
Kathy,
apologizing.
we have a guest here. No.
Yeah.
He's apologizing. This is one of your
One of your
Sisters.
siblings from Western PA that you never knew you had.
And here's the thing. I speak from experience because
Yeah.
this is what happened in my family, and everyone thought it was going to be great. Oh my God, this is going to be amazing. A long lost, son that nobody knew. And I'm not talking about my
You're talking about Gary Lauer Romano.
No, I'm not talking about the race car driver and that. That was great. It was like, oh my God, we have extended family. But there was another situation, and the people who were directly involved, the siblings, some of them, they were like, we don't want to know that it was not a good past for the person that gave birth, and they were like, we don't want to be a part of this, unfortunately. And it was heartbreaking for some people, but like for them, they couldn't take it and they didn't want to be a part of it. And so had we surprised them and been like, here's your brother, like they would have never talked to us
It would
again.
have been ugly.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so we told you yesterday, Marcus Jordan, Michael Jordan's son, was arrested this week in Florida on multiple charges, and you may be wondering, did the cops know exactly who they were hauling in? Well, of course they did, because he kept telling them that. In body cam footage, Marcus can be heard telling the arresting officers, I'm Marcus Jordan, I am Michael Jordan's son, and I'm not doing anything wrong. And that's what he led with. After things went south and he was arrested, he then made some requests, including for some specific music. In the footage, you can hear him saying, can't y'all play some holiday music? Play some Mariah Carey up in this bitch. While requesting holiday music in February is not a crime, Jordan was charged with DUI crash with property damage, possession of cocaine, and resisting an officer without violence. He was released late Tuesday morning. I love this story. Harrison Ford's debut in the Marvel Cinematic Universe is on the horizon. The actor talked about stepping into the role of Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross in Captain America Brave New World. This is in an interview with Wall Street Journal magazine. The legendary actor admitted that he took the part with no script in hand, and he explained by saying, why not? I saw enough Marvels to see actors that I admired having a good time. And reflecting on his character's transformation into the Red Hulk, he joked, I didn't really know that at the end I would turn into the Red Hulk. He said, it's like life. You only get so far in the kit until the last page and the instructions are missing. When previously asked about the motion capture process at Comic-Con, he said, they asked him how he did it. He said, it took not caring. It took being an idiot for money, which I've done before. Still, he made it clear that he had no regrets joining the MCU, saying it's fun and I enjoyed it and I had a great time. So, of course, he's going to do a little bit, grab some money. Speaking of the MCU, one of our favorite actors, Tim Blake Nelson, says his return to the role of Samuel Stearns, also known as the leader, is a bit different than when he made his debut in 2008's The Incredible Hulk. He said, in this version, which is not the version I expected to play, I got to get better as an actor. And thanks to Kevin Feige and Nate Moore and Julius Ona and the writers, they wrote a beautifully nuanced character that was a wonderful challenge to play and that I wouldn't have been able to play 15 years ago because I don't think, hopefully anyway, I was the actor that I am now. And what we want to do most as actors is continue to grow.
Yeah, I remember him at that time when we were first seeing peaks of him.
Yeah.
I never would have thought he is the actor that we now know him to be.
Yeah, he's great.
Yeah.
So he said, I feel the need that I needed this maturity to be able to play what they wrote. What drives Samuel Stearns as the leader is a sense of justice through anarchy. And there's a lot of history behind it that is exposed really beautifully in the writing. And I'm incredibly grateful that they asked me back, and I had a great time with such a phenomenal cast. I've known a lot of them for many, many years. And I agree with Harrison, meaning Harrison Ford. One of the features of the MCU is the way they curate the world. They put serious actors in their movies. They don't mess around in terms of shallow choices, in terms of casting. And that starts with Anthony, who has such depth and soul as an actor, meaning Anthony Mackie. But I would also say it applies to everyone on the screen right now. It's great to be a part of that group. So,
yeah,
yay.
I mean, let's hope that it's pretty good, you know.
Yeah.
And he's going right into the role of Marmaduke, so that should be no.
That's a stretch. But he's a great actor.
He is a terrific actor.
So the popcorn bucket for the upcoming horror film, The Monkey, has been revealed, and fans are calling it the best one yet of all these interesting little themed buckets. Yeah, the chilling collectible features The film's eerie toy monkey clutching its drumsticks with the drum serving as the popcorn bucket. Customized buckets have become a huge trend, from Dune having a viral sandworm bucket to the open mouth of Deadpool and Wolverine's bucket. The monkey, which is based on Stephen King's 1980 short story, features the White Lotus star Theo James as twin brothers faded to a life of terror after the haunted monkey toy keeps killing the people around them.
Yeah, we're looking at it. This is actually a pretty good bucket. I do think the Dune bucket is pretty damn good.
It is.
Did you get one at all?
I didn't get one. I have the Deadpool and Wolverine.
Yeah, so do I.
But I never got the Dune bucket. The movie's going to hit theaters on February 21st. The first round of presenters for the Oscars has been revealed. Emma Stone, Cillian Murphy, Divine Joy Randolph, and Robert Downey Jr. will all present at the award ceremony. Additional presenters will be announced at a later date. Stone, Murphy, Randolph, and Downey Jr. all won the Big Four acting awards last year: Best Actress, Best Actor, Supporting Actress, and Supporting Actor. Conan O'Brien is going to be hosting the Oscars this year, March 2nd, 7 p.m. on ABC and then on Hulu.
And here, the Cecil B. DeMille Award will be presented by Larry the Cable Guy, which is,
great.
I think it's a departure.
Yeah.
That guy's a talent.
He's very good.
The first trailer for Jurassic World Rebirth is out.
I actually watched this. I didn't know that this was on the horizon.
Yeah.
Here did I.
And listen, it looks fine. But listen, dinosaur movies are fine, but do we have to keep going back to the Jurassic? Can't we just open a whole new franchise and not call it, you know what I mean? Like,
Well, I'll say this, for expecting a certain level, that I liked what I was seeing in the trailer, and it may have to do more, Preston, with the way the effects are executed.
So the trio will find that it stars, by the way, Scarlett Johansson, Mahershala Ali, and Jonathan Bailey. The trio find their way to a restricted island that houses the small number of remaining dinosaurs 5 years after the events of Jurassic World Dominion. They'll try to get enough genetic material to discover a potentially life-saving drug. That's why they're going back there.
Right.
But the island houses the dinosaurs that were too dangerous for the original park, apparently. So it won't be easy. It will be out.
It never is it?
Theaters on July 2nd. No.
Oh, that was easy.
We got in and out.
5-minute movie.
That was a great park. Everything ran, and look, I got a popcorn bucket.
We got the drugs we needed.
Yeah. We're all good.
Mission accomplished, everybody.
Woo-hoo, I'm going back.
Good job.
Wouldn't it
This
be
one was
great
easy.
if they did that just to do something different?
So basically, it's a day with them at the park.
Yeah.
That was cool.
All right.
Netflix
Now for lunch.
Netflix has released a short behind-the-scenes video for the upcoming Adam Sandler movie Happy Gilmore 2. The golf comedy is filled with stars, including Sandler, Christopher McDonald, Julie Bowen, and more. But it will also feature some pro golfers as featured in the new behind-the-scenes video. So PGA Tour player Justin Thomas makes an appearance in the vid and shows the cast and crew laughing it up as they shoot the highly anticipated movie. Other pro golfers like Rory McIlroy, Scotty Scheffler, Bryson DeChambeau, Brooks Koepka, Justin Thomas, and Will Zalatoris will all be appearing. So they're really stocking it with pro golfers.
So, you're on level of golf movie fandom, where does Happy Gilmore fall for you?
You know what? Not crazy high. I always thought it was a fun movie, but I got kind of bored of it over time.
So you're more like a tin cupper?
Tin Cup is definitely my favorite of the golf movies. But I am excited to see this, and the fact that they're including a lot of the top golfers, I think that's going to make it even more appealing for me personally. So, but hopefully good stuff. Happy Gilmore 2 will be on Netflix later this year. Casey, are you hesitant because it's a Netflix movie, you think?
Wow, no, actually, believe it or not, the Adam Sandler Netflix movies, I'm okay with.
I agree.
Like
Yeah.
Hubie
Halloween.
Halloween, of course.
Absolutely. What was the Western? It was a riff on the
Something 8, right?
Yeah.
7 instead of 8, wasn't it?
right. It was a riff on the Tarantino.
Yeah. All
What
right.
was that?
I don't remember. Nick's going to
It had a very good horse. I believe it was a horse diarrhea scene.
The Ridiculous
The
Six.
Ridiculous Six. There you go.
We had the wrong number. All of us, really. 8, 7?
All right, 2 more quick stories. HGTV's Love It or List It is coming back with a new look. Designer Paige Turner is going to replace longtime co-host Hillary Farr.
Paige?
Paige Turner.
Yeah. Is Paige? Is Paige from?
No, Paige was
Davis, you
Paige
think.
Davis
Oh, that's
was,
it. I'm
trading,
sorry, I was confused.
Places. No, this is Paige Turner. You get it?
Oh, that's
Paige
great.
Turner.
That's really good.
So she is replacing
good.
longtime host Hillary Farr, who exited the show after 17 seasons in 2023. The future of the popular series was in doubt with Farr's departure, but fans got the good news yesterday that a season 20 was on the way.
Season 20.
Turner is a familiar face to Reno show fans, having appeared on HGTV's Flip or Flop Nashville and Fix My Flip.
Wasn't she on Queefer Fart?
Real estate agent David Vizentin, I guess I say his name. I just know what the dude looks like. Will be coming back to co-host along with Turner, and the 8-episode 20th season returns to HGTV this summer. And then one last story. This is great. So the hit song from Rupert Holmes, Escape, the Pina Colada song, is getting turned into a movie.
Oh, my God.
The film story is currently under wraps, but it will apparently be a romantic comedy. This song is about a man bored with his relationship who responds to a personal ad seeking someone who enjoys pina coladas, only to discover that the woman behind the ad is actually his current partner.
Please include this story in Music News this morning.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
So that Pierre can hear it.
Pierre's going to love that one.
You know what? I saw a really cool video the other day on Instagram. I follow a ton of drum accounts, and one is Drumeo. And the guy who played drums on this song is a legendary drummer named Steve Jordan. He currently plays for the Rolling Stones. And he's the guy who played drums on this session.
Song.
And he played with the Blues Brothers. I mean, he's like one of the best drummers. He's a phenomenal. But a lot of times, these songs, not unlike the Wrecking Crew, that have come and gone or have been a one-hit wonder and stuck around forever, have legendary musicians that played on those sessions. It's crazy. So it was the final number one song of the 1970s. 1979, December 1979 was the number one hit.
So we had a brief discussion off air the other day about Andrew Gold and Oh, What a Lonely Boy, and the Golden Girls theme. And I took a sort of a deep dive, and I was saying, listen to the song. I was like, Preston, this song is really complex and cool.
Is.
And then I do some more deep diving. He was Linda Ronstadt's guitar.
No kidding.
Guitar and music arranger,
Wow.
and has worked, same to your point, session work, toured with all these established bands.
Yeah.
And this was sort of a side project.
That's cool, man. All right, we got Clips Play. So the miniseries Apple Cider Vinegar is based off the real story of how cancer scammer Belle Gibson became an adored health influencer. In this clip, Alicia Debnam Carey shares the show's takeaway message.
It's an extraordinarily complex story, right? It's interesting watching it 10 years later and really understanding the fallout of Belle. But I think also maybe that we shouldn't be so quick to judge people on their journey with health and wellness. Doctors and modern medicine is very important, but at the same time, we should have some grace and understanding for people who are really, really going through it.
Yeah, big whoop, no one cares.
Apple Cider Vinegar premieres today on Netflix. Will your mom watch this, Kathy? Because she's a big Apple Cider Vinegar proponent.
She probably will, and Netflix is, I believe, like the only streaming service that they have. Because I'll be like, oh, it's on Apple TV, and she's like, yeah, no, we're not watching that.
Okay. Next clip, here we go. The new comedy series Clean Slate is one of the final projects produced by Norman Lear, and here Laverne Cox describes the moment that she pitched the show to the groundbreaking television producer.
Norman comes over to me and he's like, okay, that first pitch, that was okay, but next time, can you do that, but funny? Norman Lear was like, you're not funny. I was funnier the next meeting, and here we are. So whenever Norman Lear says something to you, you listen, you take the note, and it will make you better.
Clean Slate premieres today. You can see that on Prime Video. And that is our entertainment report for this 6th day of February 2025, people. We have a lot on the program this morning. Our good friend Adam Ferrara is scheduled to stop by here this morning, the 8 o'clock hour. He's going to be at Helium Comedy Club this weekend. We are also going to check in with Andrew Salcunis, mornings at 97.5 The Fanatic. He is broadcasting live from New Orleans for the Super Bowl, obviously. So we'll check in with him. And our PEP Rally concert series continues. The Hooters will be here. Rob and Eric and Dave are stopping in.
It doesn't get better than that.
They're going to give out their version of, they're going to Hooterize the Eagles fight song. And, of course, they've got a big show coming up at the Met on Saturday, May 17th. It's their 45th anniversary tour. And the Piccalilli Inn will be here this morning with giveaways for you. We'll take a break, and we'll be right back. Stay with us. Jackie Bam Bam, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right.
Yeah, there's a little delay, but I'm here. Take a look at this guy. Can you see him?
By the way,
Friday the 13th. Hi, Michael. Whoa.
It's Halloween, and it's Michael Myers.
And then we have a chain-wielding maniac from the Bates Motel, and actually two of them. One of them has a scarecrow mask on. Another one has just a psychotic-looking face. So, Jackie, they look like they're ready to go, man.
Can you smell the gasoline from here? I'm ready to play with some dangerous toys. I'm ready.
He's so into this.
Jackie?
We're going into the house right now.
Okay.
Damn
Now,
it.
we heard that our birthday boy
might be awake, so we have to go with a different tactic.
Okay.
Oh, no. Okay. Okay, you guys ready, Jackie?
Here we go.
All right. On 3.
Go ahead.
Okay? Everybody ready. 1, 2, 3.
There's no one in the bedroom. Are they in the wrong room?
Where did he go? How did he work on it?
Wait.
He was supposed to be here. We had scouts.
Don't drop the F-bomb, please.
There's nobody in the bedroom.
Amazing.
There's absolutely no one in the bedroom.
Go to the bathroom. I think he's taking a piss.
His bed is made.
Let's go in the bathroom. He might be.
Yeah, he'll never see you coming.
Yeah. Oh, my.
I don't think his bed is made. He didn't sleep in that bed last
I
night.
don't even think he's there.
No, he's not.
Look at how confused everyone looks.
Where's our boy at?
I feel bad for the guy.
Preston wants to say hello to you.
Oh, here, hang on. I'll bring up the phone line. Hi.
I am utterly disappointed.
Is this Jimmy?
I don't know how this happened. I'm like shaking here because I'm so angry.
This has never happened before. I can't. Well, we've done enough of these. Eventually, it was bound to happen.
I think it's great.
Well, you know,
It's
I
just
say
typical.
he doesn't get his chainsaw.
I'm wondering about that too.
Yeah.
You know,
I think they're starting up the chainsaws again, guys.
there's no need to start up the chainsaws again right now. Is there?
No.
Yeah.
I think we can just move on to the next one.
Wow.
Next cemetery, away we go.
That's fake.
He's fake?
Yeah.
You sure? Michael, be careful, Michael. Happy Halloween. I'm here.
Are you ready?
All right, let's go. Okay. There's a deer head. There's some saws. Oh, this guy's really into horror movies. Now, let's get everybody upstairs.
Up the stairs again.
It's a tight staircase.
Yeah, it is.
There's Jackie's ass crack.
Jackie's ass crack.
Yeah.
Tight like the crack of my ass.
Okay, we're going to go on 3.
Okay.
Are we ready?
Yeah. We're ready.
Ready?
I'm always.
We're going to go on 3. Hold on. 1, 2, 3.
Start him. She completely covered herself up.
Chainsaw wake up.
I see that.
Somebody got you.
God damn it, Joe.
God damn it, Joe.
Is that Curry?
Hi.
Hi, Curry.
Good morning.
Carrie?
Yes.
Carrie, say hello to Preston and Steve.
Hi.
Hey, Curry. Good morning. How are you?
She can't hear with the chainsaw.
Hey, Curry, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, yeah, this is courtesy
Is
of
that my fire
Steve.
alarm?
He wanted, I think. Yeah. Oh my God, that's right. They have gasoline operated devices. It's probably setting off your. It's okay. There's no real fire. Just gas fumes. You'll be okay.
Hey, Kathy's asking if she has clothes on. Do you have clothes on? Are you? There you go.
Hi, honey.
Curry, do you have clothes on?
No, I don't.
Well, that ought to teach you.
I seriously like a whole ton of people in my
A whole lot of people.
Try not to drop any curse words. We're live on the radio right now.
Well, not now, dick face.
My boyfriend just took the battery out of the fire alarm. Here.
Okay.
Very good.
Remember to replace it.
Yes.
That
and
was nice. The room's a mess.
that would have ruined it.
If I cleaned up the mess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So apparently you're a big.
She's half naked. The other roommate just
Not
came
half.
downstairs. Hi, y'all.
Not
Happy
half. She's fully
Halloween.
naked.
Say hi to Preston and Steve.
Okay. I gotta bring the audio down because they're cursing way too much.
She's the unhappy roommate.
She looks like the unhappy roommate. So listen, Curry, this was courtesy of Steve. He says that you guys, both you and Colleen, are big horror fans. So we thought this would be a fun way to get you up on Halloween morning. Do you agree?
Yeah. Now the shock's worn off, yeah, this is pretty funny.
All right, cool. And to fellow horror fans, have a great day today and put some clothes on.
And then I have one last story. That's it.
Man, this is we left high and dry now.
Ray Donovan alum Paula Malcolmson and Da Vinci's Demons Blake Ritson are joining Sci-Fi's Superman prequel called Krypton.
Really?
Yes.
This is interesting.
Well, that's why I brought it up. I knew you would find it interesting.
You finished strong.
Which is set to premiere in 2018. The show will be set 2 generations before the destruction of Superman's home planet and will follow his grandfather as he fights to save his House of El from chaos.
What if Superman's grandfather, though, was just an accountant on Krypton?
Okay.
Not as exciting.
No.
Here's some deductions you probably had not considered.
Episode 1.
You have to do estate planning.
Right.
You have to. You can never know. Look, the planet could blow up. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but the planet could blow up someday. Right, crazy. I know, crazy talk. Blah, 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 blah. And here you are, and then the planet blows up, and we don't, things go awry. It happens.
I wonder what his name is. He had Kal-El.
Sal.
Maybe he's Mel-El.
Sal-El.
Sal-El. Krypton, CPA.
Thanks for having me over today, folks. This will take about an hour. Have some documents for you to sign.
No, but I never wanted to get a trampoline once I had kids. I'm like, I don't think so.
Well, you hear too many stories.
Too much liability, too.
Yeah. Oh, the neighbors? Oh, yes.
Everywhere I lived, there was always at least one in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
And you could just go use theirs.
But these places sound, because it's not just the floor,
great.
it's the walls.
Well, you jump from trampoline to trampoline, and they've got padding in between them. And then, yes, they have some, Steve, that are at an angle.
Yeah.
Now, they have very specific rules about what you can and can't do.
Okay.
As far as, and there are little videos that are running that you can't, do flips off of the ones that are off of the.
Oh, you can't?
I'm pretty sure. Kathy, did they have like a video running? I'm thinking of Sky High, they have it.
Yes. No, they had something when we were waiting in line for the obstacle course. They had a video running.
Because I was so bummed that I couldn't, because I went to the Sky Zone.
Yeah.
And I couldn't use that one. I was like, all right, we'll start it here at the foam pit, and then I'm going to go over to that one where they have trampoline walls. And I never got to do the trampoline walls.
Here I go.
I need to go back there because when I what's that place called? Get High?
Get Air.
Ricochet.
Get high.
That's a different part.
Get High are open Monday through Wednesday, noon to midnight. But
Get high.
Because I went there to pick my son up from a birthday party, and I ended up jumping a little bit just, because it was the end of the night. Everybody was kind of getting their shoes on. So I had to.
You went for a jump.
I had to impress the kids.
Gonna go for a quick jump.
Look at this fat guy jump.
Somebody's texting in next mixer, trampoline park.
I think so.
That would be
sorority
cool.
party or something
We can
like
all
that.
leave with sprained ankles and hurt backs.
And another potential to hurt ourselves. I want to have a roller skating party sometime.
Yes.
That's been has to happen.
It has to. Can I wear a helmet though?
Yeah.
All right. You're not gonna make fun of me?
Well, of course I am.
I need like wrist guards.
Casey, I've been when we do the river rink ice skating. Casey always wears a helmet to that, and I just find it funny because it's nothing but kids and one adult skating around with a helmet on.
a roller skate.
An inspiring story from Touchstone.
Oh no!
He wasn't like the other children.
Oh dude!
He was a full-grown man with his own children. The story of Helmet.
With his own children.
We're gonna call you Helmet. I'm got a helmet on because I like to roller skate. Daddy-daughter night. Wait a second, you have children? Dear God.
Dear God.
I just,
You feel safer.
I feel safer. I don't.
I ride a helmet when I ride a bike. I wear a helmet.
I ride a helmet when I wear a bike.
It doesn't go very fast,
That's weird.
but it's totally safe.
Look at this idiot. The other way around. Put the helmet on and ride the bike.
What you riding there?
It's an inspiring story, huh?
Inspiring story of a child who sought to be different. I'm gonna ride my helmet and wear a bike. You're gonna look like a jerk. Yeah, you're gonna look like an idiot.
I don't care.
Hello, this is the Olympic Committee. We're interested in this new sport you've come up with.
Yes, it's time to find out who the biggest dick in the Delaware Valley is. We actually, you know what? I hats off to Casey Boy because it was his idea and to search for the biggest dick in the Delaware Valley. And it's just you're given this name at birth, Richard, and either your parents. Either they thought it would be funny or they don't realize or, you know what I mean?
I want to find out the reasons because I do agree. And listen, technically it's a fine name. However, I know parents go through the arduous process of, okay, what are kids going to do with this?
Right.
What are they going to do with this? And Richard obviously will become Dick.
So, you ready, Dr. Mike?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's bring in the dicks. We're going to start with oh yeah. Got to get a Birdbot update. Marissa was telling us off air, and if you follow the Birdbot Instagram account, you will see that Birdbot had one hell of a day.
Oh my God, it was amazing
yesterday. I didn't see all of it. Marissa, what are some of the highlights? You said that was your favorite Birdbot day so far.
Yeah, so he was picked up by a food truck called Frios. They're like a popsicle truck.
Yes.
We're going to meet those girls later on this morning, but they took him on a full tour. They picked him up on Jewelers Row, and then they went to the Liberty Bell and the Constitution Center, and then they went over to Comcast, where they were having a pep rally on like the front of the building right there.
Right, the big atrium?
Yeah, so like hundreds of people were out there. Everyone was taking photos. He actually just like got his own table. And people started doing that, and he was getting all stickered up over there. And then they made their way out to the Radnor area. So they stopped by. So this is where it gets a little fuzzy because we're just relying on the stories that people tag us in. Mm-hmm. So if they're not in order, it's a little hard to figure it out exactly. But so he stopped at Federal Donuts, the one that's out there. And then he went with somebody to Carol because she wanted to surprise her son in pickup lines.
Oh, my God, that's so great.
So there's a picture in front of him, in front of the big Archbishop Carol sign. And then he made his way over to the Vetri Pizza and Anthropology space where Helen works. And that's where he connected with Helen.
All right. And speaking of Helen, she's on her phone right now. So we're going to go and check in with Birdbot on the road on the way to New Orleans. Helen, are you there?
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
You gotta love that.
Say hi to everybody.
Hey, guys.
You guys barreling down the road in your Escalade, right?
Yeah, so listen, we rode in torrential downpours with lightning that was insanity. But we're past Roanoke, and we're rolling, man.
Yeah, I see that you're in Christiansburg, Virginia, which says it's about 340 miles away, or at least near there. And so, did you clear? At any point we were traveling through any ice or so on and so forth? You said you were going to leave earlier.
We left at midnight. We decided to leave at midnight just so we got out of the weather. It was icing, going out to the turnpike 281. But we got really lucky. God's on our side. I'm telling you guys, you're sharing so much love with us, and we're going to make you proud.
Oh, we have no doubt. We have no doubt.
Helen, who are you traveling with?
So I'm traveling with Denise. Say hi, Denise. Hello, guys.
Hey, Denise.
Hi, go Birds.
Go Birds.
Go Birds. Hi.
All right. So I heard Denise, and what were the other two names? I'm sorry, we were kind of yelling when you said their names.
Marcy and Bill.
Margie and Bill.
Marcy. Marcy and Bill.
All right. Nice. Who's driving at this point?
So Bill's driving. It's just getting late now. We're going to take turns, so I'm probably going to jump in the wheel after I'm done talking to you guys.
What time do you anticipate you'll be rolling into the Big Easy?
7:10.
7:10 tonight. Wow. You guys are thorough. Yeah.
Yeah, we're on a mission. So, guys, the Birdbot is overwhelmed. He slept the whole entire trip. The most amazing day yesterday. The stickers that was put on, the fire department, the Mercedes guys, all of my friends met me at Petrie. It was just so surreal.
Oh, that's cool.
It's just been an adventure already, and we are just starting.
Okay. Yeah, it's just beginning.
Yeah, we're very intrigued. We're following you. You know, we have obviously the Apple AirTags on board to know where you are, but you guys are really making good time and leaving that much earlier. That was a stroke of genius.
Yeah, we actually were looking at ourselves going, Jesus Christ, we're that smart to do this, but we're doing it.
Helen, so are you guys going straight to a hotel when you get there, get settled in, and then get on the move?
We unless you need me to do something, we were going to go to our friend's house that we're staying with and chill out, and then we're ready to do your task, whatever you need us to do.
All right. Well, you know, that's it. Obviously, as we said since the beginning of this, it ends up where it ends up. So a lot of where it ends up, obviously, is going to be where you guys go to. And if you pass it along or whatever happens, we only hope the best for Birdbot and for you guys.
Well, Birdbot is staying with me until I come back from Philly. I already made a promise to Campbell Soup that I would bring him down so everybody can get pictures, and then I'm meeting somebody special, and I will let you guys know that when I talk to you next time.
Okay.
Hey, Helen, I don't know if I've asked you this before. If we have you been to New Orleans before?
So I literally rode through because my kid was playing in Nashville, and then I drove out to Colorado and literally rode through, but did really nothing in New Orleans.
I mean, there's so much to see and do. It's a great city, not just the French Quarter, but I think you're going to have a blast. And there are so many Philadelphians who are already there. You're just going to see one Eagles fan after another.
Well, somehow, some way, over the past 3 days, I have 777 new followers. I'm thinking that this is going to blow our minds, but we're taking Birdbot everywhere. He's going to hang out with Chris Stapleton and Jelly Roll, and we're going to make you guys proud.
Okay. But I feel like I need to voice this. You don't have to bring him home. We wouldn't mind if you passed him along, if you released him to somebody else. Now, we do want him to see and meet Jelly Roll and Chris Stapleton. Right. I don't know when that show is, but, you know, this is a community thing.
You coordinate with everyone else.
When is it, Helen?
It is tomorrow night.
Okay. Well, yeah, after you get that taken care of, you can release him into the wild. It's up to you, okay?
Really?
Yeah.
So, okay.
But other Eagles fans.
So you want me to, is it up to us who we release it to? Or?
Totally.
It's always been. In fact, the fact that it ended up in your hands was purely by the goodwill of the listeners. We had, other than just suggesting, we had no sway over it. So listen, just put it in the right hands. If you feel it's safer with you, but if you have someone who's enthusiastic and you like the cut of their jib, as they say, then pass Birdbot along.
Oh my God, guys, you're amazing. Thank you.
All right, we love you, Helen. We'll talk to you soon, okay? Safe travels.
Love you guys.
All right, there they go. Birdbot on the road. And he is headed to New Orleans, and they'll be there in about 12 hours or so, she said. So
It's pretty amazing.
I love it. While they are on their mission, we have other things to do. So I figured it'd be good to go through a few surveys.
Oh, surveys!
Yes, time for Survey Says. Surveys in a variety of different subjects, and we're going to start with this survey question, which is, and they asked adults, 3,854 U.S. adults, which team do you think will win the Super Bowl this year?
All right. Now, you have an envelope on the console in front of you. A prediction has already been made by one Casey boy.
Yes.
And that'll be opened the day after the Super Bowl.
And actually not a prediction, a premonition.
A premonition.
So it came to him.
It came to him in an actual dream, was it not, Case?
No.
Oh.
A daydream.
A daydream, okay.
No, I was wide awake.
All right.
Oh, I thought, but it wasn't that you sat and analyzed things and said, this is what the score is going to be. This kind of came to you.
Yeah, the two numbers popped up, one number for one team, another number for another team, and I tried to shake that number. I tried to shake that final score.
Couldn't do it?
And couldn't do it.
So that's it. All right, we'll see.
So according to this poll, to this survey, 33% of those polled think that the Chiefs will win. 20% think that the Eagles will win. Mm-hmm. Now, 33% don't care, and 15% aren't sure.
So we're going to win!
So the amount of people that don't care equal the amount of people that believe that the Chiefs will win.
Well, all right, so we are going to claim the don't cares. All right, so now we are at 53%.
So sometimes there are teams that are playing, and whether it be the World Series or it be the Super Bowl or whatever, where the vast majority of the country, you can be dialed in, but you don't care. I think there are elements to this pairing because it's a repeat of a
potential three-peat too.
Exactly, potential three-peat.
Yeah.
You have the Taylor Swift aspect of it as well.
Yeah.
And so all of those things together, I think, are going to give you. They're actually predicting a record viewership for the Super Bowl.
Who would have thought that we would have been saying the Taylor effect?
I know.
The Super Bowl, the Taylor Swift effect for the Super Bowl. Wow.
Has she ever performed at a halftime show?
I don't know.
That's a good question.
I don't think she's ever been the featured performer. I don't know if she's ever shown up in in like a guest role, because they've done that before, but she certainly could.
Oh, my God.
She's got enough material.
Yeah, and did I hear, do they not pay?
They don't.
Yeah, that's what I understand.
The promotional aspect of that impact is so great that they don't pay the artist.
That's why it's always someone that's releasing an album or
exactly, and who's releasing who just didn't just release, but Kendrick Lamar.
Yeah, it was kind of recent.
Yeah, but and won all his awards.
Yeah,
Grammys.
All right, so anyhow, that's what America thinks, according to this poll. Let's get to another one. This is a YouGov survey, and the survey is all about people wearing suits. And
people wearing suits.
A variety of different questions about, who likes wearing suits, who hates wearing suits, how many suits do you have, stuff like that. So they find that 44% of Americans never wear a suit. And more have negative than positive feelings about wearing suits.
I can see that.
45% say they wear suits less frequently now than they did 10 years ago. Only 10% wear them more often, and twice as many Americans would rather wear suits less often than they do than more often.
So when casual wear became more acceptable and more people during the pandemic were working from home and then kind of ported that fashion sense back into work, that's part of the deal. And then on the other hand, Preston, for a lot of people, and we would probably fall into that category, the only times we're wearing suits is weddings and funerals.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
I feel so much better for people like our account executives, our salespeople, because they were always the suits.
Yeah.
Had to wear a suit every day to work. And now they wear nice casual attire. They look more comfortable. I think it's great.
Yeah, but I think if you wear a suit every day, I think you get used to it, and you buy suits that are comfortable for you, that are so. I do understand that because you're thinking about if you had to put a suit on and come sit here,
You'd want to die.
You would hate it.
News
but I think
people.
if you had to do it every single day, you'd get used to it.
I hate suits. I don't even like the way, like a nice fitting suit on me. I don't even like the way it looks.
No?
I don't. I think part of it is about the collar coming all the way up and buttoning. I hate that.
Yeah.
The tie, what's the point of that whole thing?
The thong.
The jacket itself, it only makes you look a little wider, I mean,
You look like Kingpin.
So I never have liked it.
Listen, and Kathy's right. There was a time where I was wearing a suit fairly regularly, and you just get used to it. Given my druthers, would I prefer to be in shorts and a T-shirt like the normal attire here?
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
I mean, and then when you when you wear it every day, you have your comfortable suit, you have your comfortable dress shoes. It wears.
Agreed,
on you.
but I would say this: wearing a suit is also a sign of respect for certain situations.
Yeah.
I wore one 2 Fridays ago. It was at the father-daughter dance. I got the suit at Men's Warehouse. It is comfortable. I'm carrying less weight, so it's not as restrictive and stuff.
Not
but
like a sausage.
Yeah.
It's definitely better when you weigh less.
Yeah.
It's a lot better.
Definitely.
I have a couple of suits, but I end up renting from Ikabuchi.
Really?
Yeah, because I can change up the fashion. I can change up the style. What am I feeling? And I've been rocking a John Wick the past couple times.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, and I'm digging that. Yeah.
I bought a tuxedo a few years ago because we had some events that were like a few of them that were in a row. And I'm like, well, if I keep renting this, I may as well buy one.
Right.
So I bought a tux.
I bought 2 tuxes over the time, which I never wore.
Yeah.
I figured I might as well have 2 ready to go at any time. Never wear them. Nick, one befell your tuxedo issue with the moths.
I had some moths in a closet, and they chewed through a tuxedo that I had packed for our Radio Hall of Fame appearance. That was fun to find that out. But I shared this with you guys on air before, but I bought one last summer, and it was the best suit buying experience I've ever had in my life. It was a suit supply store in King of Prussia. Kathy turned me on to the place. Great service. It looks nice. It feels nice. I will always buy my suits there.
Now, I will give you this. I do like going to the suit store.
Yeah, it was terrific.
They take care of you.
Yeah.
They make you feel pretty.
The whole process of measuring and fitting and stuff like that, it's usually pleasant. Suit salespeople are usually pretty nice.
Ask for Ryan.
All right.
Where?
The suit supply store in King of Prussia.
That's what it's called?
Oh, really?
Yeah. Okay.
It's literally called the suit supply.
Generic,
no, suit supply store.
Just chill out in the front. Ryan!
17% of Americans hate wearing suits. 17% dislike wearing suits. And about 1/3 feel neutral about wearing suits. It's 34%.
Technical term is nooch.
And 17% like it. 8% love wearing suits.
So if you watch earlier James Bond movies, Connery, wherever he was in a suit. It's like, really, he's on the beaches of Jamaica and he's wearing a suit.
Yeah.
I guess if you really have a really well-tailored suit, as you were saying, Kathy, and if maybe that Casey that we talk about, the Ad for the Miracle suit that apparently is as light as can be, well, maybe that's an option. But still, I don't like the process of putting on all that stuff.
Yeah.
Last
year, few Americans were wearing suits frequently. 28% of men and 60% of women say they never wear suits. 46% of men wear a suit once a year. 14%, 46% of men wear a suit once a year. 14% every few years, 12% less often, and among women, 24% wear a suit once a year, and blah, blah, blah.
Do you know why my head hurt with this, though? Because I love wearing occasionally a hoop skirt. And that's very cumbersome.
That is.
Yeah.
You got to plan for that, like the whole night.
The whole thing, yeah. But I want to be the belle of the ball.
All right, so these are suit-wearing stats. Let's go to another survey. So a new YouGov survey explored which demographics are more likely to have one or more spare bedrooms and what the rooms are being used for.
You know what? Initially, when this segment started, we were pointing out how all these stupid surveys come your way. And now I find myself really enjoying the dumber surveys.
Me too.
Like this one speaks to me, and it's incredibly dumb.
All right.
Yeah.
51% of Americans have in their homes at least one unoccupied bedroom.
Yes.
32% of Americans have one unoccupied bedroom, and 16% have two, and 4% have three or more. Wow. Okay. So
Who are they?
Yeah.
the people that
Mansion people.
The people that have a unoccupied bedroom usually live in a single-family detached home. 67% have at least one unoccupied bedroom. Among people who live in apartments, 27% have at least one spare bedroom. When Rochelle and I lived in, started living together,
Right.
that's back when we would sleep in the same bed.
Yes.
Before I started doing mornings, we slept in the same bed. And so we had a 2-bedroom apartment. We had an extra.
Yeah, you had a spare bedroom.
We had a spare bedroom.
Guest bedroom.
That we really, and that's what it was for.
Yeah.
If someone was coming, because we were from out of town, if our family was coming to visit, they would stay in the spare bedroom.
You can use it as a guest bedroom or to cure meat sometimes.
You could do that. So among Americans who live in another type of housing, including mobile homes and townhouses, 39% have at least one unoccupied bedroom.
Yeah, we have one technical guest room with a what do they call it? A trundle bed. So
Yeah.
you can sleep 2 people in it.
Yep.
A grundle bed.
Trundle bed. Yeah, the trundle. We used to have a couple of those. So, what are Americans doing with their surplus bedrooms?
What the hell are they
That's
doing?
part of the survey.
It's got to be like a craft room or something like that. Kathy, do you?
It's my jewelry making room.
Okay.
So that is your spare bed.
Yeah.
You guys have a spare bedroom, and you use that as kind of a workshop.
Do you call it the lab?
Yep. And there was, and I had a second spare bedroom, and that turned into Jace's gaming room.
Okay.
When at my old, like where I grew up, the house that I grew up in, after my sister moved out and everybody moved out, my sister's bedroom ended up basically turning into my mom's Christmas room. And my sister's old dresser turned into like a wrapping station with, it had all the wrapping paper and the bows and the. No, she wasn't like a freestyle rapper.
I'm here to say, yes, that's a great idea.
Yeah, and so, but like it was for her, it was perfect, and like Christmas is my mom's big holiday.
How long did your parents live there after you and your siblings moved out?
Oh, geez. Okay, hang on a second. I don't know. And 2 decades maybe.
Did any of the siblings ever move back home?
Nope.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, because I think at one point when because I moved out for college and then I ended up moving back home for a little bit, and I think my youngest brother moved back home for a little bit too. So my parents just kept their house until that we grew up in until about 2010 before they finally sold and moved.
Yeah, I moved back into my house, Nick, as well, after moving away for a little bit and working, then coming back and for a year or so.
Was the room intact the same way you left it?
Yeah.
Okay.
For the most part.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think that's what we will probably do in my home as well.
So you're not going to convert any of the kids' rooms?
Not immediately.
Okay,
So
yeah.
we got Carter who moved out, and we've kept the bedroom available for him when he comes
What's
back.
the statute of limitations before
I don't know.
he
We haven't
loses
talked.
it?
We haven't talked about.
I mean,
that
because
yet.
honestly, you could maximize that space for sweatshops.
Yeah,
He
but
could.
he's still in college, right? So
Yeah.
I know that he's living in an apartment,
Right.
which is different than living in a dorm. But
Yes.
like, I still look at it like
he's not gone fully.
He's not gone. Yeah.
Yeah. But there comes a time where it'll be like, time's up, Gary.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Well, that's where you move and don't tell them.
So 31% use what they consider their first unoccupied bedroom as a guest room. 18% use it as storage. Another 18% use it as a home office, and 8% use it for hobbies. 7% use the bedroom as for someone who currently lives elsewhere.
A captive.
And fewer than 5% use it any other purpose. And among people who have the second unoccupied bedroom, they most likely use it as a guest room.
When we moved into our house currently, about 9 years ago, I've been to too many houses where people had 1 or 2 rooms where there were boxes of stuff from a move that they never opened up. So I wanted the house to be used fully. And so that's been the goal. So in our guest room, Preston, it is also an office, and it is also a hobby room for some of my stuff.
Okay.
So it works on all 3 levels.
Stevie jokingly mentioned moving and not telling them your kids. That actually happened to my son's rugby coach. A really, really interesting guy. But he said that his parents they moved a lot, like way more than
And they didn't tell the kids?
Yeah, but
they just come home?
one time
They came home from school?
and I don't remember the full story, but I believe he was away at college,
That's hilarious.
and they moved.
Who are you?
And they didn't tell him.
The key's not working at the door, Ma.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. So I have another survey. And this one is about the acceptability of potential contentious behaviors by airline passengers. So in-flight etiquette.
Okay, this is a hot topic right now.
This survey is all about, and they found that there is an agreement on many but not all aspects of in-flight etiquette. The most divisive behaviors, one that about as many Americans say are acceptable as unacceptable for passengers to do, include making a phone call, bringing a small dog on board, unbuckling their seatbelt when the seatbelt light is on, and leaving their overhead light on when the cabin lights are switched off.
What about in-seat defecation?
They didn't indicate that.
All right.
The only thing I sort of disagree with is the light. Like if you want to have your light on, you can have your light on.
There's, it's amazing how people can't read the room sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is something over which you have sway. If it's the nighttime, if people are trying to sleep, and you're not reading or anything, certainly this is someone's right, but it would be nice to shut it off in deference to the people around you.
Yeah.
So those little things, the ability to read the context of where you're sitting and what people are doing. And you try to be accommodating.
I was taking a flight one time. I was by myself. I was meeting my family. I was flying to L.A., and it was in the daytime. I forgot what time of day it was. But anyhow, everybody closed the windows.
Yeah.
And were like napping and stuff. But I'm like, I like looking out the window.
I like looking out the window
and so
too, man.
I'm sitting at the window, and I left it open.
Yeah.
And the plane was pitch dark outside of that. I was the only one that had my window open, but I'm like, it's daytime. I like looking at the topography, and I'm going to leave my
You
window
are well
open.
within your rights to do that.
Sometimes they'll announce it. They'll say, please
They
close
do.
your windows.
Yeah.
And that's where you, no,
No.
I like a window.
My favorite show's on.
I could see a mountain. I pooped in my seat.
You do see videos of people like freaking out because the person in front of them's seat is reclined.
Did you see the one this week that was making the rounds where the one lady was sitting behind and she was shutting the tray?
Yeah.
And so sometimes, Casey, when I see those, I can't tell if they're fake or not. Like if they're being staged.
There's so
whatever.
many that are fake right now because they're capitalizing on that.
Those of you who have an issue with the person in front of you reclining their seat, you can F right off. Screw you. I am a hardliner on this. That is a feature of the actual seat.
Oh, the go back?
Yes.
Yes.
It is a feature of the seat that I paid for, and God damn it, I'm going to use
So
it.
if I'm reading you correctly, you're on the fence.
I'm on the fence.
I don't use it, though, for that reason.
The moment the wheels leave the ground, I recline.
Here's the deal.
Immediately.
Agreed. If it is a function of the seat and you're not taking out a ratchet wrench and making it go back further than it does, that is something you're allowed to do. I would say during mealtime and things like that, you kind of keep an eye on if you're jutting out too much. I try to, but if it is, understand that is part of the seat. So, yes, just like you have a shade next to your seat if you're a window seat person, and you have a light over that you're allowed to use. If it's a function of the plane, you should be able to do it.
We talked yesterday with Mike and Alex about, being able to travel together. I am complete opposite of you guys, so I will not put my seat back. I would like to, but I feel like you get that reaction when you put your seat back. And if somebody puts their seat back, on me, I'm just like, oh, I got one of the people to put their seat back. But listen, it is a function. I'm okay with it. The window, you would drive me nuts, Preston. If you're not staring out the window the entire time,
I am.
You should shut it.
I am. I'm staring out like pretty much. It just depends on how long the flight is. I love it. I absolutely love it. I do have a question about the armrest though, because all right, so I'm a window seat guy, right? And so I definitely get let's say I'm sitting on the windows on my right.
You get the one by the window.
I get the one but does the person in the middle, because the guy in the aisle gets the one on the aisle. So
I think the person in the middle, because they're sitting in the middle, gets both.
They get both. Okay,
I think it's a trade-off.
I think that's a fair trade-off. Yeah.
So I am a little broader.
Yes.
And I will sit with my arms out of deference to people.
Mm-hmm.
I'll kind of just fold them down, or I have like a little hugging pillow, or I often keep a dwarf in my lap.
Oh, that's cute.
But it's that's part of the deal. Again, I think so much of this is this in-flight antagonism is because people just don't give and take a little bit.
What's the longest flight you guys have ever taken?
Probably to like a 5-hour flight to Los Angeles.
London.
No, I'm sorry, London. Yeah. Was that 8 hours?
No, Hawaii.
Hawaii, yeah, but I've usually stopped in L.A., and then I've never taken a direct flight from here to Hawaii.
I think the flight from here to London is a little faster than the flight from London back. I think the London back is like 7.5 or 8 or whatever.
Right.
I'm going to Italy in March.
Is that direct?
I think yes. I think it's direct from Newark.
Okay.
My dad flew to Singapore one time.
Oh, my
That's
goodness.
a long, it's like a 14-hour flight.
Oh, my goodness.
Did you get one of those crazy rich Asian?
Of course. No. God, no.
Yeah, I have a friend who used to have to travel to. I think she had to go to Hong Kong a lot, and like some of those 24-hour flights, and you're just
So
on
listen,
there.
yes. Again, I think just be aware of people around you and try to be courteous, and it'd be a lot easier. But some people just the thing I can't stand is people put their feet up on the bulkhead. It's like next to you've seen that, right? Where the foot is sticking past your chair level. Yeah, and you see videos of it all the time. It's like,
Wait, where the foot is what now?
Person sitting behind you puts their feet up on the bulkhead, right? Between.
How can somebody be behind you if there's a bulkhead? The bulkhead's right in front of you.
Well, what is the fuselage of the jet?
Okay.
Is that a bulkhead?
No, that's that's the side. You mean
the
right?
side thing?
Yeah. Okay.
The technical term,
The
we'll call
wall,
it the side
whatever you
thing.
wanna
Yeah, the
call
wall. And they put their foot up on that, and it's sticking between the chair. You've seen these videos.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of that.
No, that's
so because
you're encroaching on somebody else's territory.
the foot is past the suggested. Like I'm very much into little spaces and lines. Like that. Don't laugh.
No. I get
those
it.
toes have encroached into my.
I agree.
Into my happy zone.
It's in your zone.
Yes.
Yeah,
it is in my zone of comfort.
Steve, I think you are at that point allowed to smash
cut the toes.
No, to smash with your fist. Just smash it as hard as you can.
First, you start with this little piggy. Yeah. All right, you play that little game.
Yeah. This little pig.
And see what happens.
Yeah, that's why I keep a walnut cracker in my.
So, according to this survey, there's widespread agreement against lots of plane behavior. At least 80% of Americans agree that it is unacceptable for commercial airline passengers to do the following. Okay, let your children play in the aisle, get drunk.
Your kid should never be drunk.
Leave your seat during turbulence.
Oh yeah,
I have seen people do that before, and I'm like,
I've seen
good
them,
luck, bud.
I've seen them pay for it. Yeah. I saw somebody rocket off. Okay, now what do they call the top of the plane, Preston? Inside, the top,
the roof,
the top part,
the ceiling.
The ceiling,
the ceiling.
Yeah.
Thank you. And to watch a movie or show without headphones. Other common pet peeves include other passengers leaving behind trash in the seatbelt pocket, using both armrests, eating strong-smelling food,
yes,
and exiting the plane before the people in the row in front of them.
To me, that has happened a number of times. I flew all the time when I was doing stand-up comedy. And this is years ago because we were on biplanes. But people would bring on the most pungent stuff in an enclosed airplane. It's obnoxious.
It's so funny. The people are so just in a rush to get on the plane, So when God. People will, we're boarding, 1 through 3 now, and you got 5 waiting there. Why do you want to just sit there and wait and wait and wait?
It's for baggage.
Yeah, I get that too.
Yeah, I know.
And we talked about the process of now, and what is the airline press that you reported on, or at least a couple of them are doing the shaming of people who are not in a particular zone. They get up,
Southwest?
Do you remember the story? It was reported on. They're going to, like a bell will go off or a light if someone has gone on or is attempting to board outside their section. And I forget the airline.
Yeah. The whole getting on early thing is mainly for baggage space, I personally think. And by the way, if you check at the kiosk right there as you're going in, your bag is usually right there when you get off, isn't it? I mean, if they check it at the last second,
it's supposed to be the case.
Yeah, unless you're flying into Philadelphia, in which case it could be anywhere in the airport or
the baggage plane,
the country.
What about the baggage plane?
Yeah. All right, one last thing. So, majorities of Americans are okay with many other airplane actions by passengers. Using a laptop on the tray table, waking up a seatmate to use the bathroom, and pushing a flight attendant call button to request refreshments. You're not supposed to do that.
No, you're not?
Not for refreshments.
I mean, I don't. Okay.
At least say each of the following is acceptable for passengers to do as well. Close the window during takeoff or landing, reclining their seat, putting small items in the overhead compartment on a full flight, and asking to switch seats with another passenger.
Wait, you're supposed to close your window for takeoffs?
Yeah.
Well, they're
Sometimes.
permanently closed.
Well, the window shade.
Yeah, they usually have to
Sometimes
announce it.
upon landing, they'll ask you to open it. I have heard that.
Because you're not going to want to miss this.
Yeah.
That's the best
We have
part.
massive wind shear, folks. You're not going to want to miss this.
That is the best part of flying. If you're a window guy like me and Preston are.
Yeah, coming in for a landing.
Yeah, and taking off.
You know,
Yeah.
I used to be a window guy when I was more cavalier, and I was more in my youth when I was a
Footloose and fancy
a loose
free.
cannon.
Yeah. You've
But
learned.
the aisle for
You've
me is
grown.
everything. And Kathy, we're aisle people, right?
Yeah, I am aisle. Listen, as a kid, I loved the window, but
Yeah.
aisle, I want to be able to stand up, sit down, turn around.
And go to the bathroom without
Go to the bathroom,
without
whatever.
hurdling the other people.
What I love about sitting by the window is from time to time is seeing another plane. Close.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
come way closer than you think they do. Yes.
Wait, Steve, where were we? So Steve and I are aisle people.
Yeah.
Where were we going or coming from? I sat down. I was in the aisle. I don't normally do this. I talk about you guys in the window, and I'm about to tell this story. I sat down in the aisle seat. I was exhausted. I put a face mask on, and I was out for the entire flight. And I woke up, and Steve was like, got a nice nap in there. And I'm like, oh my God, the poor people next to me probably were dying to go to the bathroom or needed a drink or I don't know.
She was asleep for the entire flight.
Where were we?
I forget where it was. I might have been down to Florida.
Maybe
yeah,
it
yeah.
was Florida. I don't
for
know,
spring
but
training. But now,
was
mind
out
you,
for the entire-
that's a shorter flight.
It is,
But I think
still.
when I was on the flight, when we were coming back from Germany, and I told you that I had a phase 6 transatlantic situation going on, and I visited that bathroom about 180 times. So that would have been a nightmare if I was in the window.
If I had to go, Kath, I would have woken you up.
Yeah, I hope
really.
they
Wake up!
I hope they would have. I did feel bad afterwards.
I can't do aisle simply because of leaning. I feel like I get bumped by people going by in the aisle, and when I want to take a nap or whatever, if you're on the window, you can lean to your left or to your right, depending on where the window is, of course. And I like looking out the window.
Yeah, I like to lay my head on the wall if I'm going to rest.
And I'll go to the bathroom right before I get on the plane so that I don't have to go to the bathroom at all.
Me too. I also stretch right before I get on the plane.
Do you?
Yeah.
So here's the deal. If you miss out on and something Kathy and I enjoy, casually tripping people.
You get that option in the aisle. Yeah. Okay.
And to watch, I'm in a
Have
good
as they
spot.
fall.
No,
Yeah.
no, but I will watch the people that pass me, specifically the flight attendants. I like to see what they're doing, who they're talking about.
This is another good thing is people getting on the flight. You depending on if they look nervous, you respond by crossing yourself furiously and oh my god.
Kat, the last time I sat in the aisle, I think the flight attendant's hiney was wider than the aisle. It was ridiculous.
In your head.
Yes.
Look at her hiney.
Hitting everybody walking down.
Yes.
Wow. All right. Well, anyhow, these were some of the flight etiquette
was a good one.
survey results that we thought we would share with you this morning. We do need to take a break. We have a lot of things that are going on this morning. And one of them is the fact that our friends at Piccalilli are here. Do we have giveaways?
We do. We have $50 gift cards for Piccalilli. If you need any sort of copy for what they're promoting, you can look up there.
Oh, thank you, Casey. All right, so we're going to give away a $50 gift card to caller number 13 at 215-263 WMMR for Piccalilli Inn, 206, Route 206 in Chemung, New Jersey, or piccalilli.com. And they have game day catering, ready to go pick packs. And you can get 30 tails or ears for just $59. So visit them and order now. But we'll take that 13th caller. We're set. Yeah, we're going to break, come back into the B file. After that, one of our favorite people, Adam Ferrara, is going to be in the studio. The Hooters will be here to sing their version of the Eagles fight song.
Yes.
And then we're also going to go live to New Orleans this morning with Andrew Salcunis from our sister station 97.5 The Fanatics. We got a lot to get to. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve.
Longest first. Dear God.
Yes. Now we're talking.
He is huge. All right, so we've kept these guys separated. Do you still get Snickers at your name?
My freshman year in college, we were getting drunk, coming down the steps, and some guy was coming up with his girlfriend. So he yells with his girlfriend. He goes, "Yo, big dick." I never heard it before. I grabbed him, threw him up against the railing, and I said, yo, I thought I told you not to tell nobody.
That's good. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. So Dick is here for the length, the height version. So we're going to measure your height. How tall does that thing go, Dr. Mike? Is it over 7 feet? All right, let's bring in the next Dick. We have a very big Dick coming in here.
Yes.
This is Dick Super. Dick Super.
Yes.
How you doing, man?
Super Dick in the house.
Nice. See, I told you guys I had a friend named in high school. His name was Dave Super. His dad's name was Dick.
Oh, you're right. That is actually a great name.
Come on, Super. I mean, it's been the best.
It could be great for you.
Where are you from, by the way?
South Jersey.
So let's measure you, and let's see how you stack up against the other Dick. You're going to get some extra because of that hair of yours.
Yeah.
He's a hairy Dick.
Well,
man.
the level will come down right on the...
These sticks are so long, I have to get on a stool.
I noticed.
It's unbelievable.
I'll tell you what, this might be the best looking Dick we have in the studio all day.
It's a good looking Dick?
Yeah.
Marissa, bring in the next Dick, please. This is Dick Steinbeiser.
Dick Steinbeiser.
And it's another biggie, man. Where are you from, sir?
Harleysville.
You haven't seen this guy around town?
I haven't seen that Dick anywhere. Not anywhere in Harleysville. And there's a lot of Dicks in Harleysville.
There are.
Let's get the official number. We're gonna measure you, but we will not reveal. We're not going to reveal what that is until we get all 5 of you measured. So right now we're going for the length.
This Dick has a shaved head, basically. So
bald Dick. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, well, listen, thank you very much, Richard. We appreciate you can have a seat over here, and we'll get the final results in a moment. Richard or Dick Steinbeiser.
It's a smart Dick.
And after Kathy's getting in on it.
See, the one who hates this stuff is now participating.
Please, this is Dick Scholl.
Wow, another.
Yeah, another big one.
Yes.
So we've been asking some questions amongst you Dicks. Does anybody ever call you Dick, or have they throughout your life?
My older brother kept trying to get my oldest nephew to call me Uncle Dick for the first years of my life. Yeah. That didn't happen, but what did happen, fortunately for him, is that my nephew couldn't pronounce rich, and it came out with a B sound.
He called you bitch?
Yep. That was Uncle Bitch.
Uncle Bitch. All right, Dick, let's get you on the measuring device here.
All right.
And we'll get the official number.
All right, this one went a little faster than the last few measurements. Mike got this one down fast.
Yeah, quick Dick.
Bring in the final Dick, please.
Another biggie.
Wow. Tell us about your life with the name Richard and being interchangeable with Dick.
It is pretty lackluster, I would probably say. I only really got it in high school. You know, kids on like my sports teams would be like, "Oh, we call you Big Dick now." And
Big Dick's actually, if you're on a team,
right?
It's pretty cool.
It's intimidating, and it's got a little,
it's got a little panache to it.
Absolutely.
I like it. All right, well, let's get you up on the measuring device and let's take a look. By the way, I love all our Dicks.
They're excellent.
They're all great guys.
You guys a big Foo Fighters fans? Got a Foo Fighters shirt on? I'm enjoying the Dick Dale.
Thank you, Dick Dale, and we played Moby Dick, and Dr. Mike just
nearly
fell
bought it.
off the chair. Are you okay, Dr. Mike?
Noted TV personality Dr. Mike died in a bizarre dick measuring accident.
Tell you, Preston, in 25 years of practice, these are some of the biggest dicks I've ever seen.
Of course. You're a medical man. You're a man of science.
It's a miracle of nature.
Yes.
All right, so please, if you could, first give us the number and the name of who our biggest dick in the Delaware Valley is, Nick.
At a whopping 82.5 inches, that's 6 feet, 10.5 inches tall. The biggest dick in the Delaware Valley by length. Our first dick in the studio, Dick Barrett, everybody! Congratulations, Dick!
Come on over here, Dick Barrett.
Get over there. Come on.
6'10" and a half.
Big old dick.
Nick, did you say 6'10" and a half?
I sure did, Preston.
Damn, man.
Almost 7 feet tall.
The moment when you walked in, I'm like, that's a huge dick.
But yet, when the other guys are coming in, I'm like, I'm wondering. You know, I'll be curious to hear the other numbers. But yeah, you are a big dick.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right, so we got length out of the way. Time to get to girth. Let's bring in the biggies. We're going to do our first contestant for the biggest dick in the Delaware Valley. Please welcome Dick Zaleski.
Dick Zaleski. Dick, how are you?
You know, your history with the name, and a lot of guys got it in high school.
I had like one guy that thought he was funny in high school that would be like, Rick the Dick.
Yeah.
but I actually got it from my friends later on. That I'm kind of a jerk sometimes.
Okay, so you're sort of a
they'd
cut
be
up.
like Rick the Dick, and so
Dick Zaleski, let's get you on the scale here. We're not going to reveal the number at all until we have weighed everyone, and then we will find out who the biggest dick in the Delaware Valley is by girth. By the way, yes, everyone will be even if your name is Rick, you're going by Dick today.
That's fine.
All right, thanks, man. Have a seat. We'll find out how you do. Thanks for being
Big
here
guy.
this morning. Bring in our next Dick. This is Dick L. Coogan.
Yes.
Who we welcome. Coming over here to Nick. Has Dick been a joke from time to time for you, or do people actually call you that?
No, I basically come from a long line of Dicks.
Oh, you do?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Are you Dick? Are you Little Dick or Dick Jr.?
I'm Dick the Third, actually.
Dick the Third.
Yeah, so my grandfather, my father, my son.
All right, well, let's have you jump on the scale here. Dr. Mike is going to do the official measuring.
While we have a second, I'd like to apologize to the two Dick Siemens who wanted to come in because they really wanted to be a part of this contest.
Yeah.
But we had enough Dicks, and these guys just didn't qualify to be the biggest Dicks in the Delaware Valley. But thank you guys for submitting.
We had to cut.
It was father and son named Dick Seaman.
Thank you for coming in this morning. We'll find out if you end up being our winner. As he grabs a seat, that's Dick L. Coogan, by the way. The next Dick, let's welcome Dick Mayberry to the studio. Mr. Mayberry is coming over here. Is there any history of Dicks in your family?
Yeah, I'm the third.
Okay.
My grandfather went by Dick.
Do you get any?
Dicks on the dance floor.
As far as Mayberry, your last name, you get any Andy Griffith throwbacks from that?
No, Dick maybe Harry. I had.
Dick maybe Harry.
I like it. Get on the scale, man. Let's see what you come in at. Dick Mayberry. All right.
I want 6 dicks, man.
I was saying sticks.
Sure you were.
Sticks. Let's bring in the next Dick. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Dick Schmidt. And we welcome in. Any other Dicks in your family?
My father. My father was another big. He was another big Dick.
Another big Dick.
Yeah, about the same size as me.
All right, so we are doing the official measuring. Dr. Mike's going to get his number. He's waiting for the scale to settle. And when he settles on a number, he's got it. You can step back off of there, Dick. And let me see. Who else we have?
Take a look at my face, Dick.
Well, let's bring in Dick Belcastro, our last Dick that we have. Come right over here to Nick, if you would, please. Anybody in your family call you Dick?
Not generally, no. My granddad went by Dick.
Okay.
Dad was Richard. I'm Richard. My brother's Peter.
Peter. There's clearly something going on.
Let's get you on the scale. Let's weigh you. Turn around. Dr. Micah's going to get a number. He's
Here we are. Step up.
All right. So how we doing,
Nick?
We've crunched the numbers over here in the entertainment division, and
you can announce our winner, Nick. Give us the number and then our winner, if you would, please, for the biggest girth amongst our Dicks.
Biggest Dick in the Delaware Valley girth division goes to Dick number 2, Richard Zaleski.
Oh, you're kidding me!
The biggest Dick. 397.6 pounds.
397.
Nearly 400 pounds a dick.
Actually, he was Dick number 1 I have here on our list, which means both of our first Dicks are our winners. Richard Zaleski, right?
Yes, I'm sorry. He was number 2 on my list, number 1 in the contest.
And
You're right,
number
Preston.
1 in your hearts, ladies and gentlemen. Dick Zaleski.
Yeah.
Police said 2 drivers on 95 were involved in a road rage incident that ended in gunfire Monday evening. It happened just before 5 o'clock while the 2 cars were exiting the highway on Route 413 in Bristol Township. The victim's car had 2 bullet holes from a .45 caliber semi-automatic handgun. Police said a man pulled up to the victim's car, told him to lower the window, and when he did, the man pointed a gun into the car.
Let's go.
I bet the shooter was from Delco, though. I mean, we'll see when they get him. We'll find out. One shot pierced the right rear quarter panel of the 2011 silver Hyundai Accent. A second bullet was lodged in the top of the passenger side door, where police said the metal and rubber trim stopped the round from hitting the person in the passenger
So
seat.
it wasn't shooting at the car, shooting at the person in the car.
Police said the driver was aggressive in the moments prior to the shooting. He kept flashing his high beams, and he followed the victim off of the highway, pacing the car, and then stopped at the traffic light with the victim.
Roll down your window. I want to shoot you.
Yeah. Hey, I have a completely unrelated question, Steve, because just now when you said roll down your window, I want to shoot you, you gestured like this.
Right, yeah.
You took his index finger and did a circling motion.
Still do,
You think young people know what that means?
Probably not.
Let me go to Marissa. Hi.
Right, it's so
Does
funny.
that mean roll your window down to them?
I don't know, but last last year, do you guys remember when we talked to Kate Beckinsale? This is like a total stretch. We talked to Kate Beckinsale, and it was the day that Joel Embiid had tweeted at her like the day before.
Yeah.
Or Instagrammed at her. I pull up on like 19th and Arch, and Joel Embiid is next to me that afternoon. And I look at him, and I like go wide-eyed, and I go, oh my God, roll down your window. And I'm doing the rolling motion, and he looks at me, and he had no idea what I was talking about. He's
Well,
like,
actually, that looks a little bit like manual stimulation.
Marissa, but you had your fist like this doing that.
I'm going to take care of you sexually.
Yes.
Usually people go like this.
Right, roll
with
down
your
your
index finger.
No.
It's like this?
It's like,
It's
no,
like-
not like this.
Wait, I'm sorry. It's like,
Preston.
That means roll your window.
Roll down your window.
Nothing to do with your mouth.
Wait, Preston. Preston. Roll down your window. Turn around and show
you'd have to be watching our studio cams right now to get it. Yeah.
Roll down your window.
You guys are so inappropriate right now.
Casey's grabbing his ankles. He has his legs up in the air.
Roll down your window.
You need a whole fist rolled
Or
down
this.
the window, guys.
Roll down your
Hey, guys. Hang on a second. Let me get
I didn't understand. I wanted you to roll down your window.
Oh, there's a Daily Rush video right there.
Where's the dildo? You can smack that on your face. Roll down the window.
Sorry, Marissa.
So he didn't get that?
I think I eventually put down the window a little bit, and I told him, and he kind of gave me a smile and sped away.
Cars, this, if you go like this, a button pushing thing.
Yeah, no one's going to know what that is. Roll down your window.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay, sorry about that.
Okay. All right. Moving along.
Arm vaginas.
What does that mean?
Okay.
God, they finally did this.
There has been a slow but steady rise of removal surgery for arm vaginas.
So are they making arm vaginas for replacement vaginas?
No.
How exactly does this work?
This is actually armpit folds within where people have these issues, and they call it the arm vagina.
Oh, I never.
Yep.
I didn't know that's what it was called.
Yeah.
So explain them a little bit of the laws here.
It's like arm fat. It's like armpit fat that hangs over when you wear like a tube top.
Oh, that looks like a
camel toe. Looks like a camel toe, right?
Just extra like fat and skin. It's not.
There are some though that happen to fall into a very vagina-esque looking flap, and those are the ones you got to correct early.
You got to get rid of that.
You got to get rid of those early. Other ones just look like, hey, they're a little roll of fat and little, popping fresh, but you never would do that to an arm vagina.
The vagina flap. The surgeries performed vary
It
depending.
sounds like a bad 50s dance. Everybody's doing the vagina flap now. Come on, baby, do the vagina flap now. Swing your big arms like you have two vaginas.
Come on, baby, do the vagina flap now.
A little bit of lotion and he'll come right there.
Come up. Oh, well, we're done singing?
No, if you want to sing.
I can't get that eye. Yeah.
The surgeries performed vary depending on the cause and extent of an arm vagina.
When they have those drastic weight losses and people, I don't honestly know surgically how they can remove that without it killing the person. You see, like, there was one guy who had it looked like he was melting how loose his skin was. If they talk about a tummy tuck as being invasive, how the hell do you do that?
They also use mini liposuction and the removal of excess skin. They are popular non-surgical.
WMMR.
Thanks, Kath. About an hour from now, the Hooters are stopping by, and they are part of our Pep Rally concert series. Rob, Eric, and Dave will be here to perform their Hooterized version of the Eagles fight song. I watched a video of Lizzie Hale yesterday singing it.
I did too, like 9 times.
It was excellent.
The response online of that clip, and everyone who heard it and heard her performance just loved it.
So we get another great one today that's coming up in a little while. And then, I don't know where this came from. This is just sitting next to me. Case, did this come from you? Or
our friend Trish.
All right, so this is fun. All right, if you're going to New Orleans this weekend, Swing by Primo Hoagies on Oak Street, which is only 10 minutes from the Superdome, for the ultimate game day fuel. And here's the kicker. If you have Birdbot and you're the first person to take a picture with it at Primo and post it on their Instagram, you get free hoagies for a year.
What? That's insane.
So it's one Primo size hoagie. That's one of their big ones.
Yeah.
A week for a year. That's insane.
The question is, do you have to go to the New Orleans location?
Yeah, you have to go to that one.
Okay.
That's why I said it's on Oak Street. It's the Primo Hoagies on Oak Street, 10 minutes from the Superdome.
What I'm saying is...
to get
collect
them for
them.
No, I don't think so. I don't think, no. That's going to be cost prohibitive. All right, so I've thrown it out there. This is from our friends, great friends of Primo Hoagies. If you're going there and you have Birdbot and you're the first one to take Birdbot and take a photo at the Primo Hoagies on Oak Street, and you post it on their Instagram, they will give you free hoagies for a year. That's out of control. I love it.
You get the feeling that Birdbot's getting more perks than we get?
Yeah.
Way more.
Yeah.
Way more perks. Absolutely. People love Birdbot.
I'm eating the hell out of some piccolo.
That's
again.
true.
That's a pretty
That's
good
true.
perk.
All right. Our next guest is going to be in the studio standing by, so I wanted to do the Bizarre File. Let's get it going.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Family and Company Jewelers. You can get her the perfect gift. Valentine's Day made easy at South Jersey's Diamond Destination, Family and Company Jewelers. Shop online at familyjewelers.com. All right, in a truly strange turn of events, a man in India got into an unusual argument with his brother over their father's funeral. The older brother, who was drunk at the time, demanded to have half of his father's body, making the situation even more absurd.
You don't routinely split the body with people attending a funeral?
This all began when 84-year-old Dayani Singh Ghosh passed away after a prolonged illness. His younger son, Dajraj, had been taking care of him during his final days and was prepared to carry out his last rites. However, when Kishan arrived, the situation quickly spiraled into an argument. Sibling disagreements over final rites of a deceased parent are not uncommon. It's a well-known source of tension in many families. Who gets to perform the rituals, light the pyre, or even lead the prayers.
Yeah.
However, Kishan's demand was out of the ordinary. A little tipsy, he insisted the father's body be split in two so that each brother could carry out separate cremations.
Vertically or horizontally?
It didn't indicate. Naturally, this strange demand caught the attention of the villagers, who quickly called the police. When the officers arrived, they found the brothers arguing intensely. Kishan, still drunk, wasn't backing down. It took several hours of negotiations and persuasion by the police, but eventually they managed to convince him
How about a finger?
to leave the scene, and this allowed Dejraj to proceed with the cremation, fulfilling his father's final wishes.
Steve, that was a ridiculous question you just asked, but it was also not so ridiculous.
No, you have to make a decision.
Like, I get the nether regions, and
Right.
you get the head and the heart and all
I
that?
get the ass.
Yeah.
What's this all
You
about?
at least want a piece of the face, and the only way to do that is vertically.
I think vertically would be the way to go. The fair way to go.
Yeah,
Anyhow.
the aesthetically correct way.
Yeah. Thieves have poached about 100,000 eggs from the back of a distribution trailer, authorities in Pennsylvania said. The theft occurred around 8:40 p.m. Saturday.
That was the driver's lunch.
At Pete and Jerry's Organics in Greencastle. The eggs are worth about $40,000.
Yeah, wow.
State police did not have additional details Tuesday and said the incident was under investigation. The egg supplier said in a statement, Pete and Jerry's is aware of a recent incident in Franklin County, Pennsylvania, and we actively are working with law enforcement to investigate. We take this matter seriously and are committed to resolving as quickly as possible. They can't comment at this point. In the last year, the average price of a dozen eggs in the United States jumped 50%. So, Florida, a man in a Dalmatian onesie escaped Florida highway troopers in Pasco County with one hand cuffed after a traffic stop before they caught up with him the following day. He got away for a little while. Florida Highway Patrol say they attempted to pull over a reckless driver, later identified as Dylan Devereaux, just after midnight. The vehicle took off at a high rate of speed, stopping once to drop off a passenger before speeding off again. The vehicle eventually crashed into a tree with Devereaux bailing from the car before troopers tased him to the ground. Troopers say that Devereaux began fighting the troopers in the road, pushing and struggling with him on the ground and attempting to flee. So the suspect got away with one hand cuffed.
It's pretty amazing.
Sprinted towards his residence. A trooper observed him run into the forest and waited for backup. While backup arrived, a canine was deployed, and the dog led law enforcement to the home where they met his girlfriend. The trooper said that she told them she did not want anyone in the home, including her boyfriend, because there are drugs in the home, and she doesn't want to go to jail.
Listen, there are a ton of drugs in here. I don't want any police walking around.
So they got an arrest warrant, and police returned to the home the next morning, detaining Devereaux, and they booked him, and he is in jail.
I mean, could it get any more embarrassing being arrested in a Dalmatian onesie?
Yeah, and there's a picture of him with his hands cupped behind his back in that onesie. It's great. A Minnesota senator is proposing reversing a law put in effect last year that banned the consumption of nuisance beavers in Minnesota.
So you can't eat like a dead roadkill, a beaver roadkill?
Or even one that you trapped yourself. So under state law, homeowners are allowed to trap or kill beavers that are causing damage to their property. However, you are not allowed to poison the animals, and you must notify a conservation officer if you kill a beaver. Beavers can be a nuisance when populations become too large, cutting down trees and flooding areas with dams. The DNR notes that this single beaver can cut down hundreds of trees each year. Minnesota also has beaver trapping season that runs through the winter months. So eating nuisance beavers was legal until the law was changed last year as part of an environmental omnibus bill. Nice beaver. The change was questioned by Senator Steve Green, who couldn't understand it. Senator Fong Hoj indicated that there were concerns about the potential for disease or parasite contraction from eating a rodent and a lack of research on the safety of eating beavers. So Senator Green said, I'm still not sure why it's in the bill.
I've eaten my share of beavers.
He said, I can tell you that even though I personally don't go out and trap beavers to eat them, I have eaten them, and it's pretty good, he said. But it's a rodent, and I have a hard time getting past that. But I don't know a lot of people that do consume beaver, and I think it's a little problematic that we're making it a crime. Responding to questions on how to enforce the law, Senator Hodge said lawmakers would leave it up to residents and the honor system.
Yeah, because how are you going to find out if someone's, your neighbor's going to, no pun intended, rat you out for eating a beaver?
It's worth noting the ban strangely only appears to apply to nuisance beavers. Beavers trapped otherwise are still fair game. So here's the question. What do beavers taste like? YouTube channel Mountain Me Outdoors has a video where he tries a beaver for the first time, seasoned and cooked a tenderloin from a beaver on the grill. The channel creator compared it in look and taste to a beefsteak, while one of his family members described it as really good beef and another family member compared it to venison.
So beaver's good eating?
I guess beaver's good eating.
All right.
Yep. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. Let us take a break. When we return, we are so looking forward to having our next guest in. Our buddy Adam Ferrara is going to be at Helium Comedy Club tonight tonight, tomorrow, and Saturday. So we'll get Adam in. We'll chat. We got a lot to get to, so stay with us. We'll be back in just a moment.
Can you do the gentleman's stitch on those?
Along with injections that are claimed to break down fat.
My chick's arms are so tight. Just saying.
So that's a new one apparently out there. The arm vagina.
My chick's arms are so tight. Just saying.
So that's a new one apparently out there. The arm vagina. This could go along actually with the connoisseur, believe it or not, because this is
the connoisseur. He eats old food. Is this fresh?
No, this is the little known history.
The little known history
of fruit roll-ups.
Oh my gosh.
Oh wow. You guys are all on board now, aren't you?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the first fruit roll-up was created by Ivan the Terrible.
No. But it's older than you think.
Is it older than Jesus?
No. The thin sheets of fruit treats known as fruit roll-ups have been a staple of supermarkets since 1983 when General Mills introduced the snack to satisfy the sweet tooth of kids everywhere. But
1983, so the Civil War had just ended.
Right. No, but the fruit roll-up has an origin that goes much further back, all the way to the turn of the 20th century, believe it or not. The small community of Syrian immigrants in New York in the early 1900s didn't have the packaging or the marketing power of General Mills, but they had the novel idea of offering an apricot-sourced fruit leather that they called Emmerdine.
Did you know that Frederick Douglass invented Razzles?
No. Wow.
Razzles.
All right.
That's the candy that becomes a gum.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you like Razzles?
I do. Yeah. As a kid, I used to like it. I would like, is this Razzle going to be a candy or a gum?
Yeah.
The world was at my feet.
And when it turns into a gum,
too late.
The flavor lasts like
The
10
flavor's
seconds.
pretty much gone.
Right,
yeah. When a trade publication detailed the family's process in the early 1970s, it opened the floodgates for other companies to begin making the distinctive treat. Sunkist was an early player, but when General Mills put their considerable advertising power behind their fruit roll-ups, they became synonymous with the snack.
What's your favorite fruit roll-up flavor?
I always just went for the strawberry, which was kind of the first one that came out.
To me, it sort of tasted like a Twizzler a little bit.
I tried like the healthier version of the fruit roll-up, and Jace was like, I don't like these. Can we get those? And it was,
you
the
don't like
traditional...
Mommy's kale roll-ups?
It was like a little
They're
more...
actually not that bad.
Are they?
Healthier version.
Are they? I've never had them.
But when you have the original, which, is delicious, he knows the difference now.
Yeah.
Joray is still in business, offering kosher roll-ups that rely more heavily on fruit than the more processed commercial version.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Joray is Superman's father, right?
No, that's Jor-El.
Oh.
But I thought you were going to say Geordi, and he's on Star Trek Next Generation. But the companies have one more important thing in common. They both have the sense not to refer their product as fruit leather anymore.
Yeah, fruit leather would not be as tasty.
But I was not aware of the history.
I always thought it was like a sort of chemical thing that they put together in the 80s, and here it's sort of fruit. Parents will be down with this.
Yep.
You've opened up my eyes, historian.
Thank you. Please welcome Mr. Brian Posehn.
Yeah.
To the show.
You were on Big Bang Theory last night, and your character on the show is hilarious. You're a geologist, and
a rock nerd.
A rock nerd, and and I was talking to you off air about that show. And originally when it came on, I was like, I don't know, and then it became clear that there is a strong geek base in the writers' room
for
there,
sure,
because they were getting it all right, and that's what brought me into it.
Yeah, no, there's giant nerds in that writing room.
Right.
For sure. Yeah, there's guys from Futurama and places like that, and they're really smart and very geeky.
Very geeky, and they actually...
The cast isn't.
Really? So nobody on the show...
No,
with
because
all
I've
of
been
that...
there a lot, and like the first couple of times we'd be hanging out, and like there was a comic book store actually on the set.
Yeah.
And I'm, looking at everything in there, and I was asking a couple of the guys, I was like, do you like this stuff? They're like, no, we go to Comic-Con once a year, and that's it. I'm like, oh my God.
They pull it off, though. Who's ever writing again, you say the writers are geeks, so that makes a difference, but... on that comic book set, and much to my wife's chagrin, I will point to things. I have that piece.
Wow.
She's like, oh my God, shut up, nerd.
It's really bad. Yes,
there's a certain way you're supposed to read comics, and I don't know what that is. Are you supposed to look at the picture first? You're supposed to read the dialogue first? Can you do either
I cannot help you.
But I've heard that.
Figure it out.
I've heard that before.
I've never heard that.
Yeah,
it's confusing if you first pick it up, but if you start reading a few titles, about where the panels are and where the word bubbles are.
Oh, right, the way the storytelling.
Yeah, I always find that my eye goes naturally to where it's supposed to go, especially if you're dealing with good writers and good illustrators.
After you read a few,
the normal flow will take you there.
There's some Deadpools I could recommend.
That you wrote.
How many did you write?
45.
Wow.
Yeah.
Your stuff is exceptionally good. I have to tell you, I love what you do with the character, and I know we talked about the first movie, and you were happy with the outcome.
I mean, I keep thinking at some point they're going to use one of our characters, and if they do, a
who would you want
them
to use?
Well, the woman we had in Mary Shiklo, which was, I would think would be a cool wife. It's so nerdy. But
No,
she's the queen of the vampires. And, I just think it would be a good juxtaposition for the character.
It would be very cool, but you know what? And here's the most telling thing is the case can no longer be made that this is just peripheral stuff. This right now, and I mentioned Thor Ragnarok before he came on. This is what is fueling Hollywood.
Oh, yeah.
This is it.
Yeah, there's not a lot of other big movies. All the big movies are geeky movies.
Right.
Yeah, for sure.
And also, the best ones and the most successful ones are the ones that are deeper and have more meaning and that are characters that are well written. And,
Right.
And I was talking with Nick Murphy, who's he's a fellow nerd too. But these universes that exist beyond the movie, the characters that exist beyond the movie, they make the entire movie more compelling.
Right. And then, for me, as I was watching Thor, and they got it so right. Part of my head was exploding because I was like, this is something I've always wanted.
Right.
And no one's ever gotten it right, but these guys are getting it right. Like, whoever's involved at Marvel and,
Well, Kevin Feige?
Yeah, but all the guys. Yeah, Feige.
So
Yeah.
to deal with this, and because we have been through, we're old enough to remember the failed Thor attempt on the Hulk TV series.
Right.
The guy who was basically like a beach bum, with a horrible plastic-looking hammer, and it was just all the failed attempts. Spider-Man basically rappelling down a building.
Right.
This was stuff they could never pull up. Now, not only are they pulling it off right now, they're nailing it to the original imagery that we loved to begin with.
Well, yeah, it had that Jack Kirby feel, and we're making this so geeky.
Well, speaking of geeky,
I love when I do a nerd voice when I'm being nerdy, like I need to.
Your nerd poker. This has gotten such a buzz. Please explain to people what goes on here.
Well, it's just Dungeons and Dragons, but I've always looked at D&D as like it's just a geeky form of poker because for me and my friends, it's more about the hang than it is the actual game. And that's what a lot of D&D nerds don't like my podcast because we play D&D, but we also mess around.
It's light and loose.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of dudes hanging out in a room.
And is it an ongoing story? I'm sorry, because I don't know. So,
yeah.
So when you guys show up every week, it continues from the week prior.
Yeah, and our dungeon master has to remind us because I have a short attention span, and I've smoked some stuff over the years.
Just a bit. Who surprised you? Who's come out of the woodworks as a D&D
Well, we
fan?
had on our show, we had Joe Manganiello on our show, and
that guy's wild.
My wife was like calling all her friends, like, he's in my living room.
He's Sophia Vergara,
come on
Magic
over.
Mike, and True Blood.
Yeah. He's super handsome.
Yeah.
Like me, we're all geeks, and we were all looking at him going, he's dreamy. And then he pulled out his box of figures, and he's more into Dungeons and Dragons than anybody I know, than anybody I've ever played with. Like, and Patton Oswalt used to paint his own figures.
Oh my God!
But Manganiello has like this whole, and they're alphabetized and super like OCD. And geeky.
Did you start making fun of him?
I felt pretty cool. I'm like, look at this geek. I'm kind of the badass in the room.
That's great.
What a nerd.
I don't understand it, and I've tried to play, and I've gotten really pissed off.
I think I'm too stupid. My attention span is
I'm
too
borderline.
Short.
I'm like, I feel like I'm in that room. I'm the dumbest guy in that room. And with my son's 8 years old, and he's not into D&D yet, but he's getting into all the other stuff, Star Wars and comic books, and he's already schooling me. Like, we're talking about Star Wars, and this is something I've liked for 40 years. And he knows more about it already than I do.
Well, he enters into it though with the full catalog ready to go.
Right.
We had to get it through attrition and incrementally.
Right.
And that's
his hard drive hasn't been affected by anything yet.
Right.
You know what I mean?
But
his memory.
He's fully
his memory's
wired.
better.
Yeah, but it's part of the deal. The games are like you see them in the back of the comic book stores and they're playing. I'm like, man, it looks like it's so cool and you can get lost in it, but I can't. I would find myself playing with the figures too much, like the little, that's me. Like I remember the game Mousetrap as a kid. I never played the game. I just played with the Mousetrap.
Nice.
So it's all part of the deal.
Too dumb for Mousetrap.
I was too dumb for Mousetrap. So that shows you why I can't succeed at this. What are the games? What are the things are you into on that level of the D&D? Are you Magic the Gathering as well, or are they two separate camps?
It's not even that. It's like I'm so obsessive that certain things I've stayed away from. Like I never got into World of Warcraft because I just knew my wife would never see me again and probably divorce me. And same thing with Magic the Gathering. I think if I got into it, I would have all the cards and I'd be on eBay buying them in the middle of the night. I got to get the wand of whatever. And, you know.
Yesterday, my wife is going through our closet. She's getting her coat to go outside, and she pulls out. I bought this jacket from the Rocketeer, Kathy, this leather jacket, because I got the helmet. She pulls it out and she goes, "What is this?" And it's those moments.
Well, it goes with the helmet.
It goes with the helmet. That's exactly what I said.
Wives don't understand that.
My son told me last night. He goes, "Dad," he's 17 years old. He goes, "Did you know that there's a rumor that if you stay a virgin until you're 30, you have wizardly powers?"
You're like, no, honey.
It was pretty damn funny.
Wow.
So that maybe they're holding out for that. Some of the geeks.
Maybe it's possible.
Oh,
I never heard that one.
Yeah, I didn't either.
I made it to 21, and now I'm
a little bit of close-up magic.
Yeah, I got pretty close. 7th level mage.
Did you get started in it by just like doing your own little fan fiction just for fun, and then
in comic books?
Yeah. And then start showing it to people, you know?
No, I mean, I got in because I was into it, you know, and I was already a comic, and so I was hanging out with Marvel guys and DC guys at Comic-Con every year, and they just became my friends. And then I did this other thing for Image first with my writing partner he'd grown up working at a comic book store out in Jersey, and when he moved out to L.A., he and I became friends.
Oh, okay.
Jerry Duggan, and we just wrote that book on our own, and then once we did that, Marvel kind of was like, well, you guys know what you're doing. Do you want to write Deadpool? And the way it came up.
You must have crapped yourself when
I did, yeah. But I still had to, like, even though they wanted to give me the job, I still had to prove that I was worthy. Like, so I had to give them, like, the first year of stories. So we had to do work to actually get the gig.
I remember, because they listen, there's the long-standing tradition, and it was very hard to get into that group. I remember the story of a guy who was a writer who ended up writing for Mad Magazine over the year, and that was revered, Mad Magazine. To get in there, it took forever. It was like
3 WMMR.
All right, we'll get a quick Birdbot update. Steve, you've got his location.
So she is just outside Helen, and the Birdbot crew and Birdbot himself are just outside of Wyetheville, Virginia, approximately 390 miles from here. And you can tell where they are because they're surrounded by about 4,500 churches.
Oh, really?
A listener pointed out that they will be driving relatively close to Philadelphia, Tennessee, if they are heading towards Chambersburg, Tennessee. So if they want to make any pit stops, maybe they could swing by Philadelphia, Tennessee on their way down.
But we've determined that there's not really much there, right?
There is, I believe, a subway.
That is the home headquarters of Amazon.
Not an underground mass transit system.
There's a hole.
No, just like an actual Subway sandwich
restaurant.
And they do have a Sunoco there, Kath.
Okay.
That's good.
Yeah.
Well, listen, we're keeping an eye on Birdbot, and obviously the goal is to get him on TV tomorrow morning, Fox 29 down there, and then Helen supposedly is going to take him to hang out with Jelly Roll, and who was the other one?
Chris Stapleton. Yeah.
So we'll see how all that goes and how the rest of the weekend pairs out. But nonetheless, you got stuff to do here in town in Philadelphia, and you should be going to Helium Comedy Club either tonight, tomorrow, or Saturday night, because our very good friend is going to be there, and he's right here in our studio, Adam Ferrara.
So nice to see you guys again. I just found out there's a Philadelphia, Tennessee. I had no idea.
Yeah, apparently there are Philadelphias all over the place.
Really?
Yeah, when the Birds were last in the Super Bowl, Casey took a road trip to Phoenix. And
I remember that. I was texting you. I remember that.
And stopped at a variety of Philadelphias on the way.
Yeah, in fact, Philadelphia, Tennessee was one of the routes that we were looking to take, but it didn't work out, for where we wanted to go, along the way.
It would have been a bit of a detour.
Yeah. The best was the one Philadelphia that we stopped at. I don't know if you guys remember this or not, but it was like, I think it was a postage stamp. That's how big Philadelphia was. And as we were stopping at the Philadelphia sign, this guy comes walking up, and I'm like, oh, God.
That was in Illinois.
That was in Illinois, right? And this guy, I'm like checking. I'm like, does he have a shotgun? Like, what's going on here? Are we on his property? He listens to the show. He knew who we were.
That's great.
It was
That's
insane.
freaky.
Yeah.
That's great.
All your years of traveling out on the road, you must have. I mean, I guarantee you found yourself in some areas where you're like, I'm not getting out of here alive.
This is where the saucers land. I'm getting out of here because some life form's going to look in my ass. And I'm just, no earth time has passed, but my ass is wet and I feel guilty. I'm not living like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I took you guys. I got you at 1.5. You opened up at 1.5. I took the birds because I want to see what you do. Because last time they had to grease the poles, and someone ate horse crap. I saw that video.
Yeah.
And I'm like, all right, if you guys win again, look, I've been drunk and I've been excited, but I never went up to a horse like, you finished with that? I need to celebrate.
And the guy's explanation was that there was a lot of hay and like there was organic matter.
Oh, God.
Not so much.
No
Well,
way.
they're just saying down. Listen, everyone is. Some are cautiously optimistic.
Yeah.
There's a general good vibe, but in New Orleans, they're raising the issue that those old lamp posts and things are not ready for human weight. They're going to topple.
No, they're not ready for anything. The city is underwater. What are you kidding me? The water table, it's below sea level.
Yeah.
They're not ready for anything, especially you guys.
So Adam, you're playing shows in a town that is as hyped up as it can possibly be.
Yeah.
Have you been in this scenario before? Where you've been in a Super Bowl city?
I played the Chicago Improv when the Bulls three-peated.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and I was like, oh, please, flip my car first.
Yeah, right.
And I was at the Comedy Works in Denver, in Larimer Square in Denver, and the Avalanche won. And between shows, we're out there, and they flooded Larimer Square. I mean, it was cops on horseback.
Yeah.
So they had to disperse the crowd. So the second show, I went downstairs because we had the late show, and the crowd is still upstairs. And all of a sudden, I see people just like, I'm doing well, and they start just holding their eyes and laughing, and I'm like, I'm a god. I have to use this power for good. I didn't know they tear gassed everybody to get rid of people, and the tear gas came. We had to evacuate.
You're kidding?
No, I thought this is what kind of comic I am. Look at what I can do to you. Look at the joy I'm bringing.
They're crying with laughter.
Yeah, and I signed canisters at the end.
You impress me as the kind of person who's not going to run towards a crowd of people. No,
No, but believe me, the firemen I played on TV, make believe. They turned off, the fire got turned off.
Right.
Tear gas, that's out of control.
Yeah, tear gas in Denver. So that was wild.
Speaking of you being an actor, Steve was talking off air about you've been popping up in a lot of stuff lately.
Just did. What did you do? You did Elsbeth, right?
Elsbeth, yeah.
Yeah, which I just got turned on to that show. I love it.
First of all, thank you for getting the name right. 20 minutes on the phone with my mother. Because it shoots in the eye. I said, what? Elizabeth, send me a tape, right?
Yeah.
So then she calls my brother. My brother calls me like, are you working with Queen Elizabeth? She's dead. What the hell are you doing? No, never mind. Then my niece texted me, are you on The Crown? So that's the way that worked. So I was shooting that in New York, and I get a text from my buddy. My wife's name is Alex. If Alex needs a place to stay, she can come here. And I'm like, well, we did have a disagreement before I left. I didn't think it was that bad.
Right.
And how the hell do you know? The fires broke out.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I was on set, no clue.
While you're on set,
so I as soon as I called my wife and she was putting stuff, I go, what are you doing? I didn't want to bother you at work, honey. Calling me and saying, where's the extension cord? All right, that's bothering me.
Yeah.
You know, flames marching towards the house is something we need. So she was already.
What was your proximity level to what was around you?
6 blocks.
6 blocks.
Oh man.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm on 17th in Santa Monica. They evacuated from 11 to the ocean.
So you've been out, I assume, since.
Yeah.
So I mean, everyone who has been an on the scene person recounting what they see says, as much as you think it's overwhelming, it doesn't even begin to describe it.
Terrifying. And so I got friends at LA County Fire. So I said, what do we do? We should just get her out now. And she was already packing stuff. Thank God she's smarter than me. She's got like the passports. I didn't think of that. I just get the dogs. So I said, go into my office. Open up the closet. My albums are in there. I'm not taking your albums. I go, no, not all of them. Just find the Parliament Funkadelic Mothership Connection album. Reach in there. There's an envelope. She's like, there's cash in here. Are you gambling? I said, we'll fight later. Paper burns. Get in the car. Get in the car.
I was wondering why you were dancing a little bit when we played the Birdbot jingle because that's Flashlight from
That's Flashlight,
P-Funk.
yeah. I'm a funketeer from way back.
Also,
gentlemen, if I could say something, make my funk to P-Funk because I wants to get funked up.
Oh, yeah. I love it, man.
Adam, my cousin and her husband, they lost their house. They lived in the Palisades, and she was in Santa Monica when the fire started breaking out. And so she was in a building that had a north-facing window. It was a huge pane window. And she said, and they've had evacuations before. They've had fires before. Obviously, she said she's never seen anything like this. The way that the fires moved, like downhill as opposed to going uphill, was something like she'd never seen before. And it all happened so fast.
Yeah.
And so they got their passports. She got her favorite earrings. She got her favorite pillow and blanket, and that was it. And they had no time to go back.
It's a wild thing, too. You're basically asked to sum up the most important things in your life, memory-wise, and in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And, it's something we really don't ponder because we're normally not in a situation like that. Given your druthers, what makes the top 5 besides the
wife, the dog, get her out.
Yeah, yeah.
Wife, the dog, we had a little cash laying around.
Yeah.
That was it. And if something's going to burn, I hope it's the mortgage. I'd like to leave the mortgage out.
What's your most collectible? Because you don't have any. You're not storing any cars. You know what I mean?
I got that old Buick. But
Right.
That I figured I was going to lose, and I got a 1990 LS400.
Okay.
It's the first year Lexus came out with the big sedan.
Yeah.
And I murdered it all out. So it's all black. It's riding on 18s. I didn't cut the springs, so I didn't want to screw up the ride, but I smoked out the windows and I drive around like the Yakuza. I just drive around like Japanese gangsters.
I love that.
So I'm like, I'm going to lose that car. I was like, all right, I'm going to lose. As long as the wife is safe and the dogs are safe. But the thing, this was my wedding ring.
Yeah.
My mother gave my father this ring when they got engaged.
Wow.
So I wear that. When my dad died, I'm like, he ain't gonna need this. So
you're chewing it off his finger.
I'm just chewing it off. I miss you. What's he doing? He's taking shit. Where's he going? Sorry.
Hi now.
Sorry about that. Yeah. So I got that. But like I said, because I went through it, and I'm like, as long as the wife and the dogs are out, everything else can be, what's gonna,
They're just possessions.
Yeah, it's like, I got old tour shirts, I got stuff, I got pictures of me and, I got pictures of me and Buddy Hackett, I got old stuff.
Right.
Rickles, I got all that stuff, but if it goes, it goes.
So obviously you're in proximity and know people, who lost a lot. So
Yeah.
What is the general consensus? Because
General consensus? Put your hand on a button. Here it comes. Okay. Mother.
Are people gonna leave? Are they gonna?
I got a couple of friends that lost their houses, and they says we're gonna rebuild.
Okay.
Okay. It's I got lucky because I called. Like I said, it was 6 blocks from it. So I'm still in New York, and I called my buddy just to go by because once the fires, then you heard about the looting.
Yes.
Because when you're down, they start kicking you.
Yeah.
So I called my buddy, and he lives in a bad neighborhood. And the reason it's a bad neighborhood is because he lives there. So I said, do me a favor, go by my house. Just do a drive by the house.
Yeah.
He goes, I got you, dog. Shh. I heard the gun rack. I'm like, just go by and see stuff. So, he drives by the house, right? And he calls me up. He goes, yeah, it's good, man. You're fine. There's a lot of cops there. I had to get out of there. But there's a lot of cops in the neighborhood. And the National Guard is on San Vicente. San Vicente is the big thoroughfare.
Right.
And above that was the Riviera golf course. And one of the fire guys said, that's what saved me because there's nothing for the fire to eat.
Right.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. There were shots of some houses that had very lush vegetation around, and that holds the water, and that was a firewall.
Yes, that's what. Well, also what happened was we had a lot of rain.
Yeah.
My doors, I got mahogany doors. They're still warped. So that brought the vegetation back quicker, and they didn't do the controlled burns.
Right.
And all of a sudden, here we go.
So the rain came at the wrong time, really. It came before.
We needed after.
Yeah, we needed after.
And we're
or
beholden
during.
to the wind because the wind was. I needed northwest wind.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I'm betting on the wind now. I took the Eagles when it came out at a 1.5. Now I got to bet on the wind.
Man, I want to ask you about the Eagles and the 1.5 because listen, I'm confident in this team, and it is the best team in football.
Right.
But a 1.5 point. I'm like, that is the only thing that gives me pause.
Because?
Right? Because they want us to bet the Birds. You know,
Of course they do.
Yeah,
yeah. Because everyone's going to take Kansas City, so they want you to bet the Birds. And if you win by a field goal, I'm a happy man. I still have a bookie. That's how.
Wow.
You mentioned this.
Yeah, I still have a bookie.
How long is this? Is this one of the classic?
I don't even know if he's a good bookie. He's just the longest relationship I've ever had in my life.
So what is that? What is that process? Does he have sort of clearance to place bets?
What?
Without you confirming, and like
no, because you can bet without money. You can, like
I gotta.
I don't know how it works.
I'll tell you.
Yeah, I'm more into prostitution.
I'm more into prostitution. It's a $500 cap. So
okay,
it's a cap. So if you hit 5, you get paid out. If you lose 5, you pay in. That's
all right.
So everything is it's paper. But I called him. I remember I called him up and I said, "Give me last season." I said, "Give me the Jets and the over." He goes, "Okay, it's 42." I go, "It's 40." What are you doing? I go, "Are you shaving points?" He's like, "Listen, I'm getting older. I don't have any health care. I got to think of my." I said, "What?" I said, "Give me the Vegas line. I'll buy you a tube of Ben Gay, Pete." He's like, "Don't use my name on an open line." I'm like, Pete. He said, "That's our policy." I go, "What? You're a criminal. What policy do you have?"
That's so funny. So, all right. So
that's hilarious.
Your last show is on Saturday at 9. When do you fly home?
On a train.
Okay.
On a train back to, I got my apartment in New York. On a train back to New York because I still got my New York apartment.
Okay.
I got to go see my manager for a minute. A little bit of business. I'll probably end up going to the Comedy Cellar. They got the thing. I'll watch it at the Cellar, or
nice.
Maybe I'll go to my brother's house. But I took an early train down. I took the train down. I love the train.
Yeah.
I took the train down. I was in the quiet car, but I had broccoli. So it was horrendous. Okay.
No.
Yes, it was, and I was going to go. It was horrendous, to the point where someone got up and looked around, so I had to get up and look around because I didn't want to be the one, right? Yeah. And you guys didn't help with the wings. I had the wings this morning. So we get down to Trenton. I get out and the door's open. I walk out. I go, "I think we hit an animal." I go back in. It was terrible.
We were just talking about the etiquette of the passengers on a flight and what you do and whether you put your seat back, whether you the things that you do that can agitate your co-passengers. Mm-hmm. So are you a good traveler when it comes to air travel? No. Are you a demanding passenger?
No, I never do this, but I want to do this when there's crying babies and kids. If you're making an effort,
yes,
that's fine.
That's everything. Then
that's everything. As long as I hear
Agreed.
shh after, if I don't hear shh, I'm getting up. I'm like, "Listen, what a lovely family. Does my family bother yours? No, because yours is bothering me." I didn't say it, especially if my wife is there. I don't. Yeah. There was a woman behind me coming in singing. She had the AirPods saying, I thought there was a special needs child behind me. It was just sounds coming. I said, "Are you kidding me? Are you comforting yourself? Have you suffered a head wound?" It wasn't even, I was like, I don't understand it. That and people that walk around shorts and they take their shoes off and they're, this ain't your living room.
That was one of the big things. And then they'll stick them up on, I guess, the wall of between your, and it's no, can't do that.
I'm like, "Hey, hammer toe, put something on. I'm not looking at this." And I'm a window guy. I'm a window guy because I don't want, you too? I don't want to be beholden to somebody's bladder.
Yeah.
And I want to control the light. Now you will live in darkness because you have offended me.
So Kathy and I are aisle people, formerly window people, because of that.
You.
Yeah.
Me and Casey and Nick are window guys.
I'm a window guy, yeah.
Are you a plane napper?
Oh, I can sleep on a hook. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I've been doing this so long because that's why I'm a window guy. I know I have this puffy jacket that crunches up.
Is that your pillow?
That's my pillow.
You don't have a neck, one of those bizarre.
No, I'm not going to walk around like I was in a traffic accident. They walk through the airport with them on. I'm like,
they do.
Well, I plan on sleeping later. I said, I plan on sitting down. I have a stool strapped to my ass.
That's not comfortable.
No,
I got one to try to use it to sleep.
There's one at Hammaker Schlemmer that looks like a superhero villain with a zipper and the mask.
Yeah.
Have you seen
it looks like the head. Can we? It looks like the head of a gray penis. It looks like an old man. Yep. Now it has two eyes. Like, no, my penis can read.
Have you seen the one that's actually you stick your head? It almost looks like a bizarre trap for animals.
Yeah.
You stick your head in, and you can put your arms in it.
So you put it on the tray in front of you, and you
Right.
like that.
And
yeah.
why don't you just put Eddie from Iron Maiden on there because he's just laying like this. But I can't use a pillow. That's it.
Yeah.
Look at that.
I mean, come
Only
on.
$80, guys.
Yeah, $80, and you look like that.
Here's the
like
scary
you've been
thing.
beheaded.
It's out of stock. We're looking at a thing online. Oh my God.
I can't.
You know what it is? I can't carry any more stuff. I have it down to a science. I'm not checking a bag. I never check.
You don't check. I used to be the guy. It was a point of pride.
Yeah.
That I'm not checking anything, and now I check everything.
I'm not going to give them control. I never checked the bag. Then when I got married, I never not checked the bag until someone stole one of my wife's shoes. I bought her the shoes. What's the shoes with the red bottom?
Oh, yeah. the
Louboutins. Whatever they are. Because Sex in the City.
Yeah.
She couldn't walk into a Walmart. She's got to go to these.
Right. Okay.
Couldn't buy sneakers. This broad.
They took the shoes out of the bag?
So she's got those packed. They took one.
Took one Louboutin?
We're looking for a one-legged guy. Guy with one left leg.
What does that do?
Pisses her off. You know what it did? Made me happy because she's never checked the bag again.
Wow.
Those sons of bitches!
You know, I'm like, all right. I say, I told you. Don't ever check a bag.
I try not to check either, but I hate having too much stuff. Like
Yeah.
if I get to a point where I'm, carrying 2 bags and it's stuffed with my things, forget it. Then I'm checking.
I don't want the review process. I don't want I'm sorry, this is.
Yeah.
I don't want that. So, and besides that, it doesn't matter. We're all gonna get there in a couple extra minutes, and my record is good for not having luggage lost. So I go with it.
Yeah,
I check it.
I'm not checking. I don't want to wait. I don't want to wait.
Yeah.
I don't want to give anybody power. That's it. I know if it don't fit in this bag, forget it. I've gone to place, got to buy underwear. Why? No room in the bag. That's why winter had to pack this, no room. So I would land in a city and go buy underwear.
The most, now he's out of his mind, and we now know a convicted sex felon, but Ron Jeremy, who used to be on the show.
I'm stunned.
Yeah. He would come literally to the show with his luggage, which was like a CVS bag with some shirts and stuff and mouthwash. That was his luggage.
Go anywhere luggage?
Go anywhere luggage. It was crazy.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's the least of his offenses.
That's a little, yeah. We have since found out that was the least of the problem.
Yeah. So usually when we have you on, we talk about cars and stuff.
Yeah.
And I wanted to ask you about something because I saw it on Instagram this week, and then I did a little bit of a Google search, and it doesn't look like it's true. But if it is true, it looks really cool. But the internet told me, or at least Instagram told me, that the Blazer K5 was coming back. And I wasn't.
I don't know.
Okay.
Chevy hasn't called.
Okay. I know that you know things.
I know. I'll tell you this. What really annoyed me was the Maverick came back, and now it's a pickup.
Yeah.
Remember the little Maverick?
Yes, the Maverick. Yeah.
Maverick pickup. What are you doing? And the Mustang. When they brought back the Mach-E, they gave it the Mustang nameplate because they went. But they should just call it the Mustang.
I didn't know the Maverick came back.
It's a pickup. Why
would you do that?
Because that was just a sedan.
It was it was a little compact car.
Was it like a little runaround?
Yeah, it was like the
Buddy of mine had a
Maverick, and then there was the Comet. Was the system?
I had a Comet.
You had a Comet?
Yeah, it was my second car in college. Yeah.
Okay, so a little two-door. I mean, one of them had a 302 in it. The Mavericks one.
I remember I got pulled over because it was such a piece of crap that the windshield was a nightmare, and I had drawn, and the lines were good, a tank sight on the windshield.
Good for you.
And apparently you're not allowed to.
No.
You're not allowed to decorate your windshield.
No, you got it's
God, my buddy had a Maverick. We'd beat that thing to death.
Yeah, my friend had a Maverick with a little 6-cylinder. You're not going anywhere.
Yeah.
But did you have the grabber hood? The two?
Yep.
The grabber hood?
Yep, absolutely. Yeah. It was great.
This guy's got a gun sight on his windshield. Pull him over. He thinks he's Batman, this idiot.
No, that's the whole thing. Yeah.
But you need a car. You need because I saw in your office you got I think it was a 56 Chrysler, the Green Lantern, the Green Hornet car.
The Green Hornet car,
Chrysler,
which I loved.
Great.
So the Green Hornet car,
Menacing.
that was my impetus to get a 300C when they came, because it looked like that. All my cars are based on movies and TV shows I like.
My all-time favorite fictional car is the Mach 5, and Steve was telling me that there's people that will make those for you.
Have you ever driven a Mach 5 mock-up?
I've driven the fiberglass.
Yeah,
so it's just a tub.
Yeah.
It's like,
I was surprised to learn that they were selling, and I was pointing this out to Preston, it was only 300 horsepower.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's
You really look. You're never going to get. I was just they're bringing back the Mustang, the GT 350. It's gorgeous. I
Right.
saw it at Barrett Jackson. Aaron Shelby's a friend. So 300. The Shelby GT is gorgeous.
You're friends with the
how cool is that?
That is incredibly
I played the
cool.
Dallas Improv. He's like, you want to come by and see the private collection? Yes, I do.
Oh my God! Yeah.
So I went. It was beautiful. And so they brought back the GT 350, which I loved. I loved the GT 3 because it was just enough.
What do you think of? Because it has now fallen into the ranks of whenever it's on, I'm going to sit there and watch it. I know it is for press as well. Ford versus Ferrari.
Yeah, I read the book. It was great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And were you
I
happy
read the
with-
script.
Were you
too. I
happy
was
with the movie?
I was. It's
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah.
Maybe the other ones, you get a car guy in a race car and he's getting sick. I was like,
yeah,
okay. I don't think, that's it. But, okay. For what it was fun. But it was just to hear the story.
Yeah.
Because my father bought me the model. I think I told this story on Top Gear. He brought me the GT40 model, and he told me the story because Ferrari was supposed to make a deal with Ford, and Enzo pulled out, and the Deuce.
Ford.
Yeah.
Henry Ford?
Henry Ford's son, the second.
Yep.
They called him the Deuce.
The Deuce.
Yeah. He pulled out, pissed him off, and the Deuce went, go win this car. And my father said, he'd go win Le Mans. And my father said, you know what the lesson is? Don't get mad, get even.
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
So I had that model. So I was looking forward to that movie coming up. There was the Carroll Shelby book's good if you're a car guy.
And this is Carol's son that you're
This is
friends with?
Carol's
Or
grandson. Yeah.
Okay.
Aaron, sweet man.
Wow.
So I saw him again at Barrett because we see each other when we go to these events.
Barrett is the big
Barrett Jackson.
Yeah,
and
big auction.
They put the GT350s back because what they did is they had the GT500, the GT350, which I got to drive the last generation of it, and then Ford made the Mach 1. So they Frankensteined the GT50. They took like the head off, they took the rear end off, and they weren't making it anymore.
That's pretty wild.
Then the Mach 1 didn't sell, and they said, all right, we'll bring this back.
Yeah. If you're just jumping in, Adam Ferrara is here. He's going to be at Helium Comedy Club tonight, tomorrow, and Saturday. Your podcast, you always have a lot of great guests on there. Anybody coming up you want to mention?
It's all a blur. Who do I got coming up? I got to think, who do I got coming up?
It's all that tear gas.
I got to think. The producer sends me an email. I go, oh, wow, look at that. So, but check it out. It's called the Adam Ferrara Podcast, 30 Minutes You'll Never Get Back. Elsbeth, I think it's coming out the end of March, and I was in the season finale of NCIS.
So your producer will grab the guests? You don't say, hey, I'd like to get ABC?
Oh, no, but I got a friend of mine. I just don't know who's on this because we record them. Like I record like 6 or 7 of them, and then he just puts them out.
Who's blown you away recently that you had it and they far exceeded what you were hoping for?
I know who I got coming up. I got the eyeball killer in Texas. There's a detective named John. His last name escapes me, but he caught the eyeball killer.
And the eyeball killer is, and I'm usually up on this stuff.
Yeah.
This one eluded me.
I'm guessing something with the eyes. I have to read the brief.
Okay. Yeah, that's cool.
Either that or he's a seeing eye killer. So the dog, he's going to blame the dog. But we know better.
Somehow eyes
it was
are-
him. There's broken pencils all over the place, Your Honor.
Oh, my God.
The eyeball killer.
Yeah, I know that's coming up because that caught my attention.
All right.
But we recorded a bunch of them before the fire now.
Okay.
So we do them in blocks, so my apologies.
No, it's all good. I was just curious because you've definitely had some great guests in the past. You've been playing guitar lately? I know that's a passion of yours, no?
Yeah, you blew us away when you played here.
I actually, my friend Tom Tran, who's a comic and a really good guitarist, he got a call from a company to design a guitar. So actually, he was in the green room with me. If you go on my Instagram, he's playing the Rocky theme in the green room at a comedy club.
Yeah.
There he is. That's Tommy. So I'm playing with ideas of how he can design a guitar, and he showed me what he designed. It's awful. It's
really?
awful. He even said, he goes, I took everything I like, because he likes Prince, so he had the Prince Telecaster, but then he had the Richie Sambora neck with the stars. Remember the Stratocaster?
Yeah,
He had the
sure.
stars on it.
Yeah.
And then he had a Dean head on it. I'm like, this is.
So it's a real Frankenstein.
He
guitar.
didn't make it.
Yeah,
He just
yeah.
mocked it up. I go, just burn that. What are you kidding me? If you make that, start playing the drums, because that is the ugliest thing I've ever seen. I want an F hole. I said, yeah, we all know what the F is going to stand for. Get rid of that.
Hey, I watched that Norman's Rare Guitar documentary on Netflix. Have you been there?
I have not.
Okay.
Tell me.
It's just this guitar store in L.A.
Yeah.
This guy, you watch the documentary because it basically started selling and buying rare guitars out of his apartment, and then it just became so big, and like it is like. It's, I mean, you know who like Joe Bonamassa is, right?
Yeah.
Like you walk into the store and he'll just be there, right?
Wow.
So like, and they were talking about when eventually Norman has to retire or does retire, like, who's going to take this over?
Yeah.
And Norman's wife is like, Joe Bonamassa would have to be the guy who ends up, like, running this place. But, like, watch the documentary. It's really, really
That's
great.
Joe Walsh?
Yeah. Dude, like,
I had Lucy Walsh on. I had his daughter on.
Anybody and everybody that goes through L.A. stops into Norman's Rare Guitars.
Oh, I have this. Did you see the Smithsonian? It was done by Smithsonian. I think Smithsonian Channel.
No.
But it was Eddie. It was Eddie Van Halen.
No.
Oh, and he was it a limited series or was it a one-off?
He did. I think it was a one-off of he did how he made the guitar.
Yeah.
He was
The
harmonics.
Frankenstein, the classic.
Frankenstein.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you seen that? And the best line in that is right before Les Paul died. He said he was on the phone with Eddie, and he's like, Eddie kind of knew this was it, and then Les Paul just said to him, you, me, and Leo Fender are the only ones how to make a guitar.
Wow.
And I did. And that was the last thing.
That's amazing.
Wow. Do you have any collectible? I mean,
I know. I have a Clapton Strat.
Okay.
But my buddy actually bought me a Clapton Strat because I helped him punch up a script.
Okay.
And he sold it. He's like, yeah, this is me. I said, oh, great.
Wow. Yeah,
One that Eric played, or
No, it's the Eric Clapton
design.
Strat series. It's an Olympic white Stratocaster with the Fender lace pickups, and it was a series he did.
Did you play in a band at all? Or
Yeah, I played in a bar band.
Okay.
It was terrible. I showed up for rehearsal, and there was a lot of cocaine. And I'm like, we're not that good. We're not.
we're not cocaine good.
We're not cocaine good. Are you kidding? We're a cover band. We play Born to Be Wild twice. We know 11 songs. What are you doing?
It's funny you mentioned that because my brother years ago saw Ace Frehley in Comac, Long Island, at a venue, as I know you were well aware of, and he would snort coke, and he had an oxygen tank on the stage, and would then take a hit of oxygen after snorting coke. This is right on the stage in some dive place in Comac. Ace Frehley, yeah.
What was the oxygen for?
I guess it made
it's a coke enhancer.
Is that what it is?
Like it needs
Really?
enhancing. Yeah.
Blue Velvet? How do you know?
Totally. Mommy.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Hold it. You cocaine and then an oxygen. See, if you got to travel with props, you know,
no one likes a prop car.
I didn't want to check a bag. You're coming with cocaine and an oxygen tank?
But I think it's crazy. He's really going to great lengths to get that bump.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
When cocaine's not enough,
It's not working.
Yeah, but I would go see. Oh, there's a great book. I just finished the Stephen Davis book, Hammer of the Gods, a new Zeppelin book. If you're a Zeppelin.
Oh yeah, and the new documentary's out. We've been getting,
I was going to go in New York. It's only a limited edition. I want to see it in IMAX, but it's
we're doing it here in IMAX.
Did you watch? Speaking of biographies and stuff like that, I read Michael McDonald's not that long ago. Phenomenal.
He helped Paul Reiser helped him write that.
Yes, he gave him the idea to do it, talked him into do it, and then helped him write it.
Are we talking about the Yacht Rock documentary? Or?
No. The Michael
book.
McDonald's autobiography.
Oh,
What a Fool Believes.
That's on my list.
And Paul Reiser encouraged him to do it and helped him write it. It's excellent. And then the Yacht, I don't know if you've seen the Yacht Rock documentary.
No.
It's
that
awesome.
one's great.
That's
It's
good.
awesome.
All right, put that on the
Steely
list.
Dan, Boz Scaggs, Mike. But you see how much the Doobie Brothers and Michael McDonald,
Kenny Loggins.
Kenny Loggins, all interwoven.
The Doobie Brothers book is good too. Hold on, I got it on Audible.
Yes.
'Cause when I hear the lady singing on the plane, I go, let me listen to Pat Simmons telling me, how the drummer, too much. Okay.
All right. Well, you got some material to read. So, listen, we want to urge you to go see our buddy Adam. You will not be disappointed. You will, in fact, regularly go see him every time he's in Philly. He'll be at Helium Comedy Club tonight, 7 and 9:15. Then Saturdays is 6:30 and 9 o'clock show. Tonight is 7:30, and then Friday is 7 and 9:15.
Right.
Go to heliumcomedy.com. You got the full list there. My brother, it is great to see you.
Always good seeing you, my
Thanks
friend.
for being here.
Go Birds. Thank you.
Go
for
Birds.
having
Yep.
me.
All right, Adam Ferrara, guys. In our Acme Lounge, the Hooters are here. We have Rob and Dave and Eric all set up to give us their version of the Eagles fight song and more. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Had to, go through that process. But once you're in, I mean, do they ever bring up the topic of other potential characters?
Oh, yeah, for sure. And I've been told I can do a Star Wars book if I want to.
Wow.
Any of the Marvel stuff. But it's just coming up with the idea because you don't want to just, half-ass it with that kind of thing.
Sure.
Because that was the thing with Deadpool always was I was worried about, making the nerdy fans mad. And Punisher fans, a lot of those guys own guns. So you don't want to make Punisher fans mad.
Yeah,
Ex-military dudes that are like, oh, you messed up Frank Castle, brother. And I'm like, oh, man.
You can't, Star Wars you can handle.
Yeah.
When a dude shows up with the.
Well, I don't know. Star Wars nerds are pretty hardcore. Yeah.
When you go out, because you are doing so much, and we described you as a modern day Da Vinci. When you go out and you're performing at comedy clubs, what is the composition of the audience coming to see you? Is it Is it more nerds? Is it more TV fans? Fans of your TV work?
It's both, and I mean, I notice my fans because they look like me. A lot of black T-shirts and facial hair,
right.
and
hunched a little bit.
Breasts, maybe.
Breasts.
Maybe they haven't taken care of themselves. A lot of doughy foods in their diet. I don't know. I'm not judging.
No, it's the more the merrier.
I've lost a lot, but yeah,
you look good.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah,
you're a big time rocker. You been to any concerts this season?
I went to Tom Petty's last show.
You did? The Hollywood Bowl?
Hollywood Bowl, and then the
kidding.
following week he was dead. And there's no way I would have, if he would have said, "Man, this is his last show," he didn't seem, like 1 foot.
Were you so glad you went though?
Oh, absolutely. But that taught me. I'm like, I'll never say no again. Like anybody who comes through, I'll be like, that guy might die, so. Unless they're young. But, yeah.
Who's on the list? Who's on the got to get to list for you?
I don't even know. I mean, well, if Floyd ever gets back together, or Zeppelin, or any of those, obviously. But there's not too many. Tom Petty was one of the only. I had never seen him, and I'm so glad I did.
Have you seen the Stones? Yeah, it was the same question.
Yeah, I saw them in the old days.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw them with Guns N' Roses and Living Color in 90.
That's a hell of a show.
Yeah, was it 1990, 1989 or
That was
90?
a triple bill?
Yes.
Yeah.
Ed mentioned Floyd. My youngest son is 15. He's into music, so I'm about ready to have the Dark Side of the Moon experience. I'm going to turn him on to that.
Right.
So we're going to go, and the way I remember listening to that album from beginning to end, we're going to a dark room, light a candle, sit back, and
lewds.
No, we're not going to smoke weed, but we're gonna listen to that. I can't wait to turn him on to that.
And then he'll really like it when he smokes weed.
Right, exactly. This is step one.
Yeah,
we'll get to that later.
I don't know.
Just dip your feet in, and when I'm not around, check it out on your own.
Sure.
Yeah.
Where's that experience coming from now? Where you could, that used to be till you talk about the religious experience of in the dark with the turntable and the whole thing, and I'm going to now in the darkness see the music, and that you don't get it anymore.
There's no albums anymore.
Yeah,
that's why it's not going to happen anymore.
They don't do laser light shows anymore either.
I used to love laser light shows.
Those things are badass.
No matter who they were playing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It could have been Little River Band. It would still work. Maybe not.
Rush, yes.
Pink Floyd was made for laser.
I went to a
Laser
Rush
Floyd.
one back in the day.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, in San Francisco. Yeah.
I thought I went to Seattle
wasted.
Sounds, and it was awesome. It was Pearl Jam, Nirvana.
Oh, that's a good one.
Alice in Chains, Soundgarden. It was awesome.
The problem with the laser light shows is the seats were they're planetarium seats. So if you went late at night, you were going to fall asleep because they were
right.
Yep, because you laid back.
But they're probably better now. I would think there's been some advancements in laser.
You would hope.
Because back then it was just like they would write Rush with a laser and then spin it around. So you see what Rush looked like backwards, and you'd be like, wow.
Well, then
it's amazing.
They did 3D laser lights where you'd wear the glass. Do you remember that?
No.
Yeah, that
I
was
missed out
for a
on
brief
that.
period. Yeah.
Yes.
And so thanks for coming by.
Yeah,
again,
thanks
man.
for having me.
And
Always,
enjoy
guys.
your time in Philadelphia.
Thanks, man.
Brian Posehn. Anne Hathaway. Kathy, this is for you. You hate her.
Yeah.
She doesn't want the paparazzi making money off her baby bump, and so she took to Instagram on Monday to share a photo of herself rocking a bikini with her pregnant belly on full display. I've not seen this yet.
I did.
How's it look?
Looks pretty good.
Yeah, she look all right.
I think
she still looks annoying.
She's actually taken the time.
Annoying.
I'm with you.
She's taken the time to, I think, let people calm down about her.
Yeah.
You know, like she's trying to stay out of the mainstream a little bit.
She wrote, happy 2016 to my beautiful Insta friends. So posting a bikini pic is a little out of character for me, but just now, while I was on the beach, I noticed that I was being photographed. I figured if this kind of photo is going to be out in the world, it should at least be an image that makes me happy and be one that was taken with my consent and with a filter.
She's right.
So she did it. Actually, it's pretty smart.
Who's she married to, or who's her boyfriend?
She is married to Adam Schulman. They got married in 2012.
And what is he? Craft services?
They've been together for 4 years, so before they got married. This marks the first time that Anne has publicly acknowledged her pregnancy since it was first reported in November. So
you know what? She's really good in the Batman movie. She does a solid job.
I didn't hate her.
Yeah.
But, Kath, I'm with you. She bothers the hell out of me. She really does.
Yeah.
Yeah, but look at you hated Sandra Bullock, and now you love her. In fact, your whole lifestyle is now Sandra Bullock based.
She's taken over my my Sandra Bullock.
Your ire?
My hate slot.
Your hate slot.
I have a couple.
That's
of those.
that's what Dennis calls it.
Yes. Jeez, I see the hate slot.
Yeah, I can see the hate slots out.
We'll see how our luck goes with getting our lottery tickets.
I have a good feeling about it.
I do too. Are they saying that it could possibly hit $1 billion?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, because that's
Here,
what
let's see
happens.
what
They
it's up
start throwing some targeted numbers out, and then that causes
that fuels a surge.
The furor and
I'll be there.
Not that.
I want to play.
Furor is also.
The Fuhrer has heard.
Jesus. I hope he doesn't win.
That would be bad.
That'd be bad if Hitler won the lottery.
You know what? I would quit. I would retire.
Jeez.
I would get.
And that would be a good thing.
All right. I'd get a little place, go fishing.
Forgive and forget?
Yeah, You know what? I'll even hang out with some Jews. I'm wealthy. Who cares?
Oh, man.
Oh, my God. All right. Anyhow, the fervor.
Yeah.
Is that a better word?
Sure.
Oh, yeah. All right.
The Fuhrer has some bad memories.
Oh, God. Penelope Ann Miller, who we had on the show when The Artist, that movie was nominated.
Did you ever get to see that?
I did not.
You would enjoy it, really.
Really?
I know it's a weird conceit to have it,
It's a silent
fully
movie.
Silent movie, but
I've seen scenes of it, and it looks entertaining, looks engaging. So
it's well done.
I would like to watch it sometime.
She has a full-on bad shot in it, too, which is amazing.
Full-on bad shot?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's how they used to do it in the silent days.
Nice beaver.
When they needed extra dialogue, they would move that around, too.
Move that around?
Well, you see it move, and then a card comes up that says queef.
Dude.
Wow, we took it in that direction.
Serious.
We had to because we're artists.
Did we?
Because we're artists.
Some people work in oils.
And it would have, when the word queef would come, have little quotations around it. Yeah.
And then the dog looked up.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
The way they used to do it in the classics.
I don't know that.
Somebody in the theater would be playing piano during that.
Ding, 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 and then the music would stop.
Come on, Kathy, get in on this.
No, it's all right. I'm good.
Okay.
I don't even. Well, listen.
My God.
Some of that might be untrue.
It might be.
Or all of it.
All right, some birthdays today as we wait for your answer. It is the 18th day of January, and from the band Korn, Jonathan Davis celebrates. Right before he blows out the candles, it's all right, everybody, here we go. And
That's their riff on Cha Cha Cha.
yeah, right, exactly. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Jonathan. Happy birthday to you.
All right.
So sweet.
Now just how old are
No, we're not going to do that. Jonathan is 45 today. Yeah.
And
yeah.
it's also, I think, National Brothers Week.
What?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you're a brother.
Yeah. Yes, I am. Right on.
Is it brother, B-R-U-T-H-A, or
No,
brothers?
You're a brother.
If you have a sibling.
I am the middle brother. I have an older brother and a younger brother. That puts me in the middle.
I'm the only brother.
Did you get into physical fights with your sister?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, she beat the crap out of me. She's 4 years older than me.
Wow.
Yeah.
And when did that change? When were you able to?
I remember specifically punching her one time and it causing damage, and I was probably like 14 or something like that.
That did not sit well with your dad. Didn't your dad give you all sorts of hell for that?
Probably. I don't remember.
That's how. That's how it was for me too. They didn't punch, but I remember the first time getting like seriously hurt, and I was like, okay, I'm not gonna
like
instigate
shoved or
this
something
anymore.
like that. Yeah.
Whatever it was, like I got hurt, and he was a little too strong for me. Then I'm like, okay, we're not gonna do that.
Yeah, like Kathy, I was the oldest, but then my youngest brother Josh started playing ice hockey, and that got him in really good shape and much stronger than me. And it was probably, I don't know, 12 or 13 when he was able to overtake me at that point. We need to talk. Yeah.
Wait, and how much older were you?
I'm 7 years older than he was, but I remember him
At
getting
12, 13, he could,
yeah, because he started playing hockey when he was 6 or 7 years old.
Wow.
Those two things I wish I'd wrestled when I was young.
You had a 7-year-old beating you up when you were 14?
No,
he
pay
was 13.
attention.
He was 17,
I
getting
want your
beaten up by a
girlfriend.
12-year-old.
I like your girlfriend.
Oh, he was getting the girls.
I'm going to take her.
Yeah. Josh was much cooler.
I'm going to make you watch.
He's 7.
Honestly, you would not think that a 7-year-old would possess the kind of strength necessary to beat up a much older. I guess at that point he was a man. But apparently the 7-year-old just throttled him.
Pierre might need some assistance.
What's happening?
The lid on his coffee is about to fall off, and he's got his hand.
I know, Pierre, you were a little sick, a little congested. You sounded yesterday.
Yes.
Are you fighting something, or is it full blown?
No, it just over the weekend I got some kind of a
Bishop Robert, by the way. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Your hat was pointed exactly in the shape of a Catholic bishop.
Wow.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm a bit disheveled.
Just a bit. His shirt is falling off.
What makes you say that, honey bunny? You dress me every day.
His hair is shooting out forward today, which is wild.
No, I'm a little scattered, which is not normal for me because I'm sharp as a tack.
Honestly.
50 bags in the Tommy Talk.
50 bags in the Tommy Talk.
And the Tommy Talk.
Yes.
There's a fresh one for
I think most people, when they see you like this in the morning, they assume West Point cadet.
Exactly. Thank you, Steve. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate that vote of confidence from a fellow military man.
So today is National DJ Day, Disc Jockey Day.
I heard you. I only heard the last part of it, and I think you were alluding to my various meltdowns. Were you not?
They're hilarious because
Marissa howls. The interns cower, and Marissa will just laugh in my face because I'll make a little boo boo, and then we'll be right back after this. Off mic.
Dude, you just said it. I was stretching. I didn't have my hand anywhere near the button. Lord.
Sorry about that.
Oh my God.
I meant to say
that's
the
exactly
other
what
word.
you do. Yes, mother effing.
Mother effing.
You just gave us a really dramatic presentation.
It just came right out.
Yeah.
That's what you get when you wake up in my body.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Really? And what's that?
My temporary tooth just popped out.
Oh my God, Steve's tooth just fell out.
Oh, that is too perfect.
I didn't know you had a temporary tooth.
Oh yeah. The postman did. Can you see that?
How did it come out?
I don't know.
You don't have food in your mouth. Nothing.
No.
Can you smile for me?
Shoot.
What are you gonna do?
Now we gotta look at that all morning.
Oh, knock it off, you.
Wait, can I see your tooth?
There it is.
I
don't want to see that. That disgusts me.
I can't believe your tooth.
Casey's losing it.
It feels so effed up.
Oh no.
Yeah, they put the post in and everything, so I gotta.
So what are you supposed to have an implant? Is that?
Yeah.
So that's there until
the implant will go in. It'll go in. So I guess I'll be going to Dr. Petula. I wondered why I was drinking hot chocolate, my coffee.
Did you feel it?
A little squirt came out. I'm like,
Thank you very much, Kathy. So part of doing what we can to get everybody even more fired up for the game on Sunday. We have been inviting musical guests to either stop by or Zoom and perform the Eagles fight song in their own unique way. And we've had some great performances so far.
Yeah, it's been a nice selection of approaches.
Yeah, the Academy of Vocal Arts yesterday did an operatic version.
Snack time
with definitely a decided kind of Mardi Gras type of feel to it.
Lizzie Hale with a straight up sort of rock.
Yep,
vocal.
acapella rock, and then G Love with his own brand of soul and rap and everything. It was really, really cool. And we are very stoked. These guys came in this morning. They are celebrating their 45th anniversary tour. They've got a gig coming up at the Met on Saturday, May 17th. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome the Hooters. Rob and Eric and Dave are here. Once again, we last saw them at the Camp Out for Hunger.
I have to say out of the gate, so that Camp Out for Hunger performance, and we were all there. We know you guys are great. We love you guys. To be there, and not to say that I needed a reminder, but man, you just were phenomenal. And it kept getting more and more. And to have the sounds that are nostalgic and all the new stuff as well kick in, and you could just see people, they were in that euphoria, which I'm sure you as artists, you're looking forward to. And it was just an amazing synthesis of everything. It will go down as one of the great memories of my life.
Wow.
You guys performing at the Camp Out. It was sensational.
We had a great night.
And watching Pierre have a seizure always helps.
Well, there was no game plan. It was just go in and you said, just with a bunch of our Adam Weiner, Don McCluskey, whoever, was some singers. And you said, well, just jam. We're like, okay. Which is how we all started. We did. Everyone starts by jamming, but then when you're on the stage, it's like, what are we going to do? And Adam pulled out some songs, fortunately.
It was so great.
We were winging it, though. It was totally spontaneous.
Preston played drums?
Well, Dave goes, here, get up and play. I'm like, what are we playing? He's like, I don't know.
Yeah, we were like the Dead, you and I. It was great.
It was awesome, man. It was
fun.
so much fun. It was excellent. And by the way, Rob brought in not only the melodica, which we heard at the beginning there, but a very sexy-looking accordion with you.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's a...
What's its name, Rob?
I know, right? First time ever those words have been
Sexy
said.
accordion.
Yeah.
That's a band name.
That is.
Sexy accordion.
It's a sexy accordion player.
Yes. No, but that's a fancy-looking accordion.
Well, I work with the Hohner company. You know, we do a lot overseas, and especially in Germany. That's become our kind of home away from home. And Hohner makes the melodicas and these accordions. And along the way, I said, let's do something with the colors and make it just kind of rock and roll. So they did this custom work, and I was one of the first guys to do this, and now everyone's jumping on it.
Oh, that's cool.
And,
it looks great.
And
At Coast Speedway.
Yeah, I work with some people over there. We're really having fun.
Well, to illustrate what multi-instrumentalists a lot of you guys are, Dave, I'm not familiar if you're a multi-instrumentalist.
A little bit of trumpet.
Percussion, because I was looking up just for the hell of it. I popped in, and I was thinking about this, Eric, because we had you by here one year at the Possum Bowl to sing One of Us, which is a song you wrote for Joan Osborne, along with Joan Osborne. And I pulled up the Wikipedia page for One of Us, and because someone had told me recently that you may have played mandolin on the song St. Teresa, which is a great tune. Yeah. And then I pulled up the rest of the session, and Rob, did you play drums on One of Us?
I did.
I had no idea.
A number one song, I think.
Yeah.
Right? Amazing. Yeah.
So what led to them choosing you to be the drummer for that song?
Good question.
He chose himself.
He
chose himself.
He chose himself.
They were drinking.
And they tried to beat the track too, and it was just it had the magic. It just shows that that moment. If you capture a moment, it's hard to capture it again. You know, and Rob nailed it. It was
well. The quick
amazing.
story too is we were recording the album in a house up in northern New York by a reservoir. We set up it was like Big Pink this was Big Blue. Yeah. We whoever, I guess Rick Chertoff, the producer, and maybe Joan, they set up it was a little, almost like a lodge kind of house on this reservoir, and we recorded the album in this house. So in the main living room was drums, amps, whatever. We were just literally sitting around one afternoon. I sat at the drums. I'm not a drummer, but I found I can play that beat anyway. Yeah. And Eric started playing guitar, and I stared playing the drums. They said, let's roll tape. Yeah. One take, baby.
Yes, well, that's the way.
I barely made it through the take. My hands were shaking.
Well, you can hear it too, but it's amazing. It's amazing.
Anyway, we got lucky, but I had Eric and Mark Egan played bass, and I mean, it was like killer players. So, and Joan singing. We pretty much cut it that basic track live.
Oh yeah.
We were talking to another musician the other day. It was Lizzie Hale, who we had on yesterday, and Steve had asked a question about, because they're working on new music, and at some point you can kind of overproduce if you're not careful. You'll hear the track and this needs that, or this needs that, or we need to recut that particular one. But speaking of the one take, I mean, that you have to be pretty confident in that one take and just go, good enough.
Yeah.
Or is it the fact that the studio costs a ton of money? And
No, we literally would just, I don't know, Eric, you can feel, we were sitting around.
I remember Rob said, give me a shot. Because we kept cutting it. We'd tried it a couple times, and it was okay, but it was like, the song deserves better. Just something special. And Rob just said, put me in.
That's me.
Okay.
It puts the fear of God in me on every record.
Yeah, right?
You know what I mean?
Yes, that you can be easily traded out.
Just like that.
No.
The keyboard player jumps in and says, I can do it.
I think I got one or two beats, and fortunately that was one of them.
You do it very well.
Rob, we were talking on the green room a little bit about Germany and how you guys have played there so many times over the years, and you alluded to that when you're talking about the accordion. And the fact that you guys have played like some heavy metal festivals. And so tell the story about heavy metal and Ozzy that you were sharing a little bit of.
Well, there's a big one that was actually in Sweden, and we've done them in Germany as well. We play with Deep Purple, all these different groups, and one was, it's called Sweden Rock, multiple stages, 3-4 days.
Massive festival.
And we were on, there's a Motorhead stage, they all have names.
Oh, Jesus.
And we're on one stage, we pulled up, it was an overnight drive, and we didn't know what to expect, and bringing out the accordions and mandolins, we're thinking, are we in the right place? I think someone took a wrong turn, but we came out, and everybody rocked it, and Ozzy was headlining on that stage, but we had to leave for another show, which to this day is a big regret because we wanted to hang with him.
I have to ask, Eric, you obviously, wherever you go worldwide, you must be asked about your participation in the Possum Bowl. And
I've done many interviews on that, in many languages.
We talk about when you came in, we had a bunch of, our answer to the Puppy Bowl and Kitten Bowl was the Possum Bowl, so we had actual possums in there. Was it you, Nick, who placed the call, and I think, or Casey?
I did.
And so Eric says, "Yeah, sure." And a wonderful rendition, and your heart was in it. It was just an amazing thing. And I'm like, "Oh my God!" And you guys are always Johnny on the spot when you're able to do this. So. We have fond memories of the Possum Bowl. There's the video playing.
It was 12 years ago, but that's the great thing about the Hooters is that you call them, you ask them to do it, and they're like, yes, and then they come in and they do it. And they kill it. They could play a heavy metal festival in Sweden or the Possum Bowl in our studio. It doesn't matter. They bring the same energy.
You guys don't think Eric was thinking, oh, it's come to this.
We've had many of those spinal tap moments.
I think that every morning.
That's the beauty of 45 years together. You have some moments.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure. Well, like when you guys came to the camp out to play, I kind of apologized to Rob, and I'm like, man, we thought the bar was going to be closed while you were getting set up. And you look at me and go, dude, we're a bar band.
Yeah.
Like we've done this, I don't know how many times.
Vernon's,
don't even
man.
worry about it.
We really are. And I tell people sometimes we're just on a bigger bar.
Yeah.
We're in a bigger bar, but we play that way.
Bigger.
Like Springsteen to me is like, you can see him at the Stone Pony. Then he's at an arena or a stadium, but it's still that.
Where you came from is there.
Yeah, where you came from. And it's also how we play, which is old-fashioned. There's no tricks. There's no backstage, pre-recorded, auto-tuned, whatever. There's a lot of things going on these days. When you see a show, it's not always live, folks.
Yeah.
But we are. So, we're doing the best we can. If it's a sour note, it's real.
Well, and it is real, and it sounds great. And that's why, again, to see the shows at the Met, to see the show Saturday, May 17th.
Yes.
Honestly, being reminded, Preston, of all that. Not again. I say not that we needed to, but if you have not seen the Hooters in a while, or even if you're a diehard fan, especially in that venue, is going to be sensational.
We're really excited about that. It's our first time there, and we've been talking about it for years. And the kind folks over there at Live Nation and we've been throwing this idea around. They kindly found a date for us in the middle of May, a Saturday night, and we're so psyched. I mean, it's a big joint for us.
Yeah.
A big version of Grendel's Lair.
This will be our first time in the city, I think, in a long time.
That's true.
Actually.
Excellent.
Looking forward to it.
By the way, kudos to Eric, who's wearing a misspelled Eagles hat this morning.
Is that misspelled? No.
That is. Well, to some people, it's not. What are you guys going to do for the game? Or individual plans? You know what you got going on, Dave?
I'm flying down to Delray tomorrow. I'm going to watch it at the Hurricane. It's a Philly bar down there in Delray. Maybe Mike McDermott from Joe and Jets Band will join me. He's a Pennsbury guy, Levittown guy, so we'll watch the Eagles. Of course, my wife will be with me.
Davey's in Florida.
Florida.
What about you?
I'll be at an undisclosed location.
Okay.
Me too. Hanging at home.
Okay.
With some friends invited us over, but I'll be here sweating it out like everybody else. No, we got this.
No, we're
we got
winning this one.
It does feel that way. You don't want to put the proverbial cart before the horse, but God, the vibe is good.
Yeah.
And making us an underdog. How dare they?
Well, we are dying to hear your rendition
All right. So
of
are
the
we.
song. So we have the Hooters, and we're going to see how this goes.
We just ran over this in the lobby there. So.
Okay.
Impromptu.
You in tune?
Ready?
Okay, David, you kind of sing.
1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Fly, eagle, fly on the road to victory. Fly, eagles, fly. Let them touchdown 1, 2, 3. Hit them low, hit them high. Watch those eagles fly. Fly, eagles, fly on the road to victory. One more time. Fly, eagles, fly on the road to victory. Fight, 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 fly. Eagles, fight. For a touchdown 1, 2, 3. Hit them low, hit them high. Watch those eagles fly. Fly, eagles fly on the road to victory. IGGLES, Eagles.
Eric,
Catch that spelling? Did you catch that spelling?
Spelling it on
Had to
purpose.
do it.
Oh, that was brilliant.
Eagles.
Eagles.
Yeah. I hope that's legal.
I hope it's legal.
Legal for the Eagles. Hootersmusic.com to get all info and to go see the show. So, with this anniversary tour, how many more dates are there going on? I mean, do you have a lot left, or is this coming towards the end of
Well,
the 45th
actually,
anniversary?
the men will kick it off. That's kind of a warm-up, kickoff show, so come on down. And then we hit the road in June, almost 7 weeks overseas.
Going to Greece.
We're going to Greece?
Yeah.
Is this? Have you been to Greece recently?
No.
Or is this, never.
First
Okay,
time.
wow.
Headlining
They added
festival there.
Athens, so we'll see what the souvlaki is like,
Yeah.
or whatever.
What if it's disappointing?
Oh no, we're gonna whatever.
Well, okay, so you've never been to Greece before.
No.
Do you have any idea how the Hooters, play?
Surprise.
We have no idea.
Is that a tiny bit scary? Or no? Okay.
No,
we
actually,
take it on.
it's a challenge, and we're going to kill it.
All right.
That's what we do.
Well, apparently there's fans, and the promoters have been asking over the years. Other countries as well. We haven't gone east into Poland and Bulgaria. There's a whole rock scene into Eastern Europe, that big festivals, and we're up for it. I mean, we've been a lot of places, but there's a lot more to go. So this is a new one.
There's something we were talking with Adam Ferrara, who was here. But
He's still here. He's still here.
He's back here. About the Yacht Rock documentary and about Michael McDonald and all this stuff. And there seems a pocket that is really, lovingly nostalgic. And you guys have gone through a number of waves. And I think you're especially with the new music that you guys have had out recently. And it's all clicking at the right time. But you guys are pros. This is...
It's been a long ride.
You're kind of riding a wave.
Absolutely.
But the wave seems very robust at this point.
Yes, well, I think we're finally starting to figure out what we're doing.
It takes a while, doesn't it?
We're not ready to really make our move. I think.
Right.
And I think everyone's more relaxed, and just physically, it's like, okay, let's get up and do the show.
Yeah.
And it just happens every night. And we hit it hard. We'll do 4 or 5 in a row over there. And once you get in a groove, it's just like, it's a team.
I'll never forget Adam Wiener at the show, at the Camp Out show, and he turns to me, and Don McCloskey turns, we're all standing there, and they both almost simultaneously look at me, and they go, "Friggin' Live Aid, man!" And I'm like, "Yes, those are the guys."
I think it was almost as nerve-wracking, your gig.
Dude, Live Aid and The Wall. I was thinking about The Wall. And, so I was thinking about you guys, too, because not that long ago, Bohemian Rhapsody was on. And they show the scene where they're doing Live Aid. And Freddie's about ready to walk up on the stage, and you see another band coming the other way. And I think it might have been Duran Duran. They were, these are actors playing this part. And it just made me think about, oh, my God, what it must have been like walking around and hobnobbing with all the artists of the time. And how did you guys feel fitting in place, feeling out of place, a little bit of both, maybe? How did that feel?
Yeah, the Live Aid, I remember that one was just, it was spectacular. I mean, all those great stars and everything. And it's like, wow, how'd we get here? But I knew how we got there.
Right.
I think 6 months later or 4 months later, we played Amnesty International, which was a giant stadium. And the difference between what I felt and that was like, because they knew the songs. Even though when we played in Philly, Live Aid, a lot of people knew the songs, but it was a different feeling. So, but Live Aid was, it feels like yesterday, which is amazing. It still feels
coming
like
up to the 40th anniversary.
Yeah,
I'm glad you brought up Amnesty because that was another big one.
Big one
at the
for
time.
us.
I remember like Sting and Bono got together and did Invisible Sun and some really.
I shared a conga with Carlos Santana. And It was amazing. We're up there playing at the very end. I mean, amazing stuff.
Wow.
We were a little more comfortable. I mean, Live Aid, we went on at 9 a.m. We were the first band to play, and it was 10 songs, 10 minutes. They push you out there, and you're like, okay, go.
I watched the Amnesty performance on YouTube recently, and there was an attitude that we had, like we belong. I was watching that one. It's like we were just, I don't know the word cocky, but we felt like, okay, we were doing this.
Well, you
have to be.
You progress from that one thing, but just the notion of, I remember that whole day, that whole Live Aid day, it was just a sort of you don't ever want to make the blanket statement that you'll never see anything like it again, but I think you can with Live Aid.
I mean, Live Aid was amazing because it was not only current artists. I had coffee with David Ruffin and Eddie Kendricks that day. And,
Temptations.
Which was remarkable. I'm like, and there were like Joan Baez, who was recently in the Bob Dylan movie. I mean, you think about like those kind of people, and then you'd have Duran Duran, Tom Petty, Bryan Adams, George Thorogood. It was what a day.
Yeah,
we're watching some of the footage on the screen here in the studio. It's amazing.
Listen, professionally speaking, you guys have had so many accomplishments, but like, what an accomplishment that you guys are still friends after all these years.
Yeah.
Well,
don't get carried away.
Come on. We're hanging out today, believe it or not.
I just heard this from maybe they were talking about a team coming back to the game and all, and it's about the chemistry. It really is. It's a cliche. You can have all the talent in the world, and they were talking about football teams. Same thing with the band. You could have the most talented guys in the band, but you got to get along. We've had some changes over the years. This is the nucleus of the band with Davey. We go back to the first gig in Levittown, and I think, especially now, we're so grateful to still be doing this. And you learn how to get along. We're on a bus with a crew, and I was describing to a friend one night, how, what's it like on the road? And I was telling him, well, we do the gig, we get on the bus. He goes, that sounds horrible. But you learn. I mean, it's like we're living in a one bedroom, not even a studio apartment or something, but you find your way. And the chemistry is awesome.
Well, you think about, and we've talked about this over the course of the years, and because you guys have a collection of memories. It's with our show, a couple decades plus.
Yeah,
your team.
And congratulations to on the show. It's amazing.
Really
remarkable.
But just in general, the dynamic. No one knows, but us, what has gone on here. And so that's something you can't trade in, and that is a bond that I always. We have each other's backs, and the mistake I see bands make sometimes is they don't remember that and they split or they become contentious, and that's to me that's just losing so much.
Right. I mean, listen, we've been through all that. We came out the other end.
Been through a lot.
It's a matter of trust. We trust one another. I mean, we were working yesterday, and I thought about this because I never used to think about it before, but. Who I like, Rob and Eric. Rob's talking to me about drummer, talking to me about parts.
Right.
Just the way he explains to me. We have a language.
Right.
We have a language to ourselves, which is remarkable, and I trust him so much, and it almost makes me cry. But yesterday I thought about it when I left. Wow, it's just such a special thing that later on in years you could. You
appreciate.
I want to enjoy it.
Yes.
I want to enjoy every moment of it.
Absolutely.
And on stage, I'm sure you guys have nonverbal communication.
Oh,
you can
always.
look back and see Dave, and you go, "Okay, we're doing this now."
Don't bring Preston up.
I'm telling you, Preston.
Don't bring Preston.
No, he's a player. People don't know he's a player.
Well,
I think if you come to Germany, you get on stage.
I'll pull you up in a second.
There's a
no
carrot.
doubt. I would do it.
Rob, you and I have gotten to know each other a little bit over the years, and you and I just had some nonverbal communication, but I'm still a little fuzzy on what this means. So
I signaled to Nick. I'm not verbal. I'm like, can they play another song?
and then I signaled to Rob, can you play another song? And I gotta. And so then whispered in my ear, we could do part of a song.
We could. A little bit of a live, maybe?
Yeah.
Maybe
All
a
right.
verse and a chorus. I don't know. It's early, folks.
I understand. The Hooters on MMR.
I got a condition for which there is no cure. I'm in a position that everyone prays for. Got a sound in my head that could wake up the dead, like the Who singing Summertime Blues. Got no thorn in my side, got no secrets to hide. I'm completely and utterly amused. Woo, I'm alive. I'm alive. It's a beautiful day and I'm happy to say I'm alive. I'm alive. And wherever I go, it's amazing to know I'm alive.
All right, that's
If you want more of that, right, Preston?
Honestly, I don't think I ever played it on the accordion, so.
That's great. That's impressive.
I felt like Timothy Chalamet with the guitar up here.
Forgive the jazz.
I'm alive.
Did you guys see Complete Unknown? What'd you think?
I swore I would never watch it after seeing the trailer. All I could see was Timothy Chalamet, who's like a foot taller than Dylan, and like, you know. But enough people said you got to watch it. And 15 minutes in, I'm like, I'm sold. Yep.
Yeah.
No kidding.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah,
Love
they did a nice job.
All right, cool. I got to see that for sure.
Yeah.
All right, well, listen, you got to see the Hooters and their 45th anniversary tour. They will be at the Met on Saturday, May 17th. Saturday, awesome.
We need to be explicit. This is not a request. You're going to go see them. That's
We're
what
all
you're
going.
yeah.
Come on.
We will definitely be there.
Hey, and before we go further, can I give a shout out to the Eagles? Because we were fortunate enough to work on their Christmas albums. And they did a bunch of it at our studio. They've done 3. And the first one they did a little, second one a little more. This last one that just came out, which check it out, they've raised millions of dollars for charity. They did it mostly at our studio. We played on some of the songs. And shout out to Connor Barwin and Charlie Hall, who pulled this whole thing together,
Yeah.
produced it. And then we got really friendly with Kelsey and Mylott and Lane Johnson. I mean, they're super, super guys. They come in, we just eat pizza and hang out. It's been a dream come true.
Stevie Nicks?
Stevie Nicks came in to sing with Jason. They're all really musical. Jason plays sax and guitar, and he's got a great sense of production. Mylott is, you see Mylott, who's
What a voice.
big as a house. He sings like Sam Cooke. It's amazing. And Lane's got this deep, he's Lane, he's got this deep soul and this deep voice. And it was such a honor because we're all fans. And they're just great, great guys. And I think just the cocoon of the studio, they're kind of away from all the hubbub. I mean, they're everywhere, as you know.
Yeah. They represent the city well.
They really do, and it was an honor and a thrill. So shout out to those guys. We're right behind you, but they're really musical too. It was fun.
Go Birds! Go Birds! All right, thank you guys so much for being here. Let's hear it for Rob, Eric, and Davey, the Hooters on the Preston and Steve Show. We love you guys. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back in just a second. And you want me to give this away now, Casey?
Yeah.
All right, I'll give away our last $50 gift card from the Piccalilli Inn. Caller number 18-215-263 WMMR will set you up. We'll be back in just a second. Stay there.
Preston.
Why would that happen?
Oh my God. We should all just go home.
That's too funny.
Oh, hey, Steve. Thank you for my birthday present.
Well, you poor
about to see.
At least you're laughing at it.
Oh. Well, there are worse things that could happen, certainly. My nuts could have fallen off. Yeah, I'll have to take
man.
this. Yeah. All right.
Okay.
All right. No,
Moving on.
Seriously. It's a Mickey Rourke look I'm rocking today.
Yeah, are we going to be able to do the show?
I don't know.
No, I think I can. You just might hear a few S's that sound a little bit.
I can't look at you. I'm not going to be able to have a conversation with you all day. Oh my God, we're falling apart. We are literally falling apart.
We just started.
Oh, it's
so early.
I'm drinking the mocha, and I'm like, wow, why is that dribbling? And then,
Wait, where is it?
What?
The tooth.
Marissa brought him a cup.
Who doesn't have a tooth cup in the morning?
Oh my God.
It's too funny.
Oh, no.
There may be random moments of laughter today, of just in the middle of whatever we have.
I'm just glad I can't see me.
But like you said, when he uses S.
Yes. Sassafras. That's all right.
Wait, but how does it it just stays in normally?
It's secured in, so it's and that's until
not so secure. Now.
What happened was that I was chewing something last night, and I thought I might have felt a crack, but I'm like, no, it's fine. So
okay, so that was
it's not a chewer. It's a,
no,
it's not a chewer.
No, it's a biter.
It's a biter. Yeah.
Do we need to maybe Cho's sells like denture glue or something? Maybe we could try that.
All I know is that if I'm going to have any dental work done, I want it to be done through Cho's.
Steve, I can't look at you.
I can't see it. The microphone's in the way, so I'm good over here. I can have a conversation with him. You guys can look at each other.
Steve finally saw it.
Did he finally?
It is pretty funny.
Hey, I got some apples. You like some apples?
You want an apple?
It's like your Billy Bob teeth.
Oh God!
Oh, you should put the Billy Bob teeth.
You should wear those.
I got some dentures for you.
In case you came prepared.
These have been in my mouth. I'm sure you don't want them.
No.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's try to do the show.
Okay.
Where were we? What?
Gave away the.
You did the stupid question, right?
Crazy glue. No, I'm looking at some of these calls coming in. Yeah, we did the stupid question. So he gets Lego Marvel's Avengers, which is available for PlayStation 4, all platforms, PlayStation 4 and Xbox One. All right. So, dear God. All right. So at the box office this weekend, number one was The Revenant.
Yes.
16. Yes. I know, man. It's sad.
Your lungs are full of mucus. My tooth fell out.
Our pets' heads are falling off.
We're going to have to remind people of that all morning long.
It's too good.
Yeah. It's been a rough week for the ladies in Charlie Sheen's life following last week's revelation that his ex-wife, Brooke Mueller, is back in rehab.
For the 15th time? 15?
All right, you have to stop. He's not going to be able to get through the show.
I have to. Now I have to take it. I have to explore different letters.
We're not going to make it through 7 a.m.
S's are fine, but F's are a problem.
Yeah. Farfignugan.
Oh, my God.
This is going to be the worst show we've ever done.
No, it's not.
No, that's saying
it's
a
going to
lot.
be brilliant. I could never, ever, ever, ever do live stage acting. I can't even do it on camera when you get multiple takes. There's no way.
We're hoping to one day master radio.
I'm so self-conscious of don't mess it up. That I will mess it up.
But when I was in high school, we started if you had a lead, you started in June, July, rehearsing your lines and everything.
I guess maybe if you have enough rehearsal. I mean, anything I've ever attempted to do, I've had very little rehearsal on, and I'm like,
yeah.
Even when we, excuse me.
Again, here we are, perfecting radio.
Dude. That was.
You sound like snots.
I'm nervous.
That was mid-word.
That was.
That would have been your Colonel Jessup scene.
Right. You can't handle the. Excuse me.
I've had to recently, go to the bathroom outside. When we were driving up to Maine and Boston this summer, like I had to, my family went into McDonald's and I was outside with the dog. And I found it ironic that it was fine that the dog was peeing outside, but I actually had to hide the fact that I was peeing outside. But there are...
Dogs get away with everything.
They do. But there are secrets, so, or tricks to the trade of, peeing outside. All right.
With this model, this life-size model that we have here.
Mandingo's twin.
We have two of them?
Dandingo.
Yes, we have Caucasian and we have...
Yeah, there's Mandingo and Dandingo.
So... What you can't do is like lean up against something like you're clearly or hide behind a bush so you're clearly going to the bathroom. What you have to do is kind of be out in the open. You still want to shield your junk.
You want to have your back
Wait a
to
second.
the people.
All right, so describe the environment that you're in where you're pulling this off.
This is where people are, right?
All right, so people are there?
Where are you? You are people. All right, you are people in a parking lot.
And never forget
parking
it.
lot. All right, and then behind me is not people.
Okay.
All right, so I'm on my phone. Junk out. You can see my junk is out. I am now on a phone.
Now, no, there's no wires. We've never met before.
Look, watch.
I got one hand on the phone up to my ear, not talking to anybody. And then my other hand, which would normally be on my piece, aiming.
On your bird.
This hand is now up here, like.
You know what? It works.
Hold on, but don't you have to hold it? Won't it go wild?
No, it's not like a hose that
It's
you
not?
turn on at high pressure, Kathy.
Have you ever encountered one?
No. Still waiting for that magical night.
It's flipping all over the place.
It's a little bit crazy.
Walk a little bit.
So you're like Chris Angel.
Yeah,
You're like an illusionist.
A little bit.
Okay.
All right, that makes sense.
I don't know if I could do that technique or not.
I know what he's saying, though, because you're using the simple art of deception and distraction.
I had something I wanted to bring up. Do we all agree that Kathy's a beautiful woman?
She is a beautiful woman.
Very, very attractive.
What are you bringing up?
What? Nothing that I think is
the odor.
bad.
The odor.
No, you have Kathy's got a pretty face.
Yes,
no question. But do any of us agree that Kathy does suffer from resting bitch face?
All right, Danae, you're smiling. See, that's the problem.
Yeah, that's the hard part. But if you catch her
not smile
when she's like doing work or on a laptop or something like that.
See, okay, and I'm interested to hear what you guys say because I would have never thought that I had resting bitch face.
And I might. Yeah,
she's
making a face.
No, what?
What?
That's not bitch. I don't know what that is.
I don't know if I think she has resting bitch face. I see she has sort of. I sit next to her in the office, and it seems just kind of neutral when you're doing your deal. I wouldn't say you look particularly bitchy.
We have a picture here of you, Kathy, just being.
So do you think that looks
in a
bitchy?
neutral face? I think sometimes you look like you're a little angry.
Well, I think you're an a-hole.
Oh.
No, I'm just kidding. Now I'm gonna rest like this.
Yeah.
Hey, Preston.
That's worse. That's worse.
Kathy's mood is the toughest, I think, to crack. I thought you had your period last week.
Well, I was going to say that because you guys don't know. You don't know when I'm PMSing, which I cannot figure out why.
We just.
I guess it's because I'm always a bitch.
She was saying
I'll
something.
turn to you and say, "Is this the week you don't have your period?"
she would say something, and Casey just goes, "Are you on your period?"
He mouthed it in the meeting. I laughed.
Kathy,
But if I was PMSing, I wouldn't have laughed.
We are going to do a game that is called Young versus Younger. Okay? And what we're going to do is we're going to take the young, which would be members of the Preston and Steve Show.
Yeah, right.
And the younger, our Preston and Steve intern staff. So it's very simple. We have Chris, and we have Aish, and we have Brianna, and we have Sammy who are here. And what we're going to do is Marissa made a list of various things from different generations. So there's abbreviations, there's terms, there are people, all from a different generation. I have things from the Preston and Steve Show's generation, and I have things from the intern age's generation. All right, guys, the younger crew. What is a flash cube? A flash cube. Do we have all our answers written down?
Yep.
All right. Brianna?
Yes.
Okay, Chris.
I guess it was one of those scrolly cameras that you got at like CVS that you got developed when you used to go on vacation.
Like a box camera you're talking about? Yeah. Okay.
Disposable camera?
Yeah, disposable camera.
All right. Yeah. Is that
That
right?
is incorrect. All right. So I'm sorry, listener Matt, you lose. All right, Aish is playing for Bob on line 2. Aish, what is a flash cube?
A cube that flashes. I really don't know.
Be more specific. A cube that flashes for what?
Ooh, for a camera. Like a
I'll give her that.
Is it really?
She's right.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's absolutely correct. And the actual definition is a cube with a bulb that attaches to each side of a camera and takes 4 pictures in succession. A flash cube. You used to stick it on top of the camera, and you would take the picture, and it would flash, and you could only use 4 of them. You had to throw it away.
All right.
All right. So we move on now to the young.
The young,
which is
ish.
you guys.
Sort of, minus Steve.
All right, what is this? What is a, what's a boif?
A boif.
Yeah, B-O-Y-F.
B-O-Y-F?
A boif.
Finished.
Okay. Nick, you are playing for listener Arnold. What is a boif?
It's your boyfriend.
Yeah, that's correct. Short for boyfriend. Yeah. Kathy, what do you have?
Boyfriend.
All right, Mary, you win too. Steve, what do you have?
Boyfriend.
That's right. And Casey, what do you have?
Boyfriend.
Yes, everybody wins. Zach, Joe, Mary, and Arnold. And that means 4 points for the young team. And let me see what we have here. What is a Rolodex? Oh. So we are going to go to Aish, who's playing for listener Frank. What's a Rolodex?
A Segway?
No. Segway.
It rolls. Exactly.
All right.
Rolls across deck.
I'm sorry, Frank, you lose. All right. Listener Ryan is playing with Brianna. Brianna, what's a Rolodex?
This is embarrassing. I said a game.
A game. No.
All right.
And then Sammy, you're playing for listener Dan. What's a Rolodex?
I put phone numbers in a rolly thing because I didn't know how to describe
I'll take it. Phone numbers in a rolling thing. I thought somebody was going to say a watch. You guys ready?
Yes,
Yep.
ready.
What is BYOD?
Okay.
BYOD. Jot it down and let's see if you know. All right, let's go to, first we'll try Casey out, and he's playing for listener Alan. Casey, what is BYOD?
It's bring your own. I wrote date.
No, that's incorrect. I'm sorry. Alan, you lose. Steve is playing for listener Mike. Steve, what is BYOD?
I wrote bring your own drugs.
No, that is incorrect.
Good
Mike is
thing.
out. Kathy's playing for Gina. Kathy?
I got it.
What?
Bring your own doll.
No.
Kathy's a half.
Cow got in there somehow.
The cow.
Nick,
Or I have fat fingers.
you're playing for listener Paul. BYOD.
Bring your own dad.
No.
Is it drink?
Hang on. No. Let's ask the interns. Brianna, you look like you know.
I believe it's bring your own dog.
No.
No.
Aish,
I
you know?
have no idea.
Is it bring your own dip?
No.
Bring your own dip.
It's like a Super Bowl party.
How
like, bring
come
your own
though these nobody knows these younger
dip parties.
phrases?
I think because maybe Marissa's not as young as she thinks she is.
It stands for bring your own device. An IT policy where employees are allowed to use their personal mobile devices and notebooks to access enterprise data and systems. Harper Lee, who wrote one of America's most enduring literary classics, To Kill a Mockingbird, of course, about a child's view of right and wrong, and waited 55 years to publish the second book with the same characters from a very different point of view, died at the age of 89 on Friday.
Yeah, I was surprised to see this.
Yeah. For many years, Lee, a shy woman with an engaging southern drawl who never married, lived
We were pretty much there allowed to go.
lived quietly and privately. Always. Thanks, Kathy. I want to mention one more time, Piccalilli Inn. They stop by and give us a bunch of giveaways. And if you are getting set for the game this weekend, you need to place your order for game day from Piccalilli Inn, and you can do a pickup. They have all this stuff ready to go. There's heating instructions for all your wings. You want to do this in advance, that's the way to go. And you can go to piccalilli.com to order right now.
So when you pull in, they will process you through. They have your orders ready to go. They have it down to a science. So, yeah this is not some big arduous thing. They got it going.
Yeah, thank you to Bonnie for stopping by once again and bringing us some goodies here, too, for us to eat.
We have a Super Bowl party going on here tomorrow morning in the studio. And am I the only one making stuff?
I believe you
I
are.
have forgotten about it.
Okay.
And I was thinking about it actually this morning. So maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll try to think of something.
I know
whip up and bring
Kathy's
it.
I got mine taken care of.
she's
Yes.
she's you can't get her out of the kitchen.
I called the people at Acme and Dunkin', and they were going to bring stuff.
Okay.
If
Fair
one of
enough.
us is allowed to
Cheater.
make Acme, or two of us allowed to make Acme for tomorrow?
Well, Nick, you're going to have to be the
No.
third because I'm the second.
Yeah.
All right.
Because I almost feel like I call no fair on this one.
No, and you're absolutely right to say that, but it's still going to move away.
I was going to say, you can say that all you want.
Because the thing that I'm making, I literally have to start making it tonight.
Yes.
Because
And there's a degree of pity.
Yeah, I mean,
and Matt Cowper, I said, "Hey, can Acme, supply me with the goods for this?" He's like, "I'll ask." He never freaking asked.
That is shocking.
That
is shocking that he has not followed through.
You know how much money in chuck steak I'm going to have to spend? Because I'm also
we don't because it's one of your world famous recipes, right?
Yeah. All right. Well, anyhow, tomorrow we're having a little. Yeah, we're going to eat some food and have our own little party. Casey's food and Acme's food.
love it.
But before we do bizarre file or anything else, we got to get a bird. Bot Steve was just running through the Birdbot tracker, and Birdbot is making his way through Tennessee right now, Steve.
Baileyton, Tennessee, and Birdbot has remained in a fixed position in front of an IHOP. So I assume they're having breakfast.
Grabbing some breakfast right about now. But Birdbot had a hell of a tour yesterday, and we actually have online real quick from the Frio's popsicle truck that we knew that Birdbot was being picked up by. This is Amanda, everybody. Hey there, Amanda.
Hey, how's it going?
Awesome. Wonderful. How was your day with Birdbot?
Oh my gosh, it was so fun. It was just like a crazy whirlwind of a day, super last minute, and but just so fun. Birdbot got so much love yesterday.
And so it seems that way. It seems wherever Birdbot was brought, the people reacted really favorably.
Yeah, it was. We had a really positive experience. We knew he was like really sought after, so we tried to take him where we knew as many people would be who wanted to see him.
Well, I understand that the gang at Comcast had a pep rally, and Birdbot got his own table or something along those lines.
Yeah, it was crazy. We got there were a couple people who messaged us to tip us off that the Comcast Center was having the rally and asked if we could take him there. So we just kind of pulled up unannounced, got out behind the Bird Dogs truck, got out of the truck with Birdbot, and the security was looking at us like, what is this? So we had to, I guess they hadn't heard of him before, so we had to explain to them what was going on and that somebody had asked that we come, and they talked to a couple people, then let us in, cleared off some space on a table, and we just sat back while a bunch of people signed him, took pictures, put stickers on him, and
he looks great.
His own little announcement. Yeah.
And so where else did you head off on the tour with Birdbot?
So then we had the night before when we found out that we had messaged the guy who had him before.
Right.
And so it was kind of a whirlwind from there. So I was trying to brainstorm and use my connections with the people that I knew to figure out where can we bring him where people will know to see him. So the next spot that we headed was Federal Donuts in Radnor because I knew some of the people who worked there. And we figured that was on the way to Helen because we knew the ultimate goal was to try to get him to Helen and to make sure whoever got him next was going to take him to her.
No, that's wise thinking.
Yeah, so there was some mom who had seen our post, tracked us down, met us at Federal Donuts. We had no idea this was going on. And she was like, my son needs to see Birdbot. He has been following the show and tracking him. So she promised she was going to take him to Helen after. So we parted ways with Birdbot after he had a little stint and tried some Federal Donuts.
And so he ended up in the pickup line of a school. Was that where he ended?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, I think she took him in the passenger seat, surprised her son, and then he got to meet some people at the school.
That is great. And I feel confident that by the time Helen received Birdbot, he was imbued with all of the Philly passion and spirit and goodwill that he needed.
Gosh,
yeah,
he so was. Yeah, and because I had let Helen know where he was going, she still wanted us to come because she wanted to try some popsicles.
That's great.
We met them there for the after party, and a bunch of people had had heard about it and came, and we were just celebrating Birdbot and the Eagles.
Amanda, yesterday it was a balmy 34 degrees. How did you guys do with your popsicle sales?
Oh, we didn't sell anything yet.
Are you?
No, we were just having fun. We just gave away tops yesterday.
Oh, you gave away.
Oh, but you guys are open for business during the wintertime?
Yeah, I mean, like when people want us, if they call us there, we're doing some specials for the Super Bowl if you check out our page. But yeah, no, yesterday was all about just like having fun and getting Birdbot places. We were just giving.
Just a quick question: is it just popsicles, or are there other frozen treats that you have?
Yeah, so they're just popsicles, but our creamy flavors are really unique. Like they're more like ice cream bars. So we've got like a key lime pie one that's got a graham cracker crust in it, banana pudding which has vanilla wafers inside.
Dude, we need to try that.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, we gotta hook you guys up for sure.
All right, we'll coordinate something down the road. Amanda, thank you for being wonderful escorts for Birdbot and continuing on his journey to make it to New Orleans. Thank you for doing that.
Yeah, it was so fun. Met so many cool people, and it was an honor to be part of the journey. Thanks for having me on the show.
You got it. Thanks, man. And go Birds, all right?
Go Birds.
Go Birds.
I hit the wrong button. I meant to hit the Birdbot jingle. Casey, hit the Birdbot jingle one more time. Sorry. All right, so Birdbot's on the way, and Helen's going to hold on to him. Now, Helen says she is going to hang on to him for like 24 hours because there's a chance that Birdbot may meet Jelly Roll and get a picture with Jelly Roll.
And Chris Stapleton.
She's got a direct tie to those guys. And also, she's got a couple other things, places to go to, like Fox Good Day. And then Birdbot's going to be on his own. And we'll see what happens after that.
So Helen's son is an active band member playing with Jelly Roll. Is that the situation?
Not playing with.
I don't know if he's playing with.
But has worked with before.
Right.
So
we'll see.
Yep. All right. Let's do the B-File. Then we got yet another guest that we're going to talk to.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Nifty 50s. Game day just got better with Nifty 50s. You can grab the limited time Mint Oreo Shake Quan milkshake or fuel your crew with a nugget, finger, or burger tray, and it's perfect for the big game. You can taste the memories at Nifty 50s. All right, we'll start with a lighter story, but it's a local story. A Levittown woman faces up to 36 months in prison for impersonating a dental assistant.
Wow.
And performing functions in which she was unlicensed.
That's my ass.
Rose Calise Horn of Levittown pleaded guilty to one of the crimes is a felony prohibited use of radiation sources.
Oh my God.
What the heck?
And
Let's turn this thing on.
And impersonating a holder of a professional occupational license. She'll serve 18. I'm sure you know how to use that. Just open your mouth, sir. Right.
Yeah, 10 minutes should get it done.
Horn claimed to be a licensed performer, licensed to perform expanded functions such as installing crowns and bridges, filing down fillings, administering local anesthesia, and assisting with root canal surgeries.
So you could, no dental education whatsoever?
During her time at one of the dental practices, she took x-rays of 5 patients, even though she was not trained or licensed to perform x-rays.
Oh, my God.
Just lay still, sir. This will only take a moment here. Horn was
here, chew on this stick.
Was hired by 3 different dentists in Bucks County between October 2022 and 2023 while lying about the qualifications. It does not say in this story, Kathy, so you can probably find that out.
I'm going to try to find it.
All right, this is a really disturbing story. This is in England. A woman was caught by police pushing her daughter's decomposing dead body around town in a wheelchair. Joan Kathleen Turnell, who is 77, is thought to have kept her daughter Tracy's corpse in her apartment for over a year. Neighbors have been complaining of a horrendous smell coming from the flat, as well as a fly infestation.
We've never got along better.
But when officers came around to check, Joan refused to let them in. In a bid to persuade the officers that Tracy was alive, she wrapped the body up in a red coat and took it out in a wheelchair. The housing officers followed her to the high street in Walthamstow, and they said police were able to smell what was in the chair, and they called police. Or, I'm sorry, the officers were. So they stopped Joan as she pushed the chair into a secluded car lot When officers lifted the hood of the red coat, they found a heavily decomposed body.
So what was she just couldn't let go, or was it okay?
I'll explain. So she said, "Why can't they just leave us alone? We have been fine, and I've been looking after her." The court revealed that Joan had mental illness and was also found that she was suffering from both prolonged grief disorder and a brain tumor. The coroner wrote, she said that Joan wrote, "I did not cause my daughter's death. I did not know what caused my daughter's death. I did not call for an ambulance because I knew they couldn't help. I kept Tracy with me because I couldn't bear to part with her. I loved her too much, and I can't remember the exact date of her death, but I believe it to be around September of 2022.
Oh, my God.
They were able to find the cause of death.
Sweetheart, we understand, but the stank.
They were unable to find it because the body was so decomposed. However, it was discovered that Tracy had been living with a range of health conditions. She did not own a phone. Police never found a single photograph of her, and the apartment was infested with bugs, rodents, and there was poop all over the floor.
Oh, God.
So the woman ended up not being prosecuted. So obviously she's going to be checked into a mental health facility. Something lighter that we should probably end with. It's definitely not that story. We're keeping this short because is our other guest on the line?
Yeah, looks like he's getting
Excellent.
prepped.
All right. One last story and then we will move along. So the lobster business is cutthroat, especially once organized crime families get involved.
The mafia is wrapped up in the lobster biz?
Royal Canadian Mounted Police Sergeant Jeff LeBlanc said in an interview that Eric David Thibault is allegedly part of an organized crime family operating out of Nova Scotia that's been exploiting the lobster industry in the area.
See, it'd be a shame if something were to happen to that lobster.
Which included threatening multiple people and extorting a local. Thalibut, along with his son Zachary and a third man, were all arrested Sunday and charged with uttering threats, intimidation, and trying to extort $10,000 from a victim. One of the people who was allegedly threatened by the crime family was the owner of the family-run Lobster Hub. The owner said that he started receiving threats after he started buying lobsters from harvesters last season who stopped selling to facilities allegedly buying illegal caught lobster.
They say when you get into the lobster biz, you'll do anything to claw your way to the top.
Okay. And that's all I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, we're going to go to Nolans, folks. Let's head to the Big Easy live as we speak. Our guest is coming to us from Radio Row.
Yes.
In New Orleans, which is where everybody's getting set up for official coverage of the Super Bowl. And we would like to welcome from our sister station, 97.5 The Fanatic, Mr. Andrew Salcunis.
Hello, everyone. What's going on?
Yo,
Thanks
bud,
for having me.
you got it going on.
Sorry to bother you at work. I hear that stuff all the time.
No biggie, brother. All right, when did you guys get down there, man?
So we got down Tuesday night late, so didn't really get to experience the whole, New Orleans field too much Tuesday night. And then you guys know all about morning radio hour earlier because it is 5 a.m., when we're starting, 6 a.m. Eastern, 5 a.m. Central Time. So it's been a lot of fun. Last night was more of the let me explore New Orleans kind of day, and we did a lot of exploring. It was a good time.
Is this your first time there?
Yeah, this is my first time in New Orleans, and everything that I was told about it is accurate. The food's great. The drinks are great. Some of the streets are very dirty. There's pee everywhere, and they wash it down every single day.
Yes, they do.
Yeah. All right, so question, upon just, observance, and you guys are there a little early, are you seeing a lot of Eagles love yet, visually, from people just walking around?
So there's Eagles love from all of the Eagles fans that are here. There are people that got down here last weekend already, Eagles fans that aren't even going to the game. They just want to be down here and be a part of the party. But one of the coolest things that I've picked up on, nobody wants the Chiefs to win. Like non-Eagles fans, non-Chiefs fans, it doesn't matter. They might be, not Cowboys fans, obviously, but Bills fans or Titans fans. There's a lot of just football fans that are down here, and everybody wants the Eagles to win because they're tired of the Taylor Swift thing. They're tired of the Chiefs. They don't want to see the three-peat. So 70% of the tickets are going toward Philadelphia right now. Like it is it is being taken over by Philadelphia.
It's interesting you say that because from a casual observer, just seeing the way people are responding and what's being written in the press and just in general, they're sort of the Eagles are the America's team in this battle. And I think it's just, in many cases, as you said, it could be just a natural reaction to winning a lot. It's the same thing that was happening with the Patriots, and enough already. But also, all the dynamics are in place. Now, they're projecting that this is going to be, for the Super Bowl routinely, record viewership, but that this is going to be a record on top of records. You get that same sense?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's crazy right now. I mean, you guys can obviously see that I'm already at Radio Row. I'll try to give you a better shot, not just of my face. I mean, this place is packed, and the city in general is packed. And I can only imagine viewership is going to be through the roof. I mean, especially now that there's so many ways to watch, right? The way that you can stream, and we know about it here in the radio. It's not even radio anymore. It's media at this point. So it's going to be crazy, bigger numbers every single year. People love the Super Bowl. They absolutely love it, no matter who's in it.
Jonas, we were talking earlier about the travel habits. How is John Kincaid to travel with?
Honestly, it's the only time he's quiet. I love John, but John can talk. And for some reason, he told me there's 3 areas where he's quiet: church, the blackjack table, and the airplane. And I said, all right, let's see if that's actually true or not. I sat next to him, both flights down. He barely spoke, which was amazing.
Wow.
He watched his soap operas because they were putting live TV on the on the screens in front of you on the airplane. So he actually, for the first time in our almost 12 months of working together, shut his mouth. It was actually amazing.
Andrew, I played golf with him one time, and he literally talked the entire time. Listen, he's really nice guy, but he talked the whole time. But if I ever play golf with him again, I will bring a blackjack table with me. Hey, listen.
Or a plane. Just bring a plane.
Bring a plane with me. Yeah. You guys, listen, you have a job to do. You're down there, you're doing your show, but how hard is it to not have your head on a swivel? Because I've been to Radio Row in Phoenix, and you're a huge sports fan, right? So you recognize people left and right. And I remember walking around oh my God, there's Sean Payton. No, there's Nate Burleson. Oh my God, there's Adam Thielen. And you're just doing that all the time, but you're also supposed to be doing a show at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing for morning radio is the first 2 hours, it's kind of dead here.
Yeah.
The people that are staying up and party, because think about it, Radio Row and the Super Bowl week, it's not just about the game, it's about all the sponsored parties, right? So all these high-end rollers, they're out till God knows what time. So they're not strolling in here on Radio Row at 6 o'clock in the morning or here 5 o'clock in the morning. So the first 2 hours of the show, it's pretty quiet. But yeah, I mean, Drew Brees walked up by us as we were talking to Kurt Warner. So I'm talking to Kurt Warner about the game, watching Drew Brees walk by, and then I saw Jerome Bettis, the bus, who everybody loved him just because he was a beast. And I'm going, man, my childhood is coming out of me right now. I'm trying to still be professional. It is crazy though. I mean, this place is insane. I'm doing more walking around at right now. The Pat McAfee show and all of them, they're all here. CBS. They have a whole TV set up.
Yeah.
ESPN has a whole TV station set up. Here are the little tables that pretty much everybody else has. But then you see all the people that are walking by and you understand why they do it up so much here. So, yeah, it can be distracting. I just try to keep my head down, do the show, and just stare into John's beautiful eyes. That's
His beautiful, mouthy eyes.
Yes.
Quick question, because you mentioned parties and so on and so forth. What is the big event? What is the big go-to? Are you getting any sense? Because it used to be when Maxim Magazine was a thing that they would have one of the quintessential big, Super Bowl parties. Where's the big party in New Orleans? Who's putting it on?
I haven't really looked just because I've just been kind of walking around and exploring. But I know there was a big media night on Monday or Tuesday night. We just got down too late, and it was huge. They had gators, live gators. I'm not saying gator bites. There were live gators just at this party. So they really do it up. But yeah, all these companies. I mean, Bounty has this gigantic setup here because of they do Super Bowl. Oh, you eat wings, so you're going to have messy hands. So you're going to all of a sudden need Bounty, and you're going to have to wipe up your hands. So they pay a lot of money. As I walk by Brian Dawkins right now, in case you guys want to say hello to B-Dog.
B-Dog.
Yeah, so there's
hung out with Birdbot.
But yeah, but there you go. That's Casey. Back to your point. I mean, there's Brian Dawkins just walking by.
Why are they talking to you? Hand the phone over to Brian Dawkins.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good producer right there.
Hey, when do you head home?
We fly back Friday, tomorrow after the show. Everybody keeps on saying, wouldn't you want to stay down there and be part of the game? It's like, I'd rather be home.
Yeah.
Because if they win, like, I want to be with friends and family. I want to celebrate. Like, it would be so cool. Don't get me wrong. Experience of a lifetime to be at the Super Bowl, especially if your team's in it. But if they win, what am I going to do? Shake hands with some corporate guy? Like, no. Like, I want to hug my buddies because everybody that's at the Super Bowl, you see those ticket prices. It's not the everyday fan. Like, there's a couple of people that do it, but for the most part, it's such a corporate event that, I don't want to hang out with suits.
No, it makes complete sense.
Yeah.
Listen, I think this area, everyone feels a victory. Every city or whatever has a victory. But I think I'm just saying it. Maybe we're biased. That the energy here, you want to be here for that. You want to be here for the gathering and the excitement and the energy. It makes total sense. But
that's the beauty of sports.
Yeah.
I mean, the beauty of sports is community, right? And that's what brings us all together. I don't know 95% of the people that live in the city of Philadelphia, right?
Yeah.
You don't know them, but as soon as you see a guy wearing a green shirt, you say, "Go Birds," you give him a hug as if like you're brothers.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Nice. All right. Well, listen, man, we are going to check in with you again tomorrow, I believe, correct?
Yep.
Excellent.
Sounds good.
All right. We'll go soak it in and we'll see what else is going on as we inch that much closer to Sunday, man. Thank you, brother. We appreciate it so much, guys. It's Andrew Salcunis. Fanatic. We'll
Bring us
talk to you
back some
about it.
bounty.
All right, man. We'll see you. Nice. Yeah, you can see all the stuff in the background as he's walking around. That's a big operation. It's a huge operation.
Yeah.
So. All right. What do we need to do? We got to take a break. Let's get on that now. We'll come back in a second. Lesson, question, trash, and music news are up when we return.
Preston and Steve.
Request. She alternated between living.
She ran a laser tag place.
Oh,
yeah. That was her thing.
They got to do something.
We were very fond of the game laser tag, which simulated actual combat without the actual casualties. Through the use of science and technology, you could stalk your prey and virtually assassinate them without causing any physical harm.
But the guns, they kind of go pew, pew, pew.
Pew, pew, pew. I got you. Commander Harper Lee reporting for Intergalactic Battalion.
Wouldn't that be the wildest thing? She ran a laser tag place?
Harper Lee's laser tags on Route 14.
No, you like did TV commercials for them and everything.
Yeah,
So
it's intergalactic fun. That's the sound of excitement.
Oh my! Oh God!
I guess they don't want to report on that part of her life.
Oh God! No.
Into the space shuttle. Next stop, fun.
This is terrible. So anyhow, she lived quietly and privately. She alternated between living in a New York apartment and Monroeville, where she shared a home with her older sister, lawyer Alice Lee, who is the one
that's this one.
We were pretty much allowed to go.
Any of you guys read Ghost Headed Watchmen, the second one?
No.
It's
I heard, it didn't get stupendous reviews.
It's too bad. Yeah. This is a terrible thing to say.
What?
She just should have done the one.
Well, I think this was wasn't this cobbled together without her consent?
That's sort of where it was frustrating because
she wrote this before.
Yeah, right, and then it takes place after To Kill a Mockingbird, but I think it was one of those things.
In a future society where laser guns rule.
It takes a turn.
What? Just spotted a Death Destroyer. Nice try, Glaxon. We figured out how to remotely turn your shields off.
want to live with this for a while.
I believe we had this gentleman in our studio at our old radio station worked at probably a dozen years ago or so.
I think to promote a movie, we're Up the Creek, right?
Without a paddle.
Come on! Son of a bitch!
Without a paddle with Seth Green and with Dax Shepard.
Yeah, that's right.
That's a fan.
Yeah.
All three were in the studio.
No, I don't believe you. You didn't get the name right.
I got the idea right.
No,
You're Up the Creek without a paddle.
Everybody, this is Matthew Lillard.
Hi, everyone. You have a lot of people in here.
Yeah. We got some barbecue, too. If you're hungry, man, grab a bite to eat.
You're awfully fancy.
We try to be.
Hey, how do you like doing the convention? I know you've done your share of conventions, and you have a couple of things that really put you in that realm between Scream and the Scooby-Doo stuff and 13 Ghosts and all that stuff.
I'm in a lot of bad movies that people like. That's what you're saying.
I wouldn't say that.
No, I'm in a lot of bad movies. There's no doubt about that. I'm in more bad movies than your average actor.
See, I don't think you can call them bad. You know,
you don't know the name of any of them. You make eye contact with me and you name off 10 without looking at that computer screen.
No,
don't do that.
I can't do
everyone on the air just turned off. Like,
Tell us about your involvement with Anonymous and what that was all
how
about.
crazy is that?
Yeah.
As the most famous I've ever been was like this week.
So Anonymous, this hacker
I'm
group.
so excited. Yeah.
What happened?
Hacktivists. These Anonymous are world famous hackers, and they hacked in last week to Donald Trump's outgoing message, and they changed the outgoing message to saying something like in a Shaggy voice.
Yeah.
I'm actor Matthew Lillard, who plays Shaggy on television. Go check me out at, and gave these 2 web pages that
That's really
but I was
funny.
like, somebody, I was directing something, and somebody came up and was like, you just hacked Donald Trump. I was like, amazing.
These are the guys.
I gotta tell you, I am so happy to be that guy. I'm so happy. I was like, anytime, bro, you want to roll and bring down the Trumpster, I'm in.
These guys are taking on ISIS too.
I think they're the new era superhero. I mean, look, they do some messed up stuff. I'm sure that people don't agree with everything they do, but.
Can I ask you though a connection? You were in a movie years ago, Hackers.
Sure, yeah. Hack the planet.
Do you think
Hack the
that's?
planet.
Do you think that's what the connection
I don't know,
is?
but I wish they would have said, hey, this is Matthew Lillard, serial killer from Hackers. That would have been like made sense. I think it was just like, hey, dude, what impression do you do? I don't know, I do Shaggy. And then some dude's like, all right, bro.
You mean there
Let's
wasn't?
do it. I mean, it was so like there was no. I don't
There was
think
no
a lot
committee meeting or anything.
No, I don't
like
think
that?
Anonymous got together and said, "Well, who should we represent? What about the great actor?" I mean, I think that they were just a bunch of loaded up kids going, "Let's get it."
A couple of quick questions because you worked with some of my favorite directors, Wes Craven and John
bless his
Waters.
heart.
Yeah, who just passed away recently. But you worked on Serial Mom with John Waters.
Sure, he was my first. I'll never. The first day of work I ever had by myself. The first note he gave me, he said, "Do it again, but don't do it so." Effeminate but he didn't use that word.
John Waters.
Really? Yeah.
Who's John Waters?
From John Waters. Like, do it again, but don't do it so effy. And I was like, I wasn't doing effy. Bro, I was not doing it. That was the first, to come from acting school to a John Waters set and not so effy. I was like, it was the most humiliating kind of moment of my life.
Well, it's a great movie. It ended up being just
It is. My mom at the premiere, I was like, my first film, and we're in the black tie because it was this thing for a fundraiser for kids. And we're in black tie. My mom's in the back of the limo. My dad's in the back. And I get in the car, and I said to my mom, I was like, so, what'd you think? And my dad's like, I loved it. My sister's like, I loved it. And my mom's like, nah. So to this day, the only thing I ever remember is my mom going, it was okay.
Great to see you,
You
Matthew.
guys, thanks. I thought I was going to be here for like 2 minutes. So thank you so much for revealing my life to the entire people
Actually,
of
wait,
Philly.
real quick, we have your first grade teacher right out here in the green room. Bring him in. Thank you,
Thanks,
Matthew.
guy. I
Great to see you. Matthew Lillard, everybody. Ben Affleck and Jennifer Garner seem friendlier than ever on their family ski vacation with Tom Brady and Giselle Bundchen.
Okay, here's again. I think they're going to get back together.
Is that your Tom Brady laugh? Or your Ben Affleck laugh? What is that?
No. This is his new laugh that he wants to do on the show when he thinks something is funny, and I'm not kidding you. He told me this yesterday, and he displayed it for me, or he gave me a little treat, a little taste of it.
I can verify Kathy's story because I was standing alongside of them both when this was presented.
And I'm pretty sure I just walked away. I'm not sure how I responded.
No, you kissed me.
First there was
Kiss me on the mouth.
a painful grunt from Kathy, and then she walked away.
This is material you've been working on?
He's jealous because he thinks Marissa came up with a new laugh, so now he wants one.
Really?
That's what I think.
I'm not jealous.
Is that why you're doing it?
Is that Marissa's new laugh?
Marissa. Well, actually, it's gone away for a little while. I think maybe Marissa was hanging out with some people who laugh like, and she developed that.
Marissa has a supersonic.
Oh my God. When she actually, when you crack it up, it is so loud it hurts.
And that's all it is.
Yeah.
That's her genuine laugh. It's like just a squeal and then it's
loud
over.
and convulsive and
But it segued to
why don't you laugh like Burgess Meredith is the penguin?
So now we have Casey's new laugh.
No, but
go ahead, let's hear it.
No, so the genesis of it was I was watching the red carpet for the Grammys on Monday night.
Yeah.
And you had these two talking heads on the TV.
Who were horrible.
They were terrible. And somebody said something that wasn't funny, and then they both laughed. And then so I was like...
So that was your mocking laugh.
That was my mocking laugh. I was there with my kids.
Well, I tell you what, laugh authentically if you think something's funny in your regular, normal laugh, and then you can float that in occasionally in a mocking fashion.
All right.
The other option would be too dumb to go with.
I'm a wheeze laugher.
Yeah.
Definitely. That's, you got me when you hear. I saw this story, Steve. You'd offhandedly mentioned Dachau.
Yes.
I did. I picked up on that, but I wanted to flesh that story out before I moved on to the Hitler stuff. But two historians have claimed that they have proof that Adolf Hitler suffered from an embarrassing secret medical condition. In their new book, which is called Hitler's Last Day, Minute by Minute, historians Jonathan Mayo and Emma Craigie claim that they have discovered medical records proving that the fascist dictator had a condition known as hypospadias, which results in abnormally small and deformed genitalia, sometimes referred to as micropenis.
Micropenis. Hitler had micropenis. So this on top of what you reported, I think, about a year and a half ago, that he had incredibly horrific gas problems.
He had real intestinal issues. He was a vegetarian. Which
Tiny
actually
penis and gas.
They didn't know at the time actually exacerbated his problem.
Sure, yeah, he was
tiny penis. He had one testicle. This dude, no wonder.
This was a despot in the it's a perfect mix of what goes into making a completely deranged lunatic.
I honestly wonder how much of his demented view on the world had to do with the medical problems he had. He obviously had mental problems as well. But
it was just, but it was all listen, if this is all as true as they're...
Shut up.
Yeah.
But here I am talking about it.
So they win.
And I think about it all the time.
They win.
And I want to be
that.
Anytime it comes on, I'm like, I hate that, but I can't get that out of my head.
You got PK mouth.
Yeah. Right?
You could have said Burger King. That adds a couple of syllables.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Jerk-offs.
But I do like that jingle for some reason. I just don't like the way that's sung. Who is that? That's like a famous...
Is it?
Artist singing that, I believe.
Is it Rihanna?
It's not Rihanna.
No,
it's a
it's
guy.
probably,
Hold on. Marissa says up.
Rihanna Bob.
Marissa just pointed up. I see the Eagles logo.
What's up,
what? I don't know.
The
Will
audio's
Crown.
in your Foxborough.
Oh.
Oh, okay. All right. Oh, Marissa sent it over. All right, here we go.
Whopper, Junior, double, triple, Whopper, Impossible or Bacon Whopper. I rule this day.
I like this part. Have it your way, but the mints.
It's the melt, the BK melt one. Yeah.
Ozzy can't say melt either.
Nick, who sings it?
The guy's name is Will Crown.
Oh, okay. Maybe he's not I thought he was.
He's the famous Burger King.
I thought they had a famous musician who I wouldn't have known the name of, but it's a guy named Will what?
Will Crown, yeah.
Will Crown.
I don't know if the crown has anything to do with the fact that he's the Burger King. Maybe you thought it was Craig Robinson at one point?
Crown. No.
Because Craig Robinson's done some jingles, and he's done, did Pizza Hut, right?
Really?
Craig Robinson?
Yeah. I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, he's done a bunch of jingles.
Okay. All right.
You learn stuff.
You do. So I would like to ask a stupid question of you. Do you like the Burger King jingle? No. 4-pack of tickets for the... No. We have a $50 gift card to Sweet Lucy's Smokehouse. That's what I'm giving away in Northeast Philly. Here's the question that I posed to you. Which semi-aquatic rodent is also good eating? 215-263 WMMR. We were talking about that around 8 o'clock this morning. Which semi-aquatic rodent is also good eating? 215-263 WMMR. Call if you know the answer.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by Delco Trimlight. Visit DelcoTrimlight.com to schedule an estimate on installation of the coolest, permanent, programmable holiday lighting system around. What's up this morning, Steve?
Well, Benson Boone, we talked about him. He's apologizing for grabbing his crotch during his performance at the Grammy Awards. If anything, many are suggesting he should probably apologize for grabbing Dick Van Dyke's crotch at a Jiffy Lube.
Oh, my God.
Billy Ray Cyrus taking to Instagram to congratulate Miley Cyrus for her latest Grammy win. Cyrus, who's been intoxicated a few times in public recently, said he thinks of Miley as a daughter. And finally, Ethan Embry will appear in the 7th installment of the Scream franchise. Embry will reportedly play, I know that guy. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, let's see if you know which semi-aquatic rodent is also good eating. We have Brian, who we're going to go to next. Hey, Brian, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Brian, what semi-aquatic rodent is good eating?
Beaver.
Beaver. By the way, real quick, our next two callers on the line that we didn't get to go to were named Alex and Holly.
Oh, wow.
Alex Holly from Fox 29. I thought that was kind of fun. So sorry you guys didn't win, but thanks for calling in. Brian, we have a $50 gift card for Sweet Lucy's Smokehouse in Northeast Philly. Order catering for the big game from Sweet Lucy's Smokehouse and treat your friends to Philadelphia's best authentic hickory smoked barbecue, and you can score side dishes and the big, you can score big on game day with delicious smoked meats, homemade side dishes, salads, and desserts. Visit Sweet Lucy's Smokehouse off the Cotman Avenue exit of 95 and order online at sweetlucy's.com and go Birds.
Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, fairly brief music news this morning. Imagine Dragons set to release a concert film called Imagine Dragons Live from the Hollywood Bowl with the LA Film Orchestra. And it was shot during their record-breaking Hollywood Bowl residency in October. The film will be in cinemas worldwide March 26th and 29th, offering fans a chance to experience reimagined versions of hits like Radioactive, Demons, and Believer.
So you're going to reimagine Imagine Dragons?
Performed alongside the LA Film Orchestra. The tickets will go on sale February 12th, 9 a.m. Eastern Time. Options for standard 2D and premium formats like Screen X 4DX and Ultra 4DX in select locations.
That sounds very cool.
Yeah. And then just one other story. The 2025 Bourbon and Beyond Festival is set to rock Louisville Highland Festival grounds from September 11th to the 14th. And this year's lineup is really big. Over 120 acts spanning rock, folk, country, and blues. Headliners include Fish, rising folk star Noah Kahn, country's Maverick Sturgill Simpson, and indie favorites the Lumineers and Jack White. Classic rock enthusiasts can also look forward to performances by Ringo Starr and his all-star band, Foreigner, and Pat Benatar with Neil Giraldo. Tickets for that event are on sale now, but there's a lot of acts playing that one.
Ringo had been scheduled to play here, but got sick, right? Wasn't that recently? Yeah.
Yep. They had, I don't know if they, in fact, I'm pretty certain they rescheduled that. I just don't know the date offhand. Yeah. And then one last thing, get ready for the big game this weekend with MMR's Super Block Saturday. And so we'll be playing super-sized blocks of everything that rocks, sponsored by Trinity Rehab on Saturday all day long. So
cool.
Just a heads up on that. All right, Casey wants me to play this.
Be BK melts full of flame grill layers. Meet the new Philly, it's stacked with flavor. Juicy beef and melty cheese. All these toppings will make you say sheesh.
Nope. That's not the one.
I know the one you're talking about.
BK Mel.
Yeah.
All right. We'll get to the bottom of it eventually. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in just a second and wrap up our program. Nick found this out. Is this their...
Yeah, rescheduled for the Man, which is where you're supposed to be last year. Ringo is who we're talking about. It's June 15th.
Okay, there we go. All right, we're going to break. Come back in a second. We'll get the letter of the day for the word of the week when we return. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3.
That's certainly a stew that creates a this kind of lunatic.
Hitler himself is believed to have had two forms of genital abnormality, an undescended testicle and a rare condition called penile hypospadias, in which the urethra opens on the underside of the unit.
What?
Yeah. Recently, a German...
pee out of a small hole near my taint. Time to invade Poland.
Wow,
I'll show you what it's like.
He declared it. Recently, a German historian also claimed they had evidence that Hitler only had one testicle. By the way, there was a song in 1939 called "Hitler Has Only Got One Ball."
What?
Wow. Who sung that?
Let me read you the lyrics?
Yeah.
All right. Hitler has only got one ball. The other is in the Albert Hall. His mother, the dirty bitch, cut it off when he was small. Hitler has only got one ball. Goering has two, but very small. Himmler has something similar, but poor old Goebbels has no balls at all.
Wow.
That was a song in 1939.
Who sang that? Bing Crosby?
No, it was Weird Al Yankovic.
Really? Yankovic.
Yeah.
The earlier. God almighty. That's heavy duty for that time.
Yeah, big time.
The dirty bitch?
Yeah, I guess so. I don't think it was recorded. I think it was one of those sing-along in a pub type of songs.
Not like an MGM musical?
No, nothing like that.
Ta-ta-da-da, that filthy bitch. Honestly, though, you couldn't exact the kind of revenge you wanted to get on a Hitler. I mean, what could you do that would equal the horror that he exacted upon the earth? But it's also a little comforting to know he had microphallus.
Yeah, it is. It's kind of comforting to know. My son the other day, who I guess is learning about some of this stuff in social studies, had came to me and he said, you know what, there was a guy that apparently saved Hitler when he was a child from drowning, and he lived with the guilt later on with the fact that he saved a mass murderer. But how would you ever know?
And
how would you ever know? And you would be living with the guilt that you let a child die.
And you saved at that point, which is probably, we don't know if all the things that were in place to make him what he would be were there at that point. You could have saved a completely innocent, which is probably the case, child at that point.
Yeah.
And then the influences of life, realizing he has a super tiny dong and farts a lot.
Right.
Yeah.
I've got issues.
Yeah, apparently. Well,
I wonder if he had put a cork in his butt, if it would have finally popped out.
It would have made his genitals larger.
In fact, I'm putting my division on this. I want a longer unit.
Charlie Sheen claims that a testosterone cream was the reason for his bizarre behavior back in 2011.
Oh, my God. That's what did it.
Yeah, right?
That was it. It turned me into a warlock. A freaking warlock. That's the thing I hate most in his vocal. I don't know.
That's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
He explains in a new interview with Dr. Oz that was a very specific period
of Tin Man.
Period of time that did feel very out of body and just very detached from all things real.
Almost as if he was completely deranged.
He said, I felt superhuman during some of that. He said it was
a freaking rock star.
A lot of highs and lows. Well, he did ride on a Mercury surfboard.
Surfboard.
Yeah.
I've been riding it on a Mercury surfboard.
Like the Silver Surfer.
Yeah. He said I was taking
Fantastic Four.
I was taking a lot of testosterone cream, and I think I went too far with it. It was kind of like a borderline, not roid rage, but roid disengage. The former 2.5 Men star also addressed his violent torpedo of truth, defeat is not an option tour, saying, that's the stuff that I do look at and cringe a little.
Oh, good.
It was nice to give people a bunch of slogans and T-shirts and all that. But the rest of it was a lot of work. There were things about that person that were empowering, that were vibrant, but I didn't like the anger. I tend to be victimized by my anger at times. It was, I felt embarrassed watching that stuff, watching him implode like that. And then
You're embarrassed for him.
Totally. That was it. I was embarrassed for him. When his first night at the Tower Theater, one of the first shows was at the Tower.
Might have been local, yeah.
And it was just like, apparently from what I heard, it fell apart, it didn't have any direction, and it was just embarrassing.
Jeff Ross told us he stepped in and did one.
Yeah.
He would have this touring sort of group of people, and then when he went to every market, he would bring in locals, and he would, for a large portion of the show, just sit in a chair on the stage
and talk
and ramble.
Yeah, and not really have an act per se. So,
and it's not comedy and it's not drama. It's just rambling.
Yeah,
it's like Lake Wobegon days.
Yeah, exactly.
Frickin' Lake Wobegon.
We need to do a letter of the day. I understand, Casey, you are the keeper of said letter.
Yes.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, in the Preston and Steve.
Holy crap!
I thought he fell.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's hippie Terminator.
Faster than a speeding bullet.
Bust him through that door. Hair all slicked back, shades on, looking crazy cool in his black jacket. Oh my God, he's about to pass out. Quick, somebody.
Stand behind.
Hold that man up.
Help me, Jesus.
Help me. Dear God.
All right, well, the music's already playing. So
No, I know it.
Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by the letter
G is in great.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So tomorrow we give away a pair of tickets in the Comcast Sportsnet suite for Jimmy Watson Flyers Hall of Fame night on Monday, this coming Monday, including a parking pass, 2 CSN prize packs, and a visit to the broadcast booth during the game. Is he passing out or is he trying to read?
Did you run from the elevator?
Did I? What?
Did you run from the elevator?
What?
I ran the whole way.
Yeah.
I
You ran from home.
You were dedicated.
Well, I had that new sweat removal procedure, so I don't sweat.
Yeah.
You're good.
So,
Got the mirror dry.
got it. I'm dry. Mouth is dry. You know, when your mouth is dry, you're pretty high.
That's right. Thank you, George. Holding puppies can be attractive to some people, but a new study reveals nearly half of women are attracted to men holding fish.
Okay.
Men holding fish.
I saw this yesterday.
What?
Like holding a bass or like a bag with a goldfish?
No, like a bass.
Like a trophy. Like you caught a really big bass and you're holding it out and you're displaying this thing proudly.
Yes.
So why are women attracted to fish holding men?
Well, this is from a fish app called Fish Brain.
Okay, well, they have something to. They have a vested interest in it.
But they analyzed Tinder photos, all right, used by 18 to 35-year-old men in Florida.
Oh, well, there you go. There's a lot of fishing in Florida.
Yep, exactly. And they found that 22% chose a photo of themselves posing with a recently caught fish.
I saw a hunk holding a fish. He was so sexy.
Researchers then polled more than 1,000 members of a college sorority to see how they felt about the photos.
Look at this dude holding the fish. He's like a Chippendales dancer.
And they
I don't think the fish has any friggin' thing to do with it.
He'd be holding a severed head.
I saw a picture of a guy with a 12-inch dong holding a flounder. Man, fish are sexy.
This guy is no shirt and he's completely sculpted. I mean, he's cut up as you can possibly imagine.
I normally wouldn't give this guy the time of day, but he's holding a flounder.
I didn't even know he was holding fish.
Yeah.
Here's a pile of dead kittens.
Yeah. Looks like he has an otter in his pants.
So they polled these college sorority sisters, and they found that 46% said they found the photos of men with the fish sexier, compared to those who had photos without fish.
Get Henry Fonda. Put a picture of Henry Fonda from On Golden Pond up there.
Hold him, Walter.
Am I getting you turned on? You see my droopy man boobies and my chicken gobbler neck? Am I getting you all hot and horny?
He'd be holding a trout, right?
Yeah.
Which is Walter, the one they caught in the movie.
Are your panties swimming yet? Leave me alone, you crazy old bitch. I'm going to go turn on some chicks. See him with his shirt off and the jeans.
The study was...
I pooped myself. I had a bran muffin and the motion of the power boat made me defecate. Loosen my bowel. And you always have that pain, that old guy pain look.
Yes, you're right.
There's about 7 different things that are incredibly painful going on in my body right now. They start just above my taint, and then it's ending right mid-chest where I'm currently experiencing a full-blown heart attack. Along the way, one of my nuts hurts. There's something in my stomach. I don't know what's going on. And I think I have a tapeworm.
Can I see that pain look again?
Let's go down and go after the big bass in the pond. You know how the old guys say, I'm going to go look for the remote. Am I sexy? I look hot, don't I?
All right.
The great thing about my wife is that she shakes so much I get handies whether I want them or not.
Come on.
Oh, my
No, man.
God.
That was not intended to go to completion. I just called. That's my morning win.
Oh. An unintended handy is this morning win.
I mean, we can wrap it up on that note.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Men holding fish are sexier
Yep,
than
there
men
you
who
go.
are not holding fish.
Who knew?
That's something I noticed, and I thought I'd share that with you. Japanese great tits, particularly vocal song. Japanese great tits.
Okay.
All of a sudden, Kathy heard that.
Yeah.
Particularly vocal songbirds.
Oh, like a titmouse.
Okay.
Like
Yeah, it's a
titmouse.
bird.
Yeah, a titmouse.
A titmouse is a bird.
Ow.
Yes.
Not a mouse. Yeah.
And
right.
a
Come
Japanese
on, you filthy-minded
Now I'm
bastards.
bored again.
and Japanese great tits are birds.
That's cool.
Not on the sites I go to, but proceed.
They also use compositional syntax. Party. We have had a party this morning. There's been a lot going on. And I want to thank Piccalilli Inn for catering our little get-together today. The gang at the Pick brought in tons of wings and ears and tails and all the stuff that we love. You can order from them for your home party right now at pickaalili.com. And if you want to, if you can't make it on game day to pick it up, you can schedule a pickup ahead of time. And they have reheating instructions that make the wings fresh, hot, delicious, on game day, ready to go. So order those now. And thank you to Bonnie and company for stopping by this morning. I would also like to thank Adam Ferrara. Adam is at Helium Comedy Club tonight, tomorrow, Saturday. Is always a joy to have here, and even better on stage. Is so damn funny. Go and see the show. And then I'd like to thank the Hooters. Part of the Pep Rally concert series, and played a couple tunes for us, including the Eagles fight song, and their 45th anniversary tour is kicking off at the Met in Philly, Saturday, May 17th. You can get tickets at hootersmusic.com or anywhere you buy tickets for the Met, of course. And then we had Andrew Salcunis from our sister station, The Fanatic. He is in New Orleans. They are broadcasting live from there, so we checked in and got a little bit of flavor from him. And also we had Birdbot check-ins this morning on top of that. Birdbot on his way to New Orleans as we speak. So we'll start to get more of that tomorrow morning and in through the weekend as well. Pierre Robert is in the studio, made it in. How you doing, man?
It's a lovely day out.
Is it lovely?
It doesn't look lovely.
And no, it couldn't be nicer.
Oh, beautiful.
Hooters sounded great.
Yeah.
And they did not just one round, but they did a second round. Complete with the ho-hos and a few hi-his and things like that in them.
Ho-hos and hi-his were there,
Ho-hos
yeah.
and hi-his. But this has been a great psych-up you kids have been doing for the big thing. And so everyone and the bot, maybe, what's her name that's got Mr. Bot?
Helen.
That's Carol Channing, right?
Yes.
So if she... is listening to us streaming, because last I heard you mention, Steve, she was stopped at a Dunkin' Donuts or something.
It was an IHOP.
An IHOP somewhere along the way. So if, Helen, you're listening, call me over the course of the program and tell me how road conditions are on your way to New Orleans. And perhaps you can give me a few verses of Hello, Dolly.
Yes. We had her do Diamonds Are a Girl's Best Friend the other day.
She's currently in, Helen and the crew and Birdbot are currently in Bulls Gap, Tennessee.
Bulls Gap, Tennessee.
Oh, it's a great place.
It is.
I spent a year there 1 hour.
I'm glad you brought that up, Nick. I completely forgot. Nick pulled up a webpage, and I meant to share this in Music News so you would have heard it freshly on your way in because I reported it in the Entertainment Report earlier this morning.
You're going to be so excited.
Pierre, they are making a movie based on the Pina Colada song, Escape. Yes. Yep. Rupert Holmes.
Yeah.
The great.
A rom-com.
It's going to be a love story here. Isn't that great?
Me and my lady.
I was tired of my lady.
Stop saying my lady. Me and my lady, and I looked in the personals, and I found her, and she's my lady, and I want pina coladas and blah, 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 stinky poo-poo. Hate that song.
Wow.
It's all rock. It's everything that rocks.
I love that song.
Like. It's new and old and young and vibrant and S-ful.
It's so funny that he hates it so much.
I don't know.
I mean, you were such a huge Buffett fan. Like, I kind of put it in the same category.
No,
Okay.
don't you dare.
You just hear what she said.
Don't you dare.
Pierre's going over to
Montfrere, don't you dare.
Kathy.
Yeah, that's them's fighting words.
I know, I get it.
I'll fire him up my blender and we'll have some talk.
I'm going to wrap this up. We're going to switch gears.
Why?
And we'll talk about the new Star Trek instead because I know how you love that.
I love the concept of it. I love the concept of it. I love the mythology of it. I just don't like them to F with the mythology.
The execution is lacking.
Well, now, what if they take Rupert Holmes and they make this into this movie that you end up seeing as a delightful little romantic comedy that you fall in love with?
Oh, my God. With Richard Gere and Julia Roberts. It's going to be just amazing.
They're back.
And Richard Gere will be going, yeah, my lady. And Julia Roberts will be, yeah, my lady, baby.
That's the line you hate, my lady.
My lady. Yeah. I mean, that's so 70s.
Yeah.
I remember.
It was written in the 70s.
Well, it is.
What was it? The last #1 hit of the decade?
Really?
Yeah,
1979.
I was thinking, Pierre, I love when you do theme blocks. And have you ever done like an alcohol block, like Margaritaville? You could do the Pina Colada song. You could do 8 George Thorogood songs.
I'm ready for one now.
I would love a block of songs you absolutely detest.
Huh.
Yeah,
they're not many.
Yeah,
but that's a good idea. Let me get to work on that.
Because you're all about the music. And about the subjectivity of the listener, if you like it.
Yes.
But it doesn't mean that this is not, for you, a staggering piece of crap.
No, Rupert was on fire when he made this.
What's your least favorite Stones song? Do you have one?
I'd have to work on that. Probably some supery bluesy thing, which is their influences, are many of the British artists were influenced heavily by the American blues, jazz, R&B, that kind of thing. But I would have to, I would find one, but
all right.
I don't have it.
The
right
cover
off
of
the
Baby
bat.
Shark?
Yes. What about
Did they do a version of the BK Melt song?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. They did a Rice Krispies jingle, though.
The Stones did?
You didn't know that?
I think I remember this, but I think I've forgotten it, and now I think you've reminded me.
They did a commercial for Rice Krispies, and it was before they really exploded. It was very, very, very beginning days of their career. But they actually we've got the commercial up on
Wow.
Marissa, we have that audio somewhere. She'll find it for you.
Jefferson Airplane did a Levi's commercial, which I have. Which is pretty funny. Very psychedelic. Levi's.
There was, speaking of Jefferson, we're going off on a tangent here. I was on YouTube and I found a video and it stumbled across it, and it was an old clip of something on Sesame Street. And it was a woman's voice saying 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And it was going through the counting. That was Grace Slick.
Oh,
really?
wow.
It was a real jazzy, cool piece of music behind it. And she did the vocal for it. So
cool.
There's a lot of little hidden gems like that that we'll have to dust off.
Muddy Waters did a jingle for Massengeld. Douche, yeah. It was really good.
Hang on. Here we go.
Wake up in the morning, there's a slap around the face. Wake up in the morning, there's a crackle in your face. Wake up in the morning, there's a pop that really says Rice Krispies to you and you and you. Pour on the milk and listen to the snap that says it's nice. Pour on the milk and listen to the crackle of that rice. Get up in the morning to the pop that says it's rice. Hear them talking Rice Krispies.
Wow.
Rolling Stones.
It's pretty wild, man.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, let's do the letter of the day, Pierre.
Yes.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by the letter
E as in Earth.
And we will give away a $500 big game package from Piccalillion to feed 35 to 40 people for this Sunday. And it comes loaded with wings and tails and mac and cheese and salad and cheesesteak egg rolls and all this great stuff. And a couple of growlers of 1927 IPA. You got to make the trip to the Piccalillion Inn. Does game day catering better than anyone with ready-to-go pick packs. Your guests are going to cheer for. You can get 30 tails or ears for just $59. And visit them on Route 206 in Chemung, New Jersey, or piccalilly.com to order now. What's going on this morning?
We will have another pair of tickets for the Outlaw Music Festival with Willie Nelson, September 12th. It goes on sale tomorrow. And workforce blocks of Foo Fighters and Bob Marley. It's his birthday today. And he did a cover of Pina Colada song, which is very cool. And also a block of Prince. Will be on the works, et cetera.
We're getting a block of Prince today?
Yes.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let me
I've been doing bands that were on the Super Bowl. And he was on the Super Bowl.
He was.
I would like to thank our sponsors, Preston and Steve Show, brought to you by Dunkin'. And the Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, Fresh Foods, Local Flavors, and Trinity Rehab. Locations all over. That's Trinity-Rehab.com. So tomorrow morning on the program, Pep Rally Concert Series continues. Our buddy Don McCloskey will be in the studio to give us his version of the Eagles fight song. We are also going to have Spanish color commentator, Spanish play-by-play announcer, Oscar Budahine joining us.
He's in New Orleans.
Oh, that's fantastic. Yeah. Oscar's the best. We love having him on. And we're going to have an in-studio Super Bowl party catered by Acme, Duncan, and Casey tomorrow morning.
The unveiling of some world-famous recipes.
We'll also have Andrew Salcunis joining us once again from 97.5 The Fanatic. And I've been told this is a little update for your show, Pierre. Helen is going to stop at Buc-ee's and we'll call you around noon.
Oh, excellent.
All right, so she'll check in with Birdbot. That's it. We are done. Rage on. Have yourself a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.
Preston and Steve.